Nikos, can you hear us? Okay, okay, great. So you're on mute. So now you can start your presentation, Nikos. Probably start with your introduction and then, we'll go through the slides. So we'll keep 15 minutes for the presentation and then we'll have Q&A for 5 minutes where people can ask any questions to you.
Right.
Okay,
Can you see?
over to you,
Can you see my
Nikos. Thank you.
presentation?
We can't hear you.
You cannot hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, guys. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, please let me know. Could you please check if you can hear me? Could you please confirm you can hear me?
Hi, Nikos.
Good morning.
Good morning. We cannot hear you clearly, please. Can you speak
I
again,
can
please?
hear you very well, but can you hear me? That's the question.
Just a minute.
You can, right?
I can hear you here, but not inside. Just a minute.
Okay. Let me know when I should start.
Okay, just a minute. We're trying to get signal from inside, yeah?
Of course, of course, of course.
Nick, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us?
I cannot hear you very well.
Okay, I think we're getting a feed okay now.
I'm okay. I'm
Yeah.
I'm loud and clear so far.
You're loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay, so give me a signal when to get start my presentation.
You can start now.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nikos Stavlonas. I'm the president of CSC, and I'm going to be the presenter of the theme of how EU legislations, European Union legislations, on ESG impact African businesses and how to avoid complexity. So I apologize, I'm not there with you today. I wanted to be very much in Nairobi, but due to a business emergency, I wasn't able to join us. So I hope you can enjoy my presentation. So before we start our topic, let me share with you some more information about CSE, who we are and what we do. So CSE is one of the leading global organizations in consulting and training. And our objective is to maximize social, economic, and environmental impact. We help Fortune 500 companies, but also other organizations around the globe to improve their ESG ratings and create purpose-driven strategies and ESG reports. CSC is a global organization. We have two hubs, one in Chicago and another in Athens, but also we are all around the globe. And as you can see, we are also in Africa, in Ghana, through an affiliate that we have there for the last couple of years. CSC is celebrating this year the 20 years of operations, and we were one of the first organizations globally to get started with sustainability and ESG services. This is some of our clients' portfolio. We have, as you're going to see, over 30 clients with revenues that exceed the $90 billion, and they employ more than 400 employees, including Nordstrom, Oracle, ABM, Danaos Shipping, and many, many other companies. All of them, they're located in US, Canada, Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, and other regions as well. CSC is heavily specialized in A to Z when we're talking about ESG. On ESG reporting services with all different standards, because we are partnered with all the standards, with the external assurance services of the reports, with ESG and net zero strategies, but also on climate services. The unique with CSC is that we can offer anything every organization needs, from training to consulting, on all kinds of services, highly specialized for the last 20 years. And with that, I'm ready to go more in depth to our topic today. What is the impact of European legislations to African business? Before that, I would like to share some important figures with you guys. The first figure is that already ESG-related investments were $3.5 trillion in 2024. This is a huge number. 80% of this number is coming from Europe, which means that European investments are heavily invested in ESG the last years. 90% of Standard & Poor's 500 companies already released an independent ESG report, which means almost all of them, they believe in ESG. Also, what we have identified in our recent research in US and Canada is that companies with high ESG ratings, they are also more profitable than others. This is the outcome of a very big research we did last year in US and Africa, and the most profitable business in US and Canada at the same time. So I'm starting with these figures in order to give you an idea of where we are on ESG today. But now I'm going to move on to a more complex issue, which is what's happening on ESG. First of all, let me clarify that there are two levels of ESG for organizations. Level one is when you try to comply with key ESG standards and legislations, and where the vast majority of organizations are. Level B, which is more advanced level, is where organizations are already at level A, and now they're going to improve their ESG ratings, they're going to avoid risk for financing, and most importantly, stay ahead. Today, I'm going to talk mostly about level A, and particularly about how European legislations impact directly African business. Also, before I move on more in depth to my topic, I would like also to share with you some of the outcomes of CSC research we did in Europe, US, into the most profitable companies for your information. The most profitable companies, 57% of them using GRI standards, Global Reporting Initiative standards. 85% use SASB standards. 49% are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and 65% of them using TCFD guidelines at the same time. This is the outcome of a research and connects ESG standards with the most profitable companies, and this is just for your information. Now I'm going to go a little bit more in depth into the complexity of EU legislation. The last couple of years, we have many European legislations, including Deforestation Directive, Due Diligence, and CSRD legislations. According to a research that we have done, this legislation will impact between 2026 and 2028 8,000 B2B supplier companies in Africa that are producers of cacao, wood, coffee, soya, natural rubber, and many, many other sectors as well. These companies, if they do not comply with the particular requirements of this legislation, may lose its license to export its products in Europe. So this is really, really important for African business to understand these legislations and therefore be able to comply with them early enough before it is too late. And as you can understand, 8,000, it's a very, very big number of companies. Some of them are in Kenya as well. So if you are a wood producer, coffee, cacao producer, palm oil, soya, if you're producing leather from cow, or if you're producing natural rubber, this is a big issue because the new deforestation directive, as they call it, EUDR, is putting very strict requirements to these producers of these particular goods. For example, they require a risk assessment, a geolocation point of where these production sites are taking place, deforestation assessment, and many, many different requirements, including certifications at every single level of production from the beginning to the end. Also, another legislation which is going to have a very high impact to African business is the due diligence legislation. This legislation is affecting supply chains globally, including African business operating, of course, as part of a supply chain of bigger companies. So if your client or the final retailer is a large European firm, and you are part of a broader supply chain of a European company, then you are a subject to due diligence legislation. But which means that you need to get prepared for meeting at least 40 criteria of ESG, including diversity, carbon footprint reduction, what is happening to your supply chain, and many, many different other requirements. So this is one of the most strict and most demanding legislations in Europe, and it will require from the suppliers of these companies to meet also the same criteria. So the big question is that how you can deal with this complexity. Is it going to impact your business? So that's what we're going to try to share with you right today. Of course, there's a path here that you can use in order to simplify things and avoid the complexity of ESG European legislations. The first thing we suggest to do is to conduct a gap analysis using the European legislations and related framework criteria. This is a very essential first step because you're going to be able to understand where do you stand, what you need to do in the very near future, and what actions and resources you're going to need for these particular steps. Step 2 is to identify risks that coming from not complying with these legislations and create new policies collecting and perhaps certifications for collecting the appropriate data right away. If you don't start right away, then you're gonna have compliance issues later on. Step 3, and most important step, is to issue an ESG report that will fully comply with deforestation and due diligence legislation criteria. An ESG report standalone, it's not enough. You need to create a report that will strictly comply with the requirements of these particular legislations. So through this three-step approach, you're going to be able to avoid any unnecessary risks, become competitive, and continue your export of your products to Europe. So as you're going to see here, how we can avoid complexity, there's two other ways that we suggest. The first of all is to consider, if you don't have an ESG report, to issue one and use standards like GRI, SASB, TCFD, and many other standards that are very much related with European legislations. But if you want to learn more, you can start an immediate gap analysis and also become a certified sustainability practitioners with our programs and learn more how you can really comply with these particular legislations. You can go to our site at csc-net.org and learn more about that. But complexity today in ESG is going to only increasing in the next coming years. So having the right infrastructure in place, having your right tools in place is going to help you a lot to move on to the next stage. So with that, I would like also to address an invitation to join our global affiliate consulting and training network. As I mentioned to you, we are 20 years in the field, so we are probably the oldest consulting and training firm globally. As you know, the ESG and sustainability consulting training market is booming. We've projected to reach $35 billion by 2030. And of course, you have the opportunity through an exclusive affiliation to work with CSC and join our brand. You can become an affiliate in trainings, an affiliate in consulting, but also both affiliate training and consulting as and representing CSC in your country, in your territory. As we have seen, we are many years in Ghana, in Japan, in Dominican Republic, in Oman, in Singapore, in all over the globe with the right affiliates, and we help companies to grow. So finally, the last thing before we move on to the Q&A session is that if you're going to become certified as a special professional in sustainability, you can join one of our programs. And then you can learn more about deforestation, about other EU legislations, and about any different standard you should know about ESG. Also, you can become a CSC affiliate, so you can join us or send us an email here and we're going to send you more information. So with that, I wanted to say that ESG is moving fast. Don't necessarily read what the news say about that. ESG is moving fast, is a fundamental change to the existing economical model, and we're going to see more and more legislations the next coming years, and of course, more and more requirements. So those organizations that really apply the right tools and get prepared now, they're going to have a great future after that. If you are not prepared yet, consider to do that because ESG is going to affect your core business and it may really impact your financial results right away, especially when you're dealing with countries or regions like Europe, Canada, parts in Asia like Japan, Singapore, and Middle East. So with that, I would like to thank you. If you want to contact me directly, this is my email. It's avlonas@csc-net.org, and our website is csc-net.org. So happy to connect with all of you. And Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for any kind of questions you're going to have.
Nikos, lovely presentation. I'm sure people would have some questions for him. Anybody, any questions, comments, feedback? No one? Because it seems you explain everything in a right way. People are pretty sure what you mentioned. So we don't have any questions at this stage.
Of course, and happy, of course, to share my presentation with everybody, but request that it's available to everybody. And thank you so much for being and having me even virtually in this conference. I hope the next time I'm going to be able to do there and meet you all face to face. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikos. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to the next presentation. This will be from Michelle from Manufacturing Africa. She can come on stage. She will be talking about beyond compliance topic.
All right, while Michelle is coming on stage, kindly note that the management will be having a fire drill. So there was by 10:30, there was the alarm for fire we set up, just a trial. So there is no need for you to panic. There is no need for you to, it's not an emergency, just to test the fire system. So it's just a test, no panic. All right, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming today. My name is Michelle Wanjiru. I'm the Climate and Environment Manager of the Manufacturing Africa program, and I'll be sharing lessons from this very exciting program that we've been working on. We can move to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, so Manufacturing Africa is a UK government program. It's a 7-year program running in 6 African countries, which is actually 7 African countries, which is Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Senegal, and Nigeria. And basically the goal of the program is to support the manufacturing sector in attracting foreign direct investment. So the goal of the program was initially to attract $1.2 billion worth of foreign direct investment, which we've surpassed. We're currently at 1.9 billion. The original goal was 90,000 jobs, and currently we are at 99,000 jobs. So I sit in the Climate and Environment Department of the program, which is the Development Impact Strategy. Thank you. The development impact strategy of the program. And basically we provide ESG pre-climate support to companies. And how you can think about this program, it's like a pre-investment support. So a lot of the companies that we support are very much early stage, seeking to look capital. Most of the time it takes 2 to 3 years for them to actually attract it, but we're building their capacity at the beginning. Yes, my topic today was around moving from ESG into impact. And basically what we've seen is that there is a lot of pressures externally in terms of intensifying requirements of standards and reporting standards. But what we've seen in the African context is that there is a mismatch in terms of, weak system, a lot of data gaps, weak governance. And basically, how we reviewed compliance is around just minimum threshold. But when we look at the conversations that we have with investors daily, is that we need to approach it from a more wholesome perspective. So looking at operational resilience, looking at strong governance systems, climate readiness, gender and impact is also key, and ensuring that we are communicating those impact pathways clearly. So one question that I always pose to the companies that we work with is, would they still secure the funding if investors were judging them or reviewing their organizations based on ESG performance rather than paperwork? So how we look at it from the MA experience is that we follow a system from compliance to strategic impact. Usually at the beginning, as I mentioned, most companies tend to have minimum requirements, and those are just baselines. You have your legal aspects in check, treating ESG mostly as a checkbox, but not as a value. So usually when we meet companies, they do have a couple of policies, a couple of documentations, but not a fully pledged system. So where we come in is providing these companies with systems, processes during our risk assessment, also enhancing some of the opportunities we see that they're leaving on the table. After that, it's usually the companies to strengthen and implement a lot of the support that we've shared to them. And once they've created this sort of foundation, they can be able to move into actually communicating what their impact is and looking at what the business case is from a more wholesome, regional, and affecting like a more wider community. So what we've observed actually across over 200 companies at this point actually, is that companies with ESG maturity tend to close much faster. Those that are ahead of the game just tend to, be more appreciated, more listened to when it comes to the room with investors. Strong governance, we tend to find this to be one of the biggest weak points for a lot of organizations. We could have maybe an ESG and ENS manager, but a lot of the ESG aspects are not being considered at the board level. We also realize that aspects around health and safety tend to directly impact productivity and turnover. And one of the last things that companies really do is around impact orientation. So this is also something that we provide support in, is how they are communicating their impact beyond just the sales that they're making, what they're manufacturing, into how this is actually impacting women, communities, and aspects such as that. So usually, always when we ask companies if these gaps were closed, what would be possible for your business? So I'll give you a case example for one of the companies that we've been working with, which is Kentegra. Kentegra was in a unique position because they already had an ESG manager. They had quite a lot of their systems in place. They were quite a heavily funded program. They had a very strong mission and a really sustainable product, as they were using natural pyrethrum to create insecticides. But where we came in was supporting them in building a robust impact reporting strategy. So we were able to map out what the full impact across the entire value chain was. So looking at jobs, gender, climate readiness, looking at how they are, treating their staff and zoning them down just to what was mostly commercially relevant. We were able to identify what were the key indicators for these particular areas, how we were able to embed those into their current business systems. We were able to define what were the actual collection methods and monitoring systems that they needed. And we were able, and this was one of the most interesting bits of my work with them, was ensuring that we consolidate the understanding of impact at leadership and at each department level, because we found that departments had a different idea of what they thought the impact of the business should be versus leadership. And what we were able to provide was an impact reporting tool that they were able to use in measuring and reporting and collecting some of those critical data that they were able to communicate. So this is one of the companies that was able to close quite fast. We worked with them for about a year and were able to lock in $25 million worth of funding. This was able to position them to scale. When I was working with them, they were at 40,000 farmers. This new investment was able to allow them to increase to 90,000, increase the number of jobs, and be able to triple their impact. So this is just a good example. When impact is structured, it opens and unlocks. So this is around integrating frameworks. Although we do work in the manufacturing different areas, how we treat each area is different, and how we measure risks in each size-fits-all approach, and ensuring that the risks and opportunities and values are all aligned within the particular area. So for example, is around supply chain, which is key within those areas. And then looking at climate, for example, and plastic, we're looking around circularity and greenhouse gas emissions. Meeting the minimum requirements, it's moving on to impact. This means around creating good. So looking at your positive outcomes beyond your business, job creation, tech, expansion within a particular area. So how we usually structure is we always start with risk, then we provide in building those particular systems. We we move into identifying what those impact pathways and aligning them to frameworks. Then we're able to translate those into KPIs. So each action plan that we provide companies has to have measurable impact outcomes. And this they are approaching investors. So we look at people in the program, as I mentioned, jobs created and sustained. We look at gender metrics and resource efficiency. So very many businesses could, around impact. Is it around economic inclusion, ensuring that they are aligning with also climate finance opportunities as well. Storytelling, just beyond saying, oh, we and actually showing appreciate when people are evidence-based rather than numbers, show how that's practical and make bold. So usually when it comes to aligning global frameworks with African realities, to find what the global expectation is and what we see on the ground is very, very different. Around the agenda, as a good example, most of the time just say we've had 50% women supply chain, how women are being represented in leadership, and to reduce the jargon when you are interacting with companies with tools, checklists, and a lot of practical guides that are aligned to the global standards, so that we give them align with this, because this isn't most of the manufacturing companies focus. So company. So we usually identify based on risk, like they are leaving potential revenue gains on the request, either directly from an investor, whether or also from the company luxury for a lot of businesses. What companies need to succeed is building robust systems. Starting early is what I usually say, start early, start small. Making sure that you have clear roles and assigning the right resources from management to team level, building tools that help you actually collect some of this data. Some of the plans that companies always hit on this because we don't have sufficient data to know whether this is ensuring that capacity building is key. And this is also something that cuts across also to the investors, ensuring that they're investing in long-term capacity building. Most of the time when investors come, they have this entire list of things that they want them to do. And a lot of companies haven't had the experience, the time to integrate a lot of the systems. So implementation is quite key. As well for policymakers is ensuring that we're harmonizing standards as well, putting too much pressure on young businesses, especially within the African context that are looking to be competitive on a global scale. It reduces, that duplicative reporting, but also reporting requires a lot of resources. So when businesses build capacities, investors reward transparency, and policymakers streamline expectations, ESG becomes a catalyst and not a burden for competitiveness, resilience, and impact across Africa. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions for her?
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, she'll go first.
Thanks for this. One question. Case study you had mentioned sort of the calm piece being the weak part, but actually it sounded like the really great, processes and systems, and it was just a matter of communicating this, which I think is almost the easiest part, right? Like when they already have sort of a comprehensive pack, it's a matter of helping them fine tune how they communicate that. So that those are rare cases, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm keen to hear how you work with the companies that actually struggle at the operational end, because I think I would again, but correct me if I'm wrong on that assumption.
Yes, so specifically with Kentegra, yes, they did have an ESG management, meet the minimum ESG requirements. Reporting in terms of communication and storytelling was one of the things, but they hadn't really defined what the key impact areas were. They had very broad, very many, very messy strategy. So how we approached it was we had theory of change workshops with each of the department leaders trying to zone and reduce a lot of their focus areas. They had a long list, and for us was looking at how they can be able to manage this system, fusing them to what was most impactful, most relevant to the business, and then expanding it. And then now communication bit of it was much easier once they had clarity. So clarity was the main bit of the exercise that we did with them. And for companies that struggle and don't have those systems, unfortunately, with the way the program is structured, we don't have extended time with companies. It's usually short. So one of the things that we look at is companies' appetite and readiness to receive that support as well, because we cannot force, because once we do that, it means that the governance will not own a lot of the strategies that we're letting them know. So usually it starts with, analyzing and building a case as to why this is important, because for a lot of businesses, that's not important as well. And also phasing our support in the moment. So sometimes we are working with very small teams. So looking at what their timeline is like, okay, fine, you're receiving maybe commercial support with the program. Maybe we phase ESG support when you have a little bit more capacity. So it's always working with their capacity, but the company's appetite and readiness to build and take the systems is key in how we're able to, push forward with them.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle, for the presentation. Michelle from Uganda, from Atacama Consulting. So I like what you presented. I think it's very, I think you're making a lot of difference in terms of investment, everything. So I spent a number of years working industries in the area of resource efficiency and cleaner production for UNIDO across Africa. And the issue was always, you work with the industries, they're keen to implement what they call the low-hanging fruits. Yeah, switch off electricity. This how you can be efficient in terms of how to use the water. Look at the input-output system. But the challenge was always when it comes to the high-cost investments, medium to high-cost investments. Then you find that they're backing off because the financing, the commercial banks were not willing to listen. So my question is, are you looking at having the finance to move these businesses from, say, the implementation of a low-hanging fruits type of interventions to being able to invest in the medium to high-cost investments? Because I believe your gains are realized. So are you looking at, a green financing instrument to move these businesses to the next level? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And it's a very good question. Yes, I would say based from the program and what we've seen, usually when we are building a case for a company, part of the reason is, the amount that they're looking for. So we usually advise them on, what they're asking for. So we have a lot of organizations within the program that have actually put in solar expansion as part of the finance that they're looking for. And then we're able to build in a case for that. So more and more we're seeing openness for investors to, you know, financing to build these ESG systems, because I agree, the higher you go, the more ambitious you get, the more expensive it is. We have a lot of investors that, especially development finance, that are willing to finance even at the beginning stage for companies to be able to build that. So ensuring that once the investors has, began engaging a company, immediately the company gets resources to hire a team in place and putting these processes in place. So these are things that we've seen that could be asked for when you're raising finance.
Thanks, Michelle. I just had a quick question around the impact side and the impact measurement. So whether there's sort of independent verification or audits of the impact numbers, and who covers the cost of the actual impact measurement?
Yes. So, yes, they are independent bodies that can actually measure, verify your impact claims. And that's why you need to build systems that are actually auditable from the beginning. And usually we also advise is ensuring that, consulting these auditable organizations at the beginning so that you know that your systems are right from the beginning. Usually with the program internally now across the year. So we do have a team internally that actually builds the models and verifies, and then now we're able to, pass them forward. When it comes to the usually our presentation today is just showing that this is a gap. We find that companies of talking about impact, because when they're looking at compliance, that's already such a huge area of gaps within their systems. So this is part of our advice on building systems in place. We do have a waste recycling initiative that we were supporting, and this was an investor-led idea. So when we were building what the potential KPIs for the businesses, they all a list of audit companies that could be able to verify, looking at it at different regions. So we were able to give them that. So they were spending a lot of time with investors building what those impact KPIs will, and then they built in auditable auditing timelines halfway, because it was a 7-year fund in between half. So it just depends. Most of the time, we tend to see that auditing comes from the investment side rather than the company side.
Quick one. You mentioned about the time frame. So it's getting completed or finishing next year.
Yes.
So would you be extending it, or means how?
So we're the 6th year of the program. The program ends next year in August. We are at potential of extension just because there's a lot of things that need to be consolidated at the for programs such as this, they tend to move into new types of programs with new types of focuses. So although the program was 7 years manufacturing, the next might focus on other particular things that are linked to UK development, economic development and climate tend to be quite consistent. Thank you, everyone.
Good. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. Like I mentioned, by 10:30, there will be a fire drill. So the fire alarm will go on. No need for panic. Just sit. It's just a drill to confirm if the fire alarm is working. It's just a drill. No need for alarm. And also, just so you note, for some of us that will be trying, I'll be trying to get the pictures for yesterday. that will be launched during the break. So the pictures will go live during the break, so you can have access yesterday and will be uploaded as well. Then at the end of the meet, all the photos and videos will be uploaded via the link as well. So, Chairman, the floor is yours for the next presentation.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for this announcement. Okay, so the next up is Ihane Anyahara. Okay, so he was supposed to be virtual, but I'm glad he could make it, and he's here in person. Ihana? Yep.
Good morning, distinguished participants. I'm happy to be here in person rather than doing a virtual. I didn't know I would be able to come. I gave my promise that I would be, but along the line, it wasn't quite sure that I was coming, why I'm put as virtual. So you are seeing me live virtually. To talk on Pan-African regulatory synergy towards mainstreaming Africans' voice. I have listened to some speakers, especially yesterday, when somebody referred Africa as standard takers. And that puts a very big question mark on Africa. The question is, the world is moving in a coordinated blocks. Speaker today said they have the reporting standards. ASEAN has a unified taxonomy. Latin America submits joint ISSB responses. Even the Gulf Cooperation Council have a joint response, aligning ESG rules rapidly. Which one does Africa has? Africa cannot move forward with 54 separate regulatory voices. To shape the sustainability standards that impact our economy, Africa must strengthen Pan-African regulatory strategy. This is our moment to harmonize, to coordinate, and build one African voice in global standard setting. I see on to the point that Africa has a common united voice. We are likely not going to have a voice, a strength to argue, to canvass, and campaign for funds. Finally, we have what I will call plethora of reporting standards. We have seen the graphics and statistics issued by the first we have the integrated reporting disclosure project. We have all of them, and what I refer as landscape. We have so many reporting frameworks and none come to Africa. And how do we draw those? The one good thing about the landscape is that there are processes of merger and consolidation. For instance, the International Integrated Reporting Council has merged with the CDP and then now created what they call Value Reporting Foundation, which has been consolidated into the International Sustainability Standards Board, and that is making us closely reaching a global baseline and convergence so that we can reduce the confusion in the sustainability reporting landscape. And we can also contribute in it. GRI has shown strong presence. However, there's a good ability standard board complementing their efforts, and the Task Force on Climate Financial Disclosure is the work of ISSB. Therefore, I see in a no distant future one single set of high quality sustainability reporting standards to be used globally. In getting to this one single set high quality, where is African voice? How do we do it? That's where we look at looking investments. I'll talk much because they have said a lot on that. In doing that, that will help us in expanding the African area, because we will be having a harmonized sustainability report across the African space. There is therefore a case for regulatory synergy. Let us avoid fragmentation. We can't go to a global front with different voices. If we avoid that and come together, that will enable comparability and trust in disclosures. She just mentioned when investors have trust in your disclosure, there is likely going to be investment in your industry or company. Let us leverage on collective influence in global fora that will assist us in having that. In doing so, let us stop believing that sustainability is into Africa. We have had a long history of activities in sustainability in Africa. If you go to South corporate governance, you have the Johannesburg disclosure guidelines, the sustainable banking principles in 2018, and in 2022, we did an limited approach now with Pan-African voice in sustainability report. Participating in ISSB process development will ensure that we have a common voice. But we need to rally around PAFA to ensure that we'll be able to achieve that. Simply looking at the role, I see PAFA, not only PAFA, anyway, we have other blocks that we need to come together, like the African Forum of Independent Accounting and Auditing Regulators. We come together, we will provide a platform for regional coordination, which is very, very necessary. And that will also help us to create technical partnership with the likes of the International Federation of Accountants, the likes of the ISSB or GRI, depending on where you are heading to. In doing so, we'll further gain access to knowledge sharing through PAFA sustainability, which I have the privilege to chair. The key pillars, of course, is coordination. Do that, we have serious capacity building. Each time we go to global fora, we give capacity as a problem in Africa. And there are some countries that have already gone ahead. Why can't we come together and share the knowledge and build collaboration and partnership that will help us. And if we're able to do that, I see us having credibility and high quality assurance because we will learn from each other and the learning curve will smoothen when we share our experience. In doing that, of course, we'll have to look at ways to surmount these challenges. One, like I have mentioned, is the fragmentation. We have uneven regulatory readiness. Some countries had already adopted. Some countries don't even. Why we borrow from what is that Latin America or Europe when we come together? One critical issue we need to look at is data scarcity and quality. And that is where I believe technology will come. Then we need to look at the cost of adoption. Medium enterprises. You can't adopt sustainability reporting standards without the use of technology. And in leveraging technology, we heard about the AI yesterday. There are a lot of them, the blockchain, the IoT, all of them. In sustainability reporting, data integrity and data collection process is very, very fundamental. We can't collect data through manual way. And we need to invest in building. Those who let us stop in technology. Let's come home and build technology that will suit the African narrative and story. We have the Microsoft, the Oracle, we have the SAP, a lot of them. How can we ask them to come, sit down with us, listen to our owners? In doing that, we'll be able to one thing. There is this mentality in Africa that the standard is set there and we are asked to implement. I give you the good example. Standard setting bodies develop, and some of us also are members of the thing. When they develop standards, they issue what they call exposure draft. It's about 20 days. There are from the globe to make comments. Most we from Africa rarely make comments. And these comments shape the outcome of the standards. I give you a critical example. When the International Financial Reporting Standard Foundation wanted to establish the International Sustainability Standard Board, they issued what they call consultation paper that required just simple two questions. The FRS Foundation is well positioned to issue sustainability standards. Second one, do we a new standard setting body? When they collected all the comments from Africa was less than 4%. Less than 4%. And they need to analyze the comments and use the comments to take a decision. And where they did not contribute and they took a decision, we did not come back and say it is them versus us. Therefore, I urge all of us here to please take time to contribute to standard setting process. There is one currently going that will last by 30th of this month. That is standardizing the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board 77 industry-specific standards. If you are aware of it, I don't know how many of you have prepared to send comments. These are our comments. We shape what that SASB requirements would be. And tomorrow, we'll be expected to implement that. Let us therefore create an African-wide sustainability assurance framework that will ensure credibility and create trust. We already have the international sustainability standards on assurance, 5,000. How many of us are ready to look at that? And therefore, looking at my time, I have to call for action toward coherent and credible sustainability future for Africa. One, we need to collaborate. We don't need to compete. As one indivisible Africa. And that will give us a strong voice globally. We need to invest in knowledge and infrastructure. Some of us don't consider investment in knowledge. Even when the knowledge is there, go to sites, go to websites, IFSASB, all of them. How many of us take that? If we're able to do the first two, I see Africa will be able to speak with one united voice. And if we say 54 countries, we want this, we have the resources. I think the globe will be able to. Africans, when our disclosures reflect our realities, our voices shape the agenda, and our actions build a future of shared prosperity. Thank you so much for listening. And let's make this journey less by working together.
Thank you, Yanni. Powerful presentation and speech. Thank you. Any questions for him?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I think it's really strong argument to be made. I just had a quick question for you around, I mean, we talk a lot about trying to make sure that Africa's voice is part of the global standard setting. And you've mentioned the idea of sort of regulatory adoption readiness and capacity development needs. But do you think, is there a fundamental difference in the input that would come from Africa in terms of the best practice standard and what it looks like for sustainability? Because obviously the markets that you're referring to are setting what they consider a level of disclosure and business strategy and practice. Do you think that that level looks different for Africa, and if so, why?
Thank you so much. I think we can reach it, and you are talking about different levels. Can we take a comparison of other blocks? They are not at the same par. In each block, all the countries in each block are not at the same par. But they try to adjust each country's level, and they agree on a common platform. The way I see it is whether it is Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania, or Kenya, we will need to adjust when we are speaking with one voice. And if we take Kenya's position, for instance, as the common platform, the simple thing is that all other countries will try to reach to that common platform. And that was why I advocated knowledge, cooperation, decision. For instance, we are here. If I know you know the knowledge, I will come to you to learn and be able to give that global practice that is acceptable everywhere. So I don't see any impediment except pride and ego. We have one voice in Europe. We have European reporting standards. We have the corporate sustainability directives. It's not every country in Europe is at the same level with each other, but they accepted the rules and everyone is working towards meeting that standard. I think we can replicate that, and that would be more helpful for us in Africa. That's my own thinking and position. Thank you.
Nice presentation. My name is Dr. Sagai. I came from Horn Economic Social Policy Institution. We are working on social economic issue, including climate. My question focuses basically, I appreciate your presentation. And then when we are thinking about Africa and focus literature, we wrote many things. We said many things, and even the Westerners are saying many things about us. And do we know where our problem is? Especially when we have rules and regulations, how we are going to implement? What is the level of commitment? How are our governments mobilizing to adopt, to implement this sustainable environment? Most of the time, organizations, civil society organizations, NGOs, they are working. But the level of effort, the power, the mandate they have is limited. The mandate, the power, the resource, which is not many direct resource, the mobilization capacity is the government and the politician. So how we are going to enforce and make sustainable in their day-to-day work, so that we will see sustainable. I would like to take a simple example. I don't want to go far. Just let's take Nairobi. When we come from Isli to this, to the place where we are now, and are we moving, expanding the environment from Isli or from somewhere marginal area of Nairobi to where we are now, or expanding what we are here toward the other area? Just, we don't want to go far. We don't want to go to rural areas. We don't want to go to the desert areas, environmental rehabilitation and other things. Just what we are doing now, where we are we mitigating the problem really? Instead of just we are talking, we are adapting some. Are we really mitigating the problem? That's my question. Thank you so much.
For the want of time, I think we just need to be quick, if I can request, and maybe we can close and him quickly, and then
his intervention is more of comment, expressing the common issue we have in Africa. Let me pick what I understood from the statements. Do we know what our problems are? For me, I think we have identified what our problems are. The next question is, do we have the political will to solve these problems? And that's where some of the interventions we are having, to me, is very potent. Until we have a common voice that can put pressure we will not be able to solve the identified problems, in my estimation. The major problem, I talk to them when we go for global ESG program, ESG, environment, social. For Africa, the key problem is governance. And governance is not something you will use rules, laws, or codes to get. So until we change our mindset, I don't think we'll be able to reach it. But I'm not going there. We are talking about how do we speak with a common voice. And I think creating like the African Forum uh, accounting and auditing pressure on African Union will give us that common voice. My intervention, because I'm a stickler to time and I'm being pressured here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Apologies.
Can we take that offline? Maybe let's take that offline. I think we are running late. Sorry.
As the chairman decrees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving to the next case study presentation, Mercy for Nevers Limited. Can we have Mercy on stage?
Good morning, everyone. Wait. Good. My name is Mercy Karanja. I head the ESG retail chain market in Kenya. Stores. We are currently one stores. We just wanted to discuss. I think I just wanted to discuss a few things about what retail is doing. Is doing the impact we have on ESG and what we are doing with regards to ESG. I think we are a powerful connector as a retailer because we work with almost over 4,000 suppliers. That means those are majority SMEs. 80% of them are SMEs who have an impact onto the environment. So basically, I'll just take us through what we are doing and the things we would wish to do. All of these things I usually say are continuous improvement. We want to grow ourselves as we go. Yeah. So one way of improving ESG performance, we are looking at how to add ESG in the way we operate our stores. So one way we are looking at, or what we are working with right now, is sustainable sourcing. We have implemented a responsible sourcing program for our suppliers. It's quite a tedious journey, but we are working to get them involved in the process of sustainable procurement. How are they? We get to know where they're sourcing, what labor requirements are they following, and that. So we are doing that program. We also look at energy and efficiency. We note that. I think the first time I ever had looked at our bills, I was very shocked at how much we consume. And you can say, can we switch off our lights inside our stores? But the look and feel attracts customers, makes the customers feel, those kind of things. But how else can we make it more efficient for ourselves? So water and energy efficiency is that. I think that on supply chain, I've spoken about it. With regards to circular economy practices, we are looking at we are working with a lot of recyclers. Our goal is to make sure that 100% of our waste is off landfills. So we are working with recyclers for plastic, for paper, for hazardous waste, for e-waste. All this waste we are working towards get 100% off landfills. The other thing we're doing is customer engagements. We, of course, transparency and education. We are open to discuss with customers if there's any communication they put on social media or reach out to us. We try to communicate to them. Something else we could adopt is green aisles, aisles that are supporting green products. But as you're putting those products there, I would want to note that the pricing of green products is usually on the high end, how else can it be affordable for us to encourage shoppers to shop sustainable products off the shelves. Yeah. And of course, we work with a lot of communities, NGOs, just to ensure that we also partnering with them, tree planting, children homes. Those are things we usually get participate in. It's happening to expectations that are happening from investors and regulators. One thing you'll find ESG is usually implemented as an investor-led program. Most people go to start doing ESG because the investor said we have to. So are the requirements, right? So this one is giving us access to capital. We every time you're showing improvements in your ESG programs, you're more lucrative to the investor. But with regards to the compliance aspects, we are faced with daily. There's always a new law coming up, and we are running around to get ourselves compliant. As you know, to the 100 stores, it means you have to comply times 100. It's quite heavy financially. And also the part of implementing it with regards to operations, it's quite a task right now. Again, with regards to risk and management and just taking care of our it's also an impact that's an area of impact for us as the business, because with the ESG, we're able to address nutrition, things with food safety, environmental impacts, health and safety impacts that we have in our business as such. So I think what's shifting again, we have new laws coming up for the listed companies in Kenya. Of course, you're required to start with the reporting. For us, but IFRS is one of the ones that we are looking forward to start reporting on. We've seen the climate risk integration. Investors are asking us to integrate climate risk as an aspect of what we are looking with our risk management. And finally, I think the impact it has on our business, data-driven systems, ESG systems, you'll find data is the key driver for ESG. Yes. Without data, we are impacted as well. We don't know what we are working on. We don't know what our goal is. So quality data coming for us when you look at, like as you say, times 100, getting resource emission data from 100 stores, the quality affected, if you're looking at stakeholder engagement, all these things are. So we need to make sure that all the data is accurate. So for us, we have the NIVAS ESMS that is what we are using as our baseline. And annually, we have monitoring that is done for E&S just to track what we are doing. I think with stakeholder engagement, I've spoken much about it, but then grievance mechanisms are very important for us, noting that we are a workforce of almost 12,000 employees. We have a lot of grievances we experience. We have a lot of customers that we work with, who shop in our shops. So grievance management is key for us. And I think proactive compliance, being ahead of the game and making sure that you are engaging with regulators. I think as the previous speaker spoke, it's at draft stage. We don't participate in communicating or saying our views, and then it's out is when we start crying. Yeah. So that's what we are currently doing. So what can we learn from the retail scene? What challenges are we experiencing? As I've said, regulatory issues are very strong for us. We always have to define the newest law that has come. We need to understand how it's going to impact us as a business in terms of operations. I think resource constraints, you'll find normally you'll find ESG departments are challenged in terms of resourcing. So you want to have 100 ESG officers in 100 stores, but the business cannot afford that. So how do you manage with your small or lean team? It's quite something. Budgets as well, because investing in ESG programs requires budgets. So instead of being looked at as a spender department, how else can we look like a better department that is helping the business to progress? I think with regards to infrastructure gaps, we are looking at waste recycling. Majority of the recyclers we Nairobi. So it means we have to figure out, are we bringing back our waste all the way to Nairobi? it's a challenge because you can't experience, we don't get recyclers outside of the major cities. So if it's in the offsites, we don't have recyclers there. So we have to think about bringing back our waste back. So I think an investment in waste technologies or recycling facilities outside of the capital would be really important. I think how the inclusion of people and previously partnerships. I think it's important to have partners. We work together with our own, we call them Retrack, but the retailers team, we work with them, but we also work with the government together with that and any other CBOs, NGOs to progress ourselves and make sure that we are participating in the process of social inclusion. So that's what we are doing. I think what we have as retailers, we play a great place. We are at a very high advantage of accessing suppliers and influencing change from where we sit. Yeah. I think yesterday we had a new requirement from NEMA that requires that all packaging materials should be labeled and all that. They are asking us as retailers to ensure that all our suppliers are government is using us as conduits to be able to achieve this. Of course, consumer awareness. We are being a retailer, a brand. We are at a place of influence to the market that we are operating in. And of course, technology adoption. This never goes. We have to go with technology everywhere we go. So I think technology is going to be a good place for us to. I think ESG digital tools as such are things we could utilize. I think on something else I want to discuss, retailers as the driver of climate change. Here we are looking at, we are the most visible influential sectors in the markets. So what can we do? For us, we are looking at energy efficiencies, as I've mentioned. We're looking at green logistics, efficient fuel technologies to minimize our consumptions, our emissions as such. We have a number of fleets, it means we have a high impact. And of course, we are promoting circular economy through waste reduction. Like I've said, we are trying to make sure that all 100% of our waste is off the landfills. And I think with fair labor practices, like I said, we have a big workforce, and we want to ensure that everyone in our workforce is has a fair experience working with us, that there's human rights consideration, there's fair labor practices. Generally, everything with labor is being considered. And of course, we partner again with a lot of our communities on the same to be able to drive change. I think finally, the role does yes, and how can leadership, how can innovation impact all of us? So I think with I usually say yes, you cannot move without the leaders in. You just be running and without doing. The commitment from leaders is usually very important. Capacity building. Sometimes people look at ESG as that department from a distance, and then stop you. So when there's a crisis, ESG is called. When there's a issue that has happened, they only wait so every other department to participate in the process. That's when you're doing the supply chain, the supply management program that we're doing. We have brought all heads of department and the department's teams to understand what they have on the impact the suppliers have on them in case there's a failure or a system failure as such. So, and then accountability. This is very important, critical for us to be able to, of course, I think we have to hold ourselves accountable. I cannot not hold myself accountable as a business and just say that's NEMA's work or that's the other retailer's work. I have to be responsible. I think I've talked about innovation. I think what I want to talk about consumer-centric solutions. Like I was saying, a lot of green products or sustainable products are ranked as high-end products. And so nobody wants to go and buy in. So we've always seen brand loyalty is usually within, we used to have brand loyalty before, but with the economic situations, people are switching from brand loyalty to which is the cheapest product I can get, because what can I afford to purchase off the shelf? So considering such things to encourage a lot of these things. I think I've covered majority of this in. I think big picture for us is retailers have a very big place to play or a role to play to influence in our organization. Thank you so much. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Kenya.
Thank you very much for the question. So my question is, from the ESG perspective, what do you do with the food that is unsold? When I look at the pastries, because I've seen some statistics from some European countries whereby sort of like in the evenings when they haven't sold their pastries, they sort of like do half price and they're able to sell more. And on some of them are even able to distribute to people who are less fortunate. So from your perspective, because you're a big retail in Kenya, what would be your advice? What are you doing as a retailer to from the S? I think that would be the S part of it.
All right. So we call it organic. So we have been calling it organic for a long time, but we're currently retrack to pursue a program to do the we lower the pricing towards the end of the day to give it to the less fortunate. But currently, the waste is currently being recycled for the black soldier fly project that we're doing.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I actually have two questions. You talked about community. Could you expand who exactly is community for Naivas? And secondly, could you more around how you are partnering with regulators and government around ESG issues?
So communities for us are the ones, the areas where our branches are the people who we call community. So our neighbors, our shoppers as such. That's how we call community. The part we're partnering with regulators, we currently work through the Retailers Association of Kenya to be able to partner with that. We also work closely with our producer responsibility organization, PACPRO. That's the one that we partner closely with on this. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so up next is the panel discussion. Can I ask team to set the stage, please? So panel will be moderated by Dr. Beryl. If I can request Dr. Beryl to, the panelists. Dr. Beryl. Topic of the regulatory framework for sustainable finance. I'll leave it to you, Dr. Beryl, for the introduction of panelists. You can just call them and start the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hi, some on their phones. Hi. How are you? Good to see you this morning. Look all amazing. So up for panel discussion. I think I'd like to call our panelists up. We have Michelle Ranja, please come up. Sheda Motuku, karibu sana. Ramji Krishna, welcome to the stage. Ismail Osman, Gladys Kivati, and Juma Mandela, welcome to the stage. Sana. Wow, my panelists look amazing and very sharp. So good morning, distinguished guests, panelists, speakers, and delegates. My name is Berry Lokumu. For those of you who don't remember, I had a presentation yesterday, and it's my pleasure to moderate this discussion on navigating regulatory frameworks for sustainable finance in Africa. So I'm the founder of the Bar Consulting, an African-focused advisory firm that supports animal welfare organizations, regional farmer platforms, policy stakeholders, and governments to co-develop equitable, humane, and sustainable business cases that will uplift smallholder farmers, improve animal welfare outcomes, and strengthen climate food system. Also a veterinarian by profession. I love animals, as you can tell. I'm a grandmother to 3 dogs, which belong to my daughters. I'm not allowed to call them my children. They're my grandkids. I have 3 daughters, teenagers, 18 years, 16 years, and 13 years. So I'm already a grandma. Enough about me. So today's conversation comes at a critical moment when ESG regulations are rapidly evolving globally. African companies are increasingly linked to EU supply chains. Investors now require documented ESG performance and risk disclosure, and Africa must position its voice in global sustainability. Africa is no longer a passive participant of global rules. We are active contributors and beneficiaries. So this panel will explore how these regulations impact African markets, what harmonized Africa look at, or what harmonized African frameworks could look like, implications of for investors, SMEs, retail, energy, extractives, and carbon markets, and how to practically navigate compliance and turn it into competitive advantages. So I'd like to introduce my panels. Please join me in welcoming them. I would like you to introduce yourselves one by one. And as you introduce yourselves, please answer this at the end of your introduction. If your organization's ESG strategy was an animal, which one would it be and why?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Ramji Krishna. Don't worry about the name and the color. I work with Kenya Climate Ventures, which is an impact investment company and the very first climate-related fund manager has been licensed by CMA Kenya. I work as the ESG and impact advisor. If our ESG framework was an animal, which one would it be? I would say probably a tiger, very gentle, but aggressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Juma Mandela. I work for Diamond Trust Bank Group based in Nairobi, Kenya. Diamond Trust is part of the Aga Khan Fund for Economic Development with interest in financial industry, media, hospitality, and of course insurance, part of Jubilee Holdings. Basically, I handle the group that is Diamond Trust Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Burundi, where we have subsidiaries. In Kenya, we've got 90s with an asset value of almost handling ESG and climate risk. Thank you. Oh, if I was to describe the animal, Diamond Trust Fund, I'll consider it as a buffalo. Why? It has a lot of energy and the drive is from within. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gladys Kivati. I lead the team at Sustainable Business Consulting. We are a sustainability and ESG advisory firm. We are Pan-Africa, headquartered in Kenya with branches in 5 states. We mainly focus on organizing financial institutions, investors, as well as corporations in integrating sustainability and ESG in their strategy, their processes, systems, as well as support in sustainability report global frameworks. Excited to be here. I would say we are existing for the last 15 years, and I think when we started, ESG we really took a lot of time to really communicate what ESG is for people to understand it. But I think we've seen the transformation within the sector. And I think just like an eagle, we've seen transformation an eagle being used to really communicate transformation, or even a butterfly being able to communicate transformation. And I think we've been able to see how the sector, how the theme has evolved, and really happy to be where we are. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shida Mutuku. I lead Woodside Africa Group Limited, which is a Pan-African company, which is also diversified. And some of the things we do, we are in sustainable business. We advise corporate leaders how to grow their companies using corporate sustainability as a tool. Number 2, we are in infrastructure development, social infrastructure development. So we build schools, hospitals, world-class, large scale. Hello? Okay. We also are in manufacturing, environmental conservation, youth development, and I am forgetting one, I think, but you can visit our website, woodside.africa. You'll be able to get all the information there. Now, if as an animal, we are not yet in existence, all right? We operate in totally blue ocean space. And that is the beauty about corporate sustainability, because everything that we do is anchored on corporate sustainability. As a purpose-led business, our true north is a prosperous Africa. So as an animal, not yet. Once we are in existence, probably in 15 years, then you'll be able to see what kind of animal that we are. But we are passionate about Africa. Personally, if you want to know, I would say probably I'm an eagle, and I'm a dreamer and lover of Africa. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think I've introduced myself previously, but my name is Masika Ranja. I head the ESG department. I'll just go straight into the animal. At Naivas, we are referring ourselves cozy, because it's a falcon. We are at the stage of, if you know about the flywheel process, we are soaring. So with Falcon, with Cozy, we are changing our levels. We are changing our terms of operation and all those things. That's where we are right now.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ismail Abukar Osman. I'm Executive Director, Somali Environmental Development Organization that works for environment and climate change in Somalia. The question is, when I talk for for answer, the animal for in Cedo, we work for, we started for campaign for about tree planting, or we call it for make your city green. That is our.
Thank you so much, our distinguished guests. Those are amazing animals, and I can see the empathy in your hearts, and I love that. So thank you and well done. All right, so my first question goes to Shada on regulatory frameworks and large-scale financing. As you lead the Africa Social Infrastructure Fund, ASIF, what regulatory barriers or enablers have you encountered when financing sustainable infrastructure across different African countries?
Great. As I said, where we are right now, and also in future, we are operating in areas where it is uncharted. We've taken the uncharted path when it comes to business. And that is the totally blue ocean space, because there are not many players in that area. If you look across Africa, I'm not sure how many funds are dedicated towards social infrastructure in the magnitude that we are looking at, which is currently $35 billion. Obviously, done in cycle, keeps on going off. So now, when it comes to regulation, then we are self-regulating, because in that space, as yet, we do not have any regulation, new or unique regulations that govern funds such as ours, because this is alternative funding for social infrastructure in Africa. So we do not have that defined as yet, apart from the usual existing, you've got to register this in a certain way, probably a trust, probably a foundation. Those that exist, the conventional ones are still there. But when it comes now to what we are doing, that is a totally clean. So we really do not have barriers, regulatory barriers as such. In fact, that is an enabler, because we are self-regulating, and that gives us speed to move as fast as we want. Very quickly to close is that the downside, whereas we do not get regulatory barriers, we have political barriers. For instance, when we were about to launch this fund, and we are getting a president of a certain country to come and launch it, just for the formality, I think it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because it did not happen. However, what now happens is that the idea is hijacked and it is launched as something else. And we know the problems that we have with integrity and everything else. For us, our currency is trust. So when we are not working with governments in that close space, they're still a stakeholder, only that they are not very close to what we are doing, because we do not want to lose the trust currency. So that is basically how regulation impacts our fund.
Thank you so much, Shada. I'm glad you are full of trust and integrity in your organization, being in this country where one in every two Kenyans is a thief. Someone said yesterday.
Yeah, in fact, that is one of the things, accountability and transparency. I mean, because the sources of our funding, we're talking about government, we're talking about corporate Africa, coming in and being a part of this movement. We're talking about the public, your $10, your $5. So then how do you know that? And then this infrastructure that we are going to put up, let's say the 1.2 billion hospital, the 350 affordable housing, the 300 sports city, when you're talking about a fashion city as well, is that going to be Shida's? Is that going to be Woodside? So why should you give me that money to make myself this property owner? So those things, we have to look at it differently in terms of community ownership, in terms of transparency, accountability. It is real time. It is on another level altogether. And that is why now you see we cannot really get government to be one of our closest allies. Until they solve issues, we will keep on moving by ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our next presenter, Ramji, this question is for you. So on ESG regulations and standards, KCV and Northern Albertine Network on Environment and Petroleum, OFD program under WWF UCO, how prepared are African enterprises and SMEs to comply with emerging ESG disclosure frameworks such as ISSB, that is International Sustainability Standards Board, or CSRD type models?
Oh, thank you so much. Based on my experience, let me start from Uganda. While I was in Uganda, I was working with a CSO coalition or a network at a regional level and at the same time at the national level. At the national level, we had what we call the CSO Coalition Oil and Gas, that is CISCO, where we were trying to do quite a lot of stakeholder engagements. We're engaging oil companies, we're engaging the government, and we're engaging different communities to come up with certain participate and contribute to drafting different laws and regulations, conduct community, and then the energy sector players like the oil companies. So we did quite a lot of work, and you realize that when you go deeper, there are those larger enterprises that are well prepared. But the devil always lies within the smaller enterprises. And I will say they are not fully prepared, but they are ready to learn. And when you look at the kind of issues that always come in place, the issues of knowledge, like the previous presenters talked about and speakers talked about, different regulations, different frameworks, and they end up becoming very confusing. And most of these small scale enterprises, they don't know exactly where they fit. And it becomes interestingly hard for them to get ready and then report on such standards and frameworks. And then also there's the other aspect. You see, when dealing with SMEs within the two countries, I try to look at them as politicians. Yeah, like currently when you go to Uganda, the way we are seated here, politicians will look at us as voters, not participants. Yeah, the same goes to the SMEs. When they look at the private sector or the investors or the donors, they look at the money. Yeah, just the way the politician will convince you to accept the different lies and promises, the SMEs will convince you to accept the risk that you're seeing is very great, that it is not great. And that is something that is a little bit hard to accept. Because based on my experience with KCV, we do a lot of due diligence before actual investment, where we move further to, and we integrate these levels into various areas where we can put, now we have identified these levels, anything that comes to regulatory compliance, you must comply before we agree that this investment can move forward. And then when you look at some other issues that on these ones, we can help you. Still, the SMEs are not fully prepared because of a lot of issues that is already entrenched within. One speaker talked about our main issue here being governance. And when you look at the governance structures of some of these SMEs, you will find, I'll give an example, you go for due diligence. And then I've learned a lesson that when I'm going for my due diligence, I don't send my questionnaire in advance. I go and attack you face to face. And then you tell me the lie or the reality face to face. But if I send you the questionnaire in advance, and when I get there, you will fail to give me the evidences. So I ambush for every question I ask you, and you answer in the affirmative, realizing that most of these SMEs, they do not have it. It becomes very hard to help you. And also what we get comes from incubation programs to make them investor ready. But they're not investor ready. When you go there, you'll find what was supposed to make them investor ready is actually investors can look at you and you become very attractive. But if you don't accept the reality on ground and the challenges, then it becomes very hard to help you to achieve and address those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramji. I do hope the SMEs do the support and training required to be able to comply.
Yes, they do. Once investment is made, there is what we call technical assistance and business growth support services that we offer. And we offer this in different ways. We have internal capacities to address some of these gaps, capacity % of the cost. Sometimes the cost, but when this happens, the SME starts feeling like someone said they treat
And scale.
When for the gap is for Somali, especially my knowledge for Somalia, there are many community for vulnerable for the for climate shocks, special Somali visit for the El Nino. We learned for the money lesson. Then there is no regulation for management. There is no regulation, but there is trying to support for the
Oh, that's a good way to go. So my question is to Gladys. on regulatory landscapes. You work closely with regulators and financial institutions. How mature are Africa's sustainable finance regulations compared to global benchmarks?
Yeah, so interesting because this regulation, hearing yesterday, hearing this morning, the regulations are mainly developed, say, in the UK. So what Africa is doing is we are playing catch up. And when it comes to play, definitely you find the maturity levels of different African countries is varied. For instance, we've seen countries such as Kenya, Nigeria, Mauritius, really even South Africa actually taking a leading role when it comes to implementing or really aligning to these global frameworks. For instance, in South Africa, I think it was mentioned this morning, we have the Johannesburg Stock Exchange that is really putting in place taxonomies. Also in Kenya, we have the NSC, the central bank that has put together this green finance taxonomy. And right now, if you're listed, with the NSC, there's this, it's voluntary. Maybe that's one of the pain point. It's voluntary for most financial institutions to be able to, disclose what you're doing around ESG. But then the beauty is with all these regulations, we have seen the different institutions providing guidance in the sense of, for instance, the NSC has provided an ESG disclosure tool, which we support different financial institutions in being able to report where they are in their financial journey. We also have, for instance, in Nigeria, we have the sustainability banking principles that actually guide Nigerian banks in being able to report where they are in being able to really assess. So for instance, how can you assess credit risks within your loan portfolio? So we've been able to work with different financial institutions to really align with these regulatory frameworks. Of course, it's a journey. I think it was mentioned this morning as well that most of even the financial institutions or even investment firms, fund managers, you will find the ESG teams are lean. And so that's where we come in to really these lean teams with the capacity to really manage these different but also support the entire organization. But this is also dependent on, for instance, association, which really provides capacity building to also financial institutions. And definitely because these financial have also to access, say, the Green Climate Fund, have to access other green funding or sustainability linked investment companies, like I think KCV and other fund managers also have to access this investment capital that is existing. So ensuring that there's the right capacity for them to capitalize on these opportunities that exist within climate green finance with a very big regulatory framework around it. It's high time most African countries went on the bandwagon of really aligning to the EU and the UK regulatory frameworks that have been set out. And I think as somebody mentioned, I think the gentleman from, was it PAFA, there's high time we contribute to these taxonomies, to these disclosure tools, and make them African and contextualize them to the African context, because most of them were developed for developed countries. But how do we
I think with regards to regulation, I said earlier on, there's new laws always coming up. Retailers, I think other businesses on tours. but the impact of this is financial impact. I would say, like I think Gladys has said, the bankers, the financial institutions already have their own guidelines, the NSC disclosures and all that, but retailers do not have any regulations set out for us. So we are literally working in the marketplace by ourselves. I think it's a call to action for us retailers to define for ourselves what it is for us to comply with. Otherwise, currently what we're doing is just running around what the law is giving us. Yeah.
Thank you. So is that why we have supermarket chains coming up and dropping off easily? Well, I hope that will come into, yeah, I hope that will come into effect, that we'll get some regulations for the retailers. Okay, so Juma? For you, as a contributor to the TCFD and IFRS S1, S2 disclosure templates for Kenyan banks, what key steps should African financial institutions take to prepare for mandatory sustainability reporting?
I'm honored to be part of the KBA SFI working group committee member. Basically, the SFI is an industry-led working group set in the economy, environment, and the Kenyan setup. It's very contextual to the African and East African environment. We do address any regulatory concerns, audit models, risk-based pricing, sustainability issues, because we realize that the regulator was always giving us regulation, but in terms of compliance, we were caught flat-footed.
but you are not willing to offer the support to give them the capacity to measure and align their climate impact data to the global standards. An example is that I was interacting and verifying some data from one of our SMEs. And the SME has reported that within the period of 6 months, they were able to reduce or like sequester around 15,000 metric tons of CO2. Even Kenya, the country, cannot achieve that in a year. So how were you able to achieve that as a within 6 months? Been advocating for is if we need to align this, there are certain SMEs that need clear assistance in conducting an LCA. And to do a basic LCA, an SME needs between 30 to 50,000 USD. That is very basic. And where will such money come from if the right technical assistance is not given? So when we are advising and advocating for such reporting to global standards, let's also put the necessary resources to provide the right technical assistance to these SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramji. Very interesting insights. I'd really like to thank you. It is clear that ESG compliance is not just a regulatory requirement it's an opportunity for Africa to strengthen competitiveness, attract sustainable finance, and shape global standards. So let us continue building strong, aligned frameworks that support Africa's sustainable future. Thank you so much. Kindly give them a warm hand of applause. Yes, so you can have your seats. Or do we take a photo, a group photo? Should we take a group photo? Or you have? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, panelists.
All right, thank you so much, panelists, for the action and also the presentation. Please touch my hands together to appreciate them for they did a great job, and also they gave us some great cutting-edge strategy in regards to ESG. And so we're going straight to our coffee break. We'll be back 11:35. So we can have networking, take coffee, and just stretch our body a bit so before we come back for the next section. So please, we can go for our coffee break now. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Does this work? Is that good?
Yes, it's perfect. I can see the presentation clearly. I can see you and hear you. So I think everything is ready.
Okay, cool. I'm just going to leave everything like this and wait for you to say, go ahead. Is that cool?
Yes, exactly. You can feel free to turn off your camera and mic, and then at 11:35 Nairobi time, we will restart. So you can be there, and the chairman will announce your session.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Roshni, are you able to hear us? Confirm.
Yes, I can.
Okay, we'll be starting in 2 to 3 minutes. Just give us a minute. Just confirming your audio.
building trust in ESG African markets. Loshni, can you hear it? Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Great. So the floor is yours. Please, you can start your presentation. Remember, you have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the Q&A section.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. It is a privilege to be here, albeit virtually. As mentioned, I'm Loshi Naidu, the Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSE, and I'm delighted to contribute to this conversation. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the collective progress that we have made on this continent, from green bonds, climate smart agriculture, sustainable infrastructure. Africa is no longer responding to global sustainability trends, but we are actively shaping them. But to unlock our continent's potential, we must build trust. And trust in the realm of ESG begins with transparency. And one of the mechanisms that enables this is on how we report on ESG and sustainability. So, what are some of the benefits and why should we be thinking about ESG and sustainability reporting? So reporting requirements can serve both as a compliance and as a strategic imperative. It is how we communicate our values, risks, opportunities, but most importantly, our impact. It serves as an accountability mechanism, ensuring that sustainability is not just aspirational, but actionable, measurable, transparent. And on the slide, you'll see I have listed several benefits of robust reporting, which tries to capture the reasons of why companies who have embarked on this journey continue to report on ESG or sustainability. And it also includes some of the reasons why countries incorporate reporting requirements into the policy frameworks. So regulatory certainty provides a stable foundation for long-term planning and effective risk management for both companies and markets alike. Early identification of ESG risks helps organizations proactively mitigate those threats and avoid costly liabilities. We've seen that tracking ESG data reveals inefficiencies in systems and processes, enabling operational improvements and cost savings. And we've seen that ourselves as the JSE. Integrated sustainability data supports, informed decision-making, especially around resource allocation, resilience planning. And that's something that's been clearly demonstrated through our work around climate scenario planning that we've undertaken earlier this year. Credibility with stakeholders is built through clear, consistent, and transparent reporting, and reliable data reduces greenwashing, strengthening the legitimacy of sustainability claims that companies make. Improved transparency and comparability boost investor confidence. And we've seen that demonstrated in engagements that we've had with investors ourselves. I don't want to spend too much time on the next two slides, just given in terms of timing, but I'm hoping this gives you a very clear snapshot of globally how sustainability and ESG reporting has evolved over the years, especially in the last couple of years where we've started seeing the shift from a very fragmented landscape to one where there is increasing standardization, interoperability, and global alignment. I think because of the heightened focus, especially in the last maybe 5 years, we've seen the formation of the International Sustainability Standards Board, which I'm sure has been mentioned in quite a few of your panels already, the merger of certain frameworks like SASB, IIRC, CDSB, etc., the launch of IFRS S1 and S2, and the increasing adoption of that in various jurisdictions. And the slide that follows will demonstrate some of that global adoption that's been taking place. But I think also what's quite important is the shift towards biodiversity. And we've seen how GRI is incorporated and aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And more recently, I guess, the work from the EU in terms of the European ESRS and the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which very importantly, from our perspective, incorporates that double materiality perspective. especially, I guess, the focus has really been in the last 2 years where we've seen growing adoption on S1 and S2, growing collaboration, GRI, between GRI and IWSB, and I've mentioned ESRS in terms of how they've been working towards reducing the reporting burdens of companies, and how in the last few weeks that the announcements on the result of this simplification process and how this will impact companies who are not just operating in the EU, but who have trade agreements, etc., and the impacts that it has in their reporting landscape. So if we shift very quickly to what's been happening on the continent, and there has been increasing and growing commitment to ESG disclosure. And this map was last updated on the 27th of August, so it may not fully represent all of the work that is happening by the various countries on the continent. So parallel to looking at what's been happening on IFRS adoption, I ran this exercise using AI to identify all those countries in Africa that are either using GRI because or S1 and S2, and the reasons for choosing GRI because of the long history that a number of countries and companies on this continent have had in using GRI, and S1 and S2 specifically because of the increasing attention that the IWSB standards have been receiving. Whilst formal adoption of either of these standards is low, and by formal adoption, I mean integration or incorporation into legislation or regulation, I was pleasantly surprised at the number of countries who are undertaking some form of ESG and sustainability reporting. It's probably easier to list the countries that are not doing some form of reporting, but it works out to about 9 out of 54 countries who are not doing any form of ESG or sustainability reporting. And I think it takes, because of the emphasis that's been placed on S1 and S2, I think it's appropriate to take a moment to take stock of the approaches that various countries across the country are looking at. And again, I do want to emphasize that, this is not a complete view, because I do know in the background, a lot of countries are having lots of conversations on what is the best approach around S1 and S2. So just to summarize quickly, we've seen that Tanzania has adopted, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria have made commitments to adopt, Rwanda and Uganda at a comment letter, and maybe have moved beyond the comment letter stage. And the earliest adoption date we've seen is from Rwanda and Tanzania, which is 1st January 2025. So each country has various adoption roadmaps, timelines, types of entities that are going to be impacted, as well as different types of assurance requirements. Again, just to emphasize that there is a lot of work going on in the background. And from a South African perspective, the different regulators in the country are actually engaged and quite regularly, especially in the last few weeks, determining and debating and discussing what is the country's direction, what should it be, who should it impact, how will it impact certain companies, and which standards should we be looking at, whether we should be adopting. So at this point, there is no firm decision as yet coming out of all of the bodies. So with a growing emphasis on ESG sustainability reporting, companies are taking this quite seriously. However, to ensure credibility of reporting and limiting the instances of greenwashing, there are several challenges that reporters must overcome. We ran a survey and exercise a couple of years ago post the release of our voluntary sustainability disclosure guidance, which unpacked some of these burdens and the challenges and barriers that companies face in implementing sustainability reporting. One of the biggest challenges is really cost burden. Reporting requires an investment in staff, systems, processes, training, consultants, and assurance providers. And what we found was that this cost can easily go up to 10 million Rand, depending on the level of the maturity of that organization from an ESG sustainability perspective. This also excludes assurance costs, which can easily run up to 2 to 3 million Rand for each engagement. What we've also, the feedback we also received was the lack of a common reporting framework. There's, a lot of frameworks that companies use, other than the ones we've mentioned. They also participate in, for example, CDP and other rating agencies. So the lack of harmonization does create some confusion and inefficiencies, especially around the data gathering. Data was one of the single most biggest issues, again, also raised around availability and the consistency of data. It varies significantly across companies due to differences in methodology, granularity, accessibility. Many organizations do struggle with collecting reliable data, especially when it comes to, for example, scope 3 emissions along their value chain. Another area raised was around assurance or verification. The use of credible third-party verification can have significant costs attached to it, especially if service providers are not local. From a government perspective, we've noted that governments, regulatory departments often lack expertise or resources of the funding to implement robust reporting or monitoring systems. So if we look quickly at potential future trends in reporting, we anticipate quite a number of shifts which companies and jurisdictions would need to be aware of. And I think all of us who work in the space realize it's not static, it's constantly evolving, and reporting requirements will therefore need to keep pace as stakeholder needs change and as environmental and social issues materialize. I think most of us are quite aware about mandatory disclosure in that most jurisdictions are evaluating the pros and cons of incorporating the requirement of ESG or climate reporting aligned with specific standards into regulatory or policy frameworks. We're seeing the rise of nature and biodiversity reporting. This is gaining traction where nature positive disclosures become more mainstream. Lots of conversations around double materiality, so that a single view, and I do want to emphasize this, that companies are realizing that single views are no longer good enough. We've mentioned assurance. Because of the possibility of greenwashing, ESG data will be subject to the same level of scrutiny as we see with financial data. So auditors will be playing a key role in the future, if not already. Disclosures will also evolve to meet the needs of diverse stakeholders, so moving just beyond the investor community. And lastly, I just want to touch on the role of technology. Digital tools, and we're seeing this quite a lot in the market, are revolutionizing ESG reporting. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain offer new possibilities for data collection, assurance, analysis. We are seeing examples where technology can automate ESG data aggregation across departments, freeing up staff to focus on more meaningful work. We're seeing also how it enhances real-time monitoring of sustainability metrics that enables dashboard views so managers can make effective decisions in more real time. It supports comparability, benchmarking across sectors, and with increasing scrutiny from regulators, investors, civil societies, where these stakeholders are looking for those inconsistencies and dubious claims, technology will support the ability to detect greenwashing, making it easier for these stakeholders to hold companies accountable. But I guess what I do want to emphasize is that technology alone is not enough. It must be paired with human insight, ethical leadership, and a culture of accountability. For effective reporting or to embed sustainability, collaboration is key, and technology is not going to break down those silos or foster interdepartmental collaboration or cultivate that stakeholder engagement, because we know that 90% of stakeholder teams' roles are to convince people to do something that they don't really want to do. And we need to bring people along on this journey that we take. So technology isn't an enabler, and it will require human intervention. And clever humans will look to technology to assist in ensuring effectiveness and efficiency. So what must we do collectively and individually? Train the next generation of ESG sustainability professionals, build coalitions, partner and collaborate for change, support those tech solutions in ESG data, and lead by example in our own disclosures. So in closing, I want to leave you with a thought. ESG reporting is not an end, it is a means to build trust through transparency as we navigate the complexities of ESG reporting. So let us tell our stories with courage, clarity, and conviction, and let us move beyond compliance to drive impact so as to shape a sustainable future for our continent. Thank you so much for the invite and allowing me to share some of my thoughts with you. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Um, if there are no questions, thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
There is a question.
Sure.
Please, kindly.
I was about to phone you, Lakshmi. It's Nola. How's
Oh,
it?
good. How are you doing, Nala?
Good, good. Listen, in terms of assurance, one of the big things that has been coming out both in local and global conversations is this move towards the fact that, or a push that more of your regulatory audit team are doing some of the ESG work. And there's concerns, exactly as you say, high cost that comes with working with these firms, as well as lack of expertise. So I was in a discussion today just saying, you know, and it's a large global entity who's been doing this for many, many years. And they shifted to one of the big audit firms. And they said that the value and the quality of what they believe the outputs went down. How is the discussion and the debate going on saying that can these be split, and can reliance still be placed on a smaller niche agency who has the skills, lower cost, and can add more value?
So, Nola, I'm going to answer from a South African perspective because we've been having quite a few of these conversations quite recently around, you know, the future of reporting in the country. And IRBA, our independent regulatory body, is included as part of those conversations. So what IRBA has indicated is that they intend adopting the, I think it's the account auditing and IAASB's board. They've put out an assurance standard. I think it's 5,000, ISA 5,000, something else. So the intention is that they will be adopting that standard. Now, as part of that standard, it governs how auditors, and it's the auditing firms, large, small, medium, all of them, will have to behave, how they will have to conduct these audits. And based on just, I think, our history and some of the conversations we've had around carbon tax and how we've evolved and how the government departments are looking at this, I don't want to say quote me on this, but I think the direction we'd go is we'd leave it up to the specialists, which is these audit firms and other parties. Like you have what we call second party opinions, and you know about this in the bond space. But you have other types of experts who are deep experts in environmental or social areas who can provide this service. So it is a balance. We have to figure out what is right because we can't crowd out specialists who have this expertise, but we need to make sure that there is robustness in the system, that they have the capacity, they have the skills, the knowledge, know-how, that when they undertake this piece of work, that there is value that's being added and it's not just a tick box exercise. So I think it's still early stages, but just from what I'm hearing, I don't think there's any intention to shift it out of the experts space who currently do this. I hope that solves, but if you want, when you're back, we can have another separate chat.
Thank you so much for doing justice to that. Is there any other question? Okay, for now, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate. Please, let's put our hands together for her presentation. Right away, we're moving on to the next presentation, and this will be taken by Tamara Nerima from Scania, who will be looking into transitioning towards sustainable transport in Africa. Tamara, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Oh, morning, everyone. We're going to segue a little bit from ESG into a completely different area, but related, sustainable transport. So my name is Tamara Nerima. I work for Scania in East Africa. We're a Swedish manufacturing company, and we manufacture buses, trucks, and industrial engines. And in East Africa, we've been here for 52 years. And my presentation is based on what the company is doing locally and regionally to try and bridge the gap in terms of moving towards cleaner and alternative fuels in a market that is saturated with diesel vehicles that tend to have no emission standards. So we'll start with the fact that your trucks on the road tend to be from the 70s, 80s, 90s, zero emission standards with black smoke, which is diesel. But over the years, there has been some progression in the market in terms of the fuel quality that we have. So we have fuel quality that can now operate. I don't know how technical you are, so I won't get technical in terms of the vehicles and the emission standards. But we have clean enough diesel now that we can actually have emission standards in Kenya, working progressively in other markets, but in Ethiopia and Rwanda, where we're also doing business, you can see they're really quickly transitioning towards alternative fuels, in this case, electric vehicles. So this is a bit of a snippet of what we have been doing across the continent, looking at the opportunities and the challenges that we have when it comes to adaptation of alternative energy and clean transport. So around the world, we have seen a lot of transition towards alternative fuels, but this is especially in the areas of public transport, because one of the key initiatives has been moving people from taking individual cars into pooling and accessing public transport, and for clean, safe, and sustainable public transport. So this is just an example of some of the areas around the world where we have seen an uptake of clean and low carbon alternatives when it comes to transport. Now, right now, what we see is that there's an opportunity to move away from diesel in different markets. And this looks very different in different countries on different continents. But if you look at the Southern Hemisphere, we have an opportunity when it comes to biodiesel. We have an opportunity when it comes to biogas, especially countries that have a high agricultural output. They tend to have a lot of agricultural waste. And in the Southern Hemisphere, again, we have a lot of waste. And this organic waste can also be transformed into biogas. We also have compressed natural gas, but that's not technically a clean form of alternative energy because it only reduces your emissions by about 10% compared to what diesel does. And you can see here the emissions reduction potential for biogas is about 80%, roughly 80%, but this is based on European standards, but it can be between 50 to 90% tailpipe emissions reductions. You also have liquid biogas between 50 and 90%, hydrogenated vegetable oils that can be converted into fuel for vehicles can also offer between 50 and 90% emissions reductions. And then we have the very sexy topic of electric vehicles. And I say sexy because it's what everyone wants to do on the continent. But there's still a lot of work to be done around this. Now, in Europe, for example, they have about a 55% reduction, and this is based on their source of electricity. In a country like Kenya, we could probably have about 90% reduction in emissions because we have green energy on the grid. So it varies according to where your energy source is. Then you have biodiesel, which can offer 50 to 80%, and then ethanol. So these are all the opportunities that are available. However, in Africa, we do see the biggest opportunities, like I said, around biogas. We're pushing towards electrification, but it's complicated. And of course, the biodiesel. So if you look at the trends that we have, there's been a huge growth across the continent in 2- and 3-wheelers. So your borders and your tuk-tuks. There's been a rapid growth that has seen, that's about a 38% year-on-year increase. Electric buses and BRT. Does anyone know what BRT is? Yeah. So yeah, the bus rapid transit system. So there's been pilots. So in Dakar, they have the electric buses there. Nairobi, we say tests. We have Basigo. If you're local, you know about Basigo. And then we have, of course, bold moves when it comes to what Ethiopia has done by completely banning, the diesel vehicles. We have Rwanda, who banned the ICE, or the internal combustion engine motorcycles, and they have a really huge ambition to be electric by 2030. In Kenya, there was an ambition to have 5% of the vehicles coming into the country being electric, and that's this year. And then in Morocco and South Africa, they're looking into plugging into the supply chain. Plugging into the supply chain means battery manufacturing, which they're looking at in terms of helping to lower the cost, because for electric vehicles, it's a very high capital cost to get any kind of electric vehicle. So, there's a lot being done on the continent. Then we move to what the other trends are, which I would say from our continental perspective is more accessible. So if you look at biodiesel, it's a blend of used vegetable oil, which is what is tends to be used, and diesel. And usually they blend it either between, it starts from 5% up to 100% used oil that's converted to be used into vehicles. And the largest markets for this, or the strongest markets, is South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Ghana. But there's potential for this. I'd say in other markets, the reason why there's not been a big uptake is because there's actually a secondary market for used cooking oil. So if you look at your street side vendors, they tend to use used cooking oil. Those really lovely chips you buy on the roadside, that's used cooking oil. Yeah. And then the feedstocks, as you can see, that's now the organic input that goes into the diesel, is your cooking oil, the used cooking oil I mentioned. There's a plant called jatropha. It's a drought-resistant plant, doesn't compete for food, because another controversial aspect of biodiesel is the competitiveness with food. So you take away the use of land from agriculture to support this. So jatropha grows wild, doesn't compete with food. It's a non-competing plant. However, the studies they've not been too successful, but it's still ongoing. You also have soy that can be controversial, and palm oil waste. So palm oil is also a bit controversial. As a company, depending on what your sustainability audits are going to be, if you're going to be audited from the beginning to the end of your logistics process, you can't use soy, you can't use a palm oil. So it leaves very few options, but there's room to develop this. So in South Africa, the mandate is if you're using biodiesel, it's between 5 to 10% blend. And Nigeria and Kenya, they're restarting. As I mentioned, the jatropha was not very successful, but they are restarting the projects to see how they can make it more sustainable. There is also a company called Ajib. I can see a lot of the people in this room might be old enough to remember an Italian company called Ajib that do oil importation. So now they're called Eni. and they actually are piloting or have been using castor seed. So castor seed is also another non-food competing plant, and they have been doing it actually here in Kenya, in Machakos. The only thing is, from a sustainability perspective, you come and harvest your castor plant here, you take it to Italy, you process your biodiesel, and then you re-import it. So it's a bit, it negates the effort. But they're looking at how to make it more sustainable and to do it locally. Then biogas, I think I mentioned biogas previously. So biogas is also something that's a lot easier to adapt when it comes to clean transport. And it's something that has been growing. There's an interest that's growing. I think the problem around biogas has been the knowledge around the technology and how to use it, and who has the technology to support the uptake of biogas. Okay, so when it comes to public transport, I think for our governments, a lot of the governments, the easiest way to drive the uptake of sustainable alternative fuels is when it comes to public transport. So if we look at, these are some of the, this is what you have. This is an example, I think this was in Colombia. This is what you see in the brown is the amount of CO2 that's emitted when you have cars on the road. When you bring in public transport and it's diesel, it takes away a certain number of cars off the road, reducing the emissions. So you have less people driving, more people taking public transport. And then when you bring in low carbon bus alternatives, then you see the reduction, the potential reduction actually, in the emissions from the vehicle. So this is a very rudimentary but telling picture of the potential there is to reduce the emissions when you adopt clean energy in public transport. And in countries like ours where we have a lot of borders, and if you're not in a border, you're walking. If you're not walking, you're driving a car, and we're a second-hand import market. There's a lot of potential if the governments are to get this particular model right. So from a Scania perspective, we have actually tried something on the continent. So this is not just about talking about what we've done in Europe or somewhere else. In Ivory Coast, we piloted a project together with Total to blend biodiesel from rubber seeds. Rubber seeds, non-compete, one of the largest, Ivory Coast is one of the largest producers of rubber. And out of that, from the rubber trees, the seeds just fall into the ground. So we thought, why not make biodiesel using that? And we worked with the local authorities again, and we had signed an agreement to produce 3,500 liters of biodiesel to support their BRT system. So they have vehicles that can run on biodiesel as well as gas. So those are hybrid vehicles. And it's still an ongoing project. Now, one of the key hindrances or one of the key challenges to this kind of a project is policy, enabling policy when it comes to government, because what policies do they have in place to support the production, creating demand of alternative fuels? And this is a project that's still ongoing that we hope will have uptake in Ivory Coast. Then we have in South Africa, in Victoria, I know I had mentioned previously that CNG isn't necessarily considered as clean, but if you're to think about the fact that the same engine that operates compressed natural gas is the same engine that operates biogas, this is sort of like a proof of the product being able to work. So it's slightly cleaner than diesel, offers an opportunity for self-sufficiency. Now, this is from a Pan-African perspective. If you look at Tanzania, if you look at South Africa, they have their own reserves of compressed natural gas. And for me, I'd say this is a personal opinion, not a company opinion. I'm very Pan-Africanist. So we've never had the advantage of the Industrial Revolution. And now we find ourselves with a resource that we can actually capitalize and make work for our economies. So I would push this from a Pan-African industrial perspective, a bit less on the cleaner side, But it's still a technology that can be considered on our continent because we do have the reserves. And if you look at it now from a business perspective, it's cheaper. If you're pumping your own oil, if you have your own gas, it is definitely cheaper for you to supply to the market. And from my business, if I have the option of CNG, which is, let's say, 70 shillings, and diesel, that's 170 shillings, I will obviously go for the CNG. That will bring down my operational costs, that will give me additional profits, and this also goes back into society. So then we look at the challenges for heavy duty transport, because a lot has been done for your 2 and your 3-wheelers, and a lot has been done, I'd say, even for the passenger cars. So for heavy duty transport, we had, as an industry, said we're going to cut our emissions by 50% by 2030. I think we're not even halfway there yet right now. And then you look at the average vehicle lifespan. 13 to 20 years is how long it takes for you to use a truck until end of life. I think in Africa, this is probably 50 years. If you go if you go to Tanzania, there's trucks on the road which we sold in 1973 that are still running from Dar es Salaam into Nairobi bringing cargo, right? And then, of course, we have less than 1% electric vehicles. So even the infrastructure to support electric vehicles, you know, it's a bit of a challenge. And then 95% of the fuels that are used globally when it comes to heavy transport is fossil fuels. We still rely very, very heavily on fossil fuels. And this is because in as much as the product, when it comes to the truck, has the technology, it's the infrastructure on the alternative fuels that's the challenge. So we also did a pilot with ShopRite in South Africa. This was based on, they have their own SBT targets. We have ours, and it was a partnership that made sense to supply them with a truck to support their operations. This was in and around Cape Town. This is just some of what their current status is and their future ambitions when it came to electrification. They wanted to electrify 53 of their fleet by 2028. That's in call it 2 years, right? Or 3 years, sorry. And then they wanted to introduce the store concept in high density areas, which means from a Scania perspective, we can provide them with a vehicle that can serve within the city without having the issue of what we call range anxiety. So if you're doing long haul and you're going, say, from Cape Town to Pretoria, you'll be worried if your truck is going to make it because you don't know where your opportunity charging or your charging stations are going to be. But if you're doing it within Cape Town and you know that your truck can cover a distance of 340 kilometers a day, you are almost guaranteed to know when you're going to need to charge. You won't have the range anxiety and you'll be able to do the deliveries. And so this was the concept that we had with ShopRite. This is, I think this is a more technical one, so I won't go into it, but this was the area of operation, the number of stores that they had in and around Cape Town where the truck was operating. The annual weather pattern was what determined how much power the battery in the truck would use and how often it would have to charge, et cetera, et cetera. So I won't go too much into that because it's a bit more technical. One of the major challenges, though, was very few charging stations because the charging station that you need for a car vis-a-vis what you need for a truck, to put it into perspective, a car has a battery that's maybe 20, let me be generous, even 30 kilowatts. A truck is 400 kilowatts. You need 325 kilowatts of power to charge that battery in 25 minutes, what we call fast charging for efficient operations. So very few charging stations, because now to build a large charging station, you need to have the product. You need to know when to or where to put the charging station. Then we also had load shedding. There was a high upfront cost of the electric vehicles. So capital intensive. It's very expensive to buy an electric vehicle. And then there was also the policy gaps. As I mentioned before, when it comes to government, they don't really have the policies to support, especially adoption of heavy commercial vehicles. And then the grid in South Africa. I mentioned before that your source of electricity also determines your end result. South Africa is mostly powered by coal. So even if you do get the electric vehicle coming in, at the end of the day, your audits won't show that you have clean energy. So you'd have to pull it. And what ShopRite did was to pull it from solar so that they can actually get the benefits of the electric trucks. Running out of time, so let me run this. And this was in terms of the electrification. And then, you know, we are competing with cheap diesels. At any rate, a diesel is cheaper. An electric truck or an electric bus is 2 to 3 times the price of a diesel vehicle. Now, when we look at, let's say biodiesel, which is the other opportunity that there is for alternative cleaner fuels, high production and feedstock collection. So feedstock is the input into the biogas. How to get that feedstock, how to aggregate it. So you find in terms of the agricultural sector, you have smallholder farmers and they all bring them to an aggregator. How do you get that same model for your waste? How do you get the farmers to bring the waste? Or how do you go out and collect the waste from the farmers? That in itself has been a challenge, and it means that now even the cost of producing the biogas is higher because you're putting in a lot of money into the collection of the waste in order to produce it. So it drives the cost a bit higher. Then you have the inconsistent feedstock supply. In as much as, yes, there's an opportunity with organic waste, it depends on the type of organic waste. So if it's something that's seasonal, so I'll give an example. If you have a farm and you grow watermelon versus onion, your watermelon is not a good feedstock because it has a high water content. It takes a lot more energy to convert that waste into biogas. But if you have potatoes and onions that have a low water content, then it's cheaper. So when it's in stock, you're good. When you're out of stock or when it's not in season, then you struggle with finding feedstock. Lack of refueling infrastructure. Again, I mentioned infrastructure is one of the biggest hindrances when it comes to adoption of alternative fuels. And then poor quality controls. Engine that some of these alternative fuels run on need a lot of technical knowledge, which our market doesn't yet have. And so without that technical knowledge, it becomes a risk factor for your business to actually take on that vehicle unless you invest in the technical knowledge to operate that vehicle. But there's also opportunities. We have an abundance of, like I mentioned, potential, clean energy, electricity. So with this, we can leapfrog some of these other areas of potential energy. When you look at your biogas, you look at your biodiesel. Around the world, we are very fortunate, like I said, to have, to be largely agricultural producing. So if we're to take and refine the logistics of being able to produce these alternative fuels, then we would be miles ahead of, say, Europe, where they're still struggling a little bit. In as much as they're pioneering and they're quite ahead, we have a bigger opportunity here if we just, to put it not so succinctly, just get our acts together, right, and get our policies in place. There's opportunities for private-public partnerships. Government always works in isolation, and private sector is also very guilty of working in isolation. Tools to allow the uptake. So if you partner together, there's also a huge potential instead of seeing each other as competitive forces in the market. And then we have pioneers. Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia have been huge case studies for other African countries to follow when it comes to the adoption of alternative fuels. And there's learnings to be taken from that because the same model can actually be adopted cross-continent. I think I've talked about some of this. We've also talked about biodiesel. So there's also a lot of opportunity for biodiesel. We have trucks that are currently operating, the first in the country, 25 of them that are running on biodiesel. And this is something that's being done by Total. They're blending the biodiesel locally, but in order for the price of biodiesel to be a bit more competitive with diesel, it needs uptake. So we need to drive demand for this. And for some of, I think I've seen the names of some of the colleagues here. There was a lady from Naivas who was also here. So for companies like that, they would be the ones to actually help to pioneer and push the uptake of and fuel like biodiesel, which doesn't have a high entry cost. It's a regular truck, regular engine that can run on this biodiesel. 6 seconds to go. So yeah, with what I've said, I think there's a lot of opportunity that can provide us with the right tools to be able to have energy security. We don't need to rely on, one particular type of energy. We can have clean public transport. In solving the problem of alternative fuel, we can also have a solution to waste management. We can also improve our air quality. And this can also add to the ambitions that we have for the climate change in mitigation that we have in all our countries. So do your mayor a favor or your governor a favor and talk to them about the opportunities that they are beyond what they actually just see in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So if there's any question, we can take 1-2 questions. In regards to our presentation, we have one question. Is there any other question? Okay, just one.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamara, for your presentation. Mine is not a question, but I think is a point of awareness and education. When you talk about biogas, and this is where, for me, I call upon partners to get to know each other, to partner with each other. I represent Systema Bio, and we're in the biogas industry. And so far, we've done over 14,000 biodigesters in Kenya. I mean, in Africa as a whole. So what's my call? My call is that I think we need a bit more of awareness and linkages to the people who are offering these solutions. We have biogas energy that can run chaff cutters. We have generators we are running. We have so much we are doing brooding lamps. And I think we need to collaborate more and have linkages because these solutions are available. The technical knowledge is available. The solutions are available. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I might actually have a customer for you already.
Tamara, maybe an addition on that. What is Kenya doing as a manufacturer in terms of making adoption of the biocat kits available and increasing the capacity gap? Because an example, we've got a client in industrial area who is manufacturing biogas, but apart from DHL, who is the major buyer, much of the products actually exported outside the country.
Biogas or biodiesel?
Biodiesel, sorry. Biodiesel, yeah.
So one of the things that we did, because DHL is the customer that bought the 25 biodiesel trucks from us. So with this in mind, what we did is now all the trucks that we assemble come already kitted for biodiesel. So you don't have to change any component of the vehicle when you're doing biodiesel. And even if biodiesel was to run out, you can still switch to diesel and not have to change anything, any component in your engine. We also noticed that there was that gap. So we had a stakeholder event in September where we brought in, our customers and our customers' customers to let them know about, the biodiesel and the options that there are. We also recognize that there's a gap. So what we're trying to do is just bring all the stakeholders onto the table. We're open to working in partnership when it comes to distribution, when it comes to onboarding customers, when it comes to the technical side of things, training for the mechanic and the workshop staff as well.
Tamara, great presentation. Thank you. I do have one question. Transport is very critical. And right now, we are very, very our transport system, we are at 1% capacity of what in Africa. So there's a lot of opportunity. From your presentation, I can read a lot of challenges, yeah? terms of getting this sort of solution in our transportation. So then my question is, as a business, how do you foresee this becoming a critical mass solution to address the challenges that we have, to address the challenges that
Hello.
how do you see this solution becoming a critical mass solution for Africa to address our transport system? Because if this gets into the system and for Africa, then it means lower costs for almost everything because transport is critical. So as a business, how do you see yourself moving to the critical part so that it begins making business sense? I'm struggling with that in terms of the major challenges that you have enumerated there.
So when it comes to, let's start with public transport. We have a lot of projects, we have technology, but we realized as much as we want to bring in the product, we're ready to bring in, tell me to bring an electric bus, I'll bring it. Policy. I can't work in isolation. So I'm working with government. We work to advise them on the e-mobility policy. We are currently working to bring in a vehicle for piloting, because we have to work in partnership. And piloting is one of the key tools that we have in order to show the proof of concept locally. We can always talk about what's been done in the UK, in Santiago, but what has been done locally. If we have the proof of concept and we've been able to do a pilot, we gather the data, then the government can buy into it. It's not an easy task. When it comes to alternative fuels, we have to work with partners who are willing to invest themselves. We can't do it in isolation. We have the product. We might have a partner, like right now we have a partner who's willing to run vehicles on biogas. Again, it's going to end up being a pilot. But with that pilot, you have proof of concept. With that proof of concept, there's another business who's going to see, I can actually do this. How do I then get to where they are? Partnership. That's how we're doing it. So we have to work with government and we have to work in partnership with the people who produce the fuel, with the end user of our product and the fuel as well, and with the government.
Thank you. So I had one more question, and it's a very kind of futuristic question. Can biodiesel achieve true carbon neutrality, and what innovations are required to get there?
Good question. I think it can in the long run. In the long run, it can. So I was trying to see where you are. I wear glasses, so you'll forgive my, yes, right at the back. I believe it can in the long run. It's just about where we are sourcing it from.
Thank you, Tamara. I have a question on the same decarbonization. We currently using BD5 for our trucks, and basically is to reduce carbon emission. But reaches a point where cost element, because we want to move to BD5 to BD10.
Yeah.
But that move has a cost implication. And also the trucks that are already available, they need to be retrofitted, their engines to fit into that perspective. And as we move on, there also scarcity in the country. So I know we work with Total to ensure that we got those fuel available. So I think there's two elements in terms of availability of the BD5, BD10, BD20, but also the trucks that are available in the country to use that kind of fuel.
It's a good point. I mean, Total were here, I think they speak for themselves, but the blend that they have is always dependent on the demand that comes from the customer. And when it comes to your vehicle, obviously, if you're operating older vehicles, there is that cost element of converting it to be biodiesel ready. I'll tell you, come and buy a Scania truck from me, mine are ready. But, but I would say this, no one does sustainability because it's cheap. You do sustainability because you have an end goal when it comes to your emissions, or whatever your end goal is, but you're not doing it because it's cheap. And I think that's something that a lot of people need to be cognizant of, is that the cost of transitioning to being sustainable, whether it's fuels, whether it's food, is not cheap. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Tamara. Thanks for taking questions. And shall we move to the next panel now? Thanks for taking the time. So the next case study is from Antoinette from Carbon Trust Africa. She will be talking about charting the path to net zero carbon and climate resilience. Yeah. I'm not sure I pronounce your name in the right way, but yeah, correct me. How you pronounce your name?
Antoinette.
Antoinette. Okay, so no, I was not bad. Okay. So over to you, Antoinette.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antoinette. I'm from the Carbon Trust, and we are a climate change consultancy firm. So we help organizations to understand where their carbon emissions are, but also how to reduce them. And I will be talking about achieving net zero carbon emissions today. So first off, just two terms which are sometimes used interchangeably, but actually have key differences. So that is net zero and carbon neutrality. So what is the difference between these two, and what do we really mean when we use them? So when we look at, if you say you are carbon neutral, or an organization say they are carbon neutral, or that is their target, it essentially means just balancing your emissions through offsets. But when an organization say that they are net zero, or they are aiming to be net zero, this actually means that you are first going to reduce your emissions with deep emissions cuts that's aligned with climate science, and then you only offset the residual with a small amount of offsets. So when looking at your emission sources, the scopes, generally for carbon neutrality, scope 3 emissions are optional, and they are, of course, the emission sources that are the most difficult to reduce as well. But when you say you are net zero, you want to achieve net zero, this needs to be done across all your scopes 1, 2, and 3. Then looking at the reduction requirement, so when you claim that you are carbon neutral, there isn't a specific set path or a specific percentage reduction target that you would need to achieve to reduce your emissions before you can offset them and then claim that you are carbon neutral. So you can just offset all of your emissions with carbon offsets and then claim carbon neutrality. Whereas with net zero, there are specific emission reduction pathways that you need to achieve. This is generally mandated by the Science-Based Target Initiative, and those would be to align with a 1.5 degree to avoid emissions, temperatures being above 1.5 degrees. Why 1.5? Well, this is what climate science says, where we need to cap our average global temperature to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And generally in the long term, you would need to achieve a 90% reduction, so it's quite a lot, and then you can only offset the residual, so no more than 10%. Sticking to offsets, when you want to claim that you're carbon neutral, there aren't specifically very strict rules on the type of offsets that you can use. So in the broad sense, carbon offsets can generally be considered as those that avoid or reduce emissions and those that actually remove carbon emissions from the atmosphere. But when you say you are net zero, you can only use carbon offsets that are high quality and that are carbon removals at your net zero. So you can't use any type of offset. And then the standards that govern these two differ between the two. So in order to achieve net zero, as I went through this, there are quite a few various things that you would need to comply with, and various industry bodies have been established that represent best practice to support net zero climate action. So this ranges from accounting standards. The most popular one and well-known one would be the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. You also have ISO standards, and also noting that they will be creating a combined standard. When you are setting targets, you have the Science-Based Target Initiative, who validates various targets to ensure that that is in line. To actually decarbonize and the actions that you need to take, there are standards and organizations as well. Again, ISO has got a net zero guidance. You've got the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is specifically relates to financial institutions. And then when it comes to offsetting, you also have the Oxford Principles providing guidance. And then you also have your reporting standards, which I won't dwell on for too long, as I believe many of the speakers have already mentioned these. Okay, so if you want to achieve net zero, there are a couple of steps that you would need to take. First of all, you need to first understand where you are starting. So you need to measure your emissions across 1, 2, and 3, and just understand where you're starting from. Then when you do this, this will also give you further insight to understand your emission hotspots and your drivers of emissions. So as an example, if you are a multi-country organization, you would understand which countries, where are your highest emissions and where you would need to focus your efforts. And also the specific sources so that you can target interventions that will really move the needle. So as an example, let's say if you are a mobile network operator, generally the largest sources of emissions come from operations such as the data centers and the base stations. So if you really want to move the meter, if you are implementing interventions in your fleet, it will only move you and help you so much. So once you have got these insights, you then want to understand where are you going to, where are you heading to. So you will then set your target. If you want to be truly net zero, it will be a target that is aligned with science-based and climate science. And you will typically have to set one in the short term and the long term. Oh, sorry, thanks. When you also set science-based targets as well, this will also require buy-in from senior management as well. And previous speakers have also highlighted the importance of having senior management buy-in and driving it. So this will really set the direction of where you're heading to. So we understand where we've started. We know where we want to go to. So now we need to develop a roadmap of how do we get there? What is the plan? So you will then develop a plan to understand what type of actions I can take and how much emissions will these actions reduce. In the next slide, I will touch a bit more on the mitigation hierarchy in terms of how you can order these different actions. So once you have your plan, you would then need to implement your plan. And this will require some planning, financial planning as well, making the business case. Implementation will require more than just, for example, the ESG team, but your technical, your engineers, your operators, your senior management, and incorporating these decisions into your business. And then as you are implementing, you would also report, track, and disclose on your progress and make any refinements as needed. So looking at the mitigation hierarchy, this is a framework that can help you prioritize what actions you would need to implement. As once you start off, you might be overwhelmed by all the various actions that you would need to take. So first of all, you would start off to avoid emitting emissions or using power if possible. So by means of an example, when you are looking at, for example, scope 2 emissions from electricity used in your buildings, especially if you are growing and expanding, you would want to design the building to use as little energy as possible. So incorporating as much natural light into design as possible. Or for example, if you are looking at your scope 1 emissions, let's say it's from the vehicles that you own, how can you avoid traveling if possible? Through policies, taking remote meetings, etc. In terms of scope 3, again, with business travel, is this really necessary to travel, or can this meeting be held remotely? Then next, you would want to then reduce your energy or your emissions. So this is making your operations as efficient as possible. So sticking to the building example, here you would want to implement including sensors that switch the lights off when nobody is there, or the AC when nobody is in the building. Using the latest technologies on air conditioning, there are really great and new technologies available, and new ones coming all the time. And then with, for example, your vehicles, using more efficient vehicles, using telematics to really optimize the route that your vehicles do need to travel. Perhaps you don't need a very big vehicle, and there's a more fuel efficient vehicle that can be used. Then once you have first avoided emitting or using the power emitting emissions, you've reduced it, you can then look at replacing these. So when you look at your building, how can you replace the carbon intensive energy used to power the building with renewable energy? That can be through on-site renewable energy, or through purchasing renewable energy for power purchase agreements. In terms of vehicles, how can you replace your diesel or your petrol vehicles with a different type of fuel source, whether that is electricity or whether it's biodiesel or other options? And then only as a last step, you'll then look to offset your remaining emissions. So to achieve net zero, and the previous speaker also mentioned this as well, it will require financing. There are costs associated to that. And the financial sector really has an important role in achieving net zero, because finance determines which activities grow and which decline. So aligning capital flows with climate goals is really essential. So the financial sector's role would be in directing capital away from carbon intensive industries to low and zero carbon solutions. And that means financing renewable energy, financing low carbon transport, and the various options that was mentioned by the previous speaker, green buildings, climate smart agriculture. The more capital is allocated to these type of industries, the more it will be available, and the more options will be available. Then also supporting the real economy as well. So financial institutions can provide specific instruments to raise money for your carbon reduction products, and so that it can be implemented. For example, green bonds can be used, sustainability linked loans, which might have a more attractive interest rates, and also providing transition finance for organizations to implement. And then lastly, the financial sector can also use systemic influence and really engage companies through stewardship. As an example, institutional investors such as pension funds, asset managers, etc., they hold the power to influence policy through proxy voting, through requiring their investees to measure and reduce their target emissions. Then there would be no action without having an enabling environment and policies to support this. And this really needs to come from both levels to really drive towards net zero. So on a national level, you've got climate legislation and policy frameworks, such as climate change acts, etc., that really provides a legally binding climate framework for the country to move towards, and on an organization which can provide formal board approved commitments, provide ownership over climate action. Very key to reach net zero, especially on national level, would be renewable energy and power sector policies. It's probably one of the areas that will help achieve net zero the most is your power sector and your renewable energy. So that refers to having renewable energy deployment targets, ensuring that your transmission grid can handle it and that there's enough flexibility and any R&D that might be needed. Similarly, on an organizational level, having renewable energy procurement policies which commits the companies to source electricity that is green. Then on a national level as well, and this links to the previous speaker, really having transport electrification policies, so zero zero emission vehicle mandates, incentives for EVs, accessible charging points, etc. This all really needs government's push to be able to do that. On an organization levels, more specifically, quite a large source would be in your value chain, and therefore supplier and value chain decarbonization policies are also very important to be able to reach net zero. And then lastly, looking at carbon pricing and market instruments or internal carbon pricing can help to shift the business case to be more in the favor of lower carbon and no carbon solutions. And then with policies, these are many times influenced by geopolitics, and it can shift it around. So we all know, for example, the changes in the latest US administration. Climate action isn't a very high priority. So many policies have been rolled back, and it's only voluntary policies have been left. But we have seen that companies are still keeping their commitments in terms of their internal policies. Looking at the EU as well through regulations such as CSRD and also CBAM as well, really impacting organizations that will be importing. And then also a bit more looking at trade dynamics as well. With the race to renewable energy and to net zero, there's a lot of focus on how geopolicies influence critical minerals and the availability thereof. This was quite a high level what I ran through. If you would like to receive a bit more information, you can scan the QR code, which will give you a guide to net zero for business. And in that, there will be a lot more information. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Probably we'll take only one question since we are running late. If any burning question, comment, feedback. Okay, it seems we are good. Thanks. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to go to the next slide.
Okay, so moving on to the last presentation before lunch. I will invite Karen King from Atona to come on stage, please. She will be talking about low resilience to climate change. Thanks, Karen. Press the button.
Can you hear me now? Is that
Yes,
better?
yes.
Okay, thank you. As the chair kindly mentioned, this is the last presentation before lunch. So this is me standing between you and your lunch. So I've gone with a somewhat simple presentation. It is almost all images. You've read most of the words in the presentation already. Thank you. And I'm also going to try to remember to change slides here and there. I see that's not that easy. Okay, so I chose this topic because whenever I'm reading about resilience and climate change, and just so you know, I don't have an ESG background. I came up through engineering. I work for Atana, which is an engineering firm. We were RHDHV, or Royal Haskoning, until a couple of weeks ago. So it's not a new firm. We're just very, very purple now, as you can see. I keep reading about this resilience to climate change problem being a sub-Saharan Africa problem. So I thought I'd investigate this. Is this the case? And if it is, why? What's going wrong here? So as you can see, very simple. I'm going to look at this through the lens of risk, and risk as defined in disaster management, which is a function of hazards, which I'll go into, exposure, and vulnerability. I've forgotten already. After that, I'll give a couple of examples of where I've seen this work, where various solutions have really worked within sub-Saharan Africa, and then just a couple of takeaways. Okay, so defining risk. In a disaster management arena, risk is a function of the hazard, which is rainfall events, drought events, tsunamis, volcanoes, earthquakes, etc. That is the hazard itself. Exposure is the extent to which people and property are exposed. I know you shouldn't use the word in the definition, but the extent to which they are affected by the hazard. The way I always remember exposure is if there's a 1 in 10,000 year return interval, we're talking a Noah's Ark type flood here, but it falls on an island where there are no people and there's no property. This is not a disaster. So they're disasters when people are exposed to these massive hazards. And then there's vulnerability. This is probably the best understood area of this definition. This is the extent to which people either can or can't bounce back as a result of the hazard that they've been exposed to. Okay, so these are hazards, and when I say now, these are all images taken from 2025 across sub-Saharan Africa. You can see we have some very severe hazard issues. Top left, that's Kenya. That fire image in the middle, that's Kenya. Top right, that's Ethiopia, clearly a very severe drought. The middle to the left, that's Nigeria. Below that, that's Botswana. Landslide in the middle of the image there. Bottom right, that is very severe flooding that we had in South Africa. So they're hazards, they're really severe, and they're across sub-Saharan Africa. This image, or these images also taken from 2025, show some This was harder than I thought. Shows some very severe hazards, but not in sub-Saharan Africa. Not one of these images is taken from sub-Saharan Africa at all. Top left, that's Texas. Below that, that's China. Below that, that's that very, very famous fire that raced through Hollywood, everyone knows about. To the right of that, that's an incredibly high return interval storm event. Above that, that's New Zealand. That's a landslide. To the right of that, that's Southern Australia. And I think a lot of us think Southern Australia looks like that all the time. This is actually during a drought period. And then below that, that's England. This is the area that we always picture as super green, super wet. That's clearly drought conditions for England. This slide's going to take a little bit of explaining. I've been a hydrologist for about 20 years, and I've been creating flood maps and flood graphs and flood tables, and I'm so bored of it that I'm always looking for new ways to do it. I also happen to knit. I'm a far better hydrologist than I am a knitter, but this is what I came up with. What this is showing really is I used a log 10 scale. So where you can see the white, these are months, and this goes back from kind of modern day at the bottom there up to about 25, 30 years ago. The white is where there's no rainfall up until 10 millimeters of rainfall in a month. The yellow is where there's about 10 millimeters to 100 millimeters, so up to pretty wet, but nothing dramatic. The purple is where there's been 100 millimeters or more within that month, so pretty wet. We've got some really severe flooding going on here. I'm trying to see which one my knitting looks worse in. So what this is showing, and granted there's seasonality in this, there's wet years, there's dry years. It's showing from the top, you can still see a lot of yellow, which we could loosely term normal years. And as you go through the years, you can see there's less of this, and certainly in the more recent years, more and more of the white, so these are the dry months, and more of the purple, and these are the very, very wet months. And this makes sense in the context of the global climate we're looking at. Things are getting hotter. A hotter environment holds more moisture. So we have these long, protracted drought periods. And when all this moisture in the air finally comes down, it comes down in these highly intense rainfall periods. So we end up with flooding. And the hotter the environment gets, the worse this is going to get. And many people have mentioned our very unfortunate geopolitical situation at the moment. I can't see this getting better. Also, on a side note, I mentioned that I used a log 10 scale and I've used some conditional formatting. I understand no one in this room is terribly impressed by that, but a knitting club, when you tell them that's how you set up this pattern, I'm a hero forever, so I have no regrets about this. Okay, so let's focus on exposure. This image is also looking at sub-Saharan Africa. And as I said, exposure doesn't mean just there's been a big drought, landslide, fire, flood event, whatever the case is. This is where people have been significantly affected by these hazards. Here you can see also all from 2025, the number of people in sub-Saharan Africa that have been affected by drought is massive. And drought is a long onset period. drought lasts for years and years and years, and it reaches a very, very large area, many, many countries at a time. Whereas flooding, for example, a very quick onset, it affects less people, so people more in low-lying areas or living on the sides of rivers, and it tends to subside quicker. So very different types of exposure to these. You can see in the bottom left there, that's Niger, Mali. I mean, these are areas that have been very affected by flooding. And this is showing not just where that happened, but where people were displaced, where people lost their lives, where people lost everything. There's top right there, you can see where provincial and national emergencies were declared. So people are really very exposed to these hazards. Similar maps, but from all over the place, not in sub-Saharan Africa. You can see people dramatically affected by drought across North America. Below that, Indonesia, where people again, can't believe I'm finding this so hard. Again, where people have been affected by flooding, really dramatically. They've lost their lives, they've lost possessions, they've had to move. Top right, there's Russia, there's the whole of Europe. Bottom right, you can see South America. So again, not just our problem. Exposure going into the future, and this is globally, it's not looking great. There's going to be sea level rise, which everyone knows about, and it means the people in coastal areas are going to have to move. Second column there, you can see that's desertification. So you can see people in areas that are already marginal are going to have to move out of these ever drying areas. What this means for exposure is that people are moving into cities, and we end up with these awful peri-urban slum areas, and people are extremely exposed to disasters and to hazards there. If you look at the last column, because there's very little space in these areas, many people are encroaching on rivers. They're living in riverbanks, they're living in floodplains, and so they're really, really affected by droughts. They're very highly exposed by floods, very exposed to these flood events. Okay, so we've said now sub-Saharan Africa has these hazards, so does the rest of the world. Sub-Saharan Africa is highly exposed to this, so is the rest of the world. What makes our risk so high? And it's got to come down to that last element, which is vulnerability. There are reasons why sub-Saharan Africa is more vulnerable to these hazards that they're exposed to, is our reliance on agriculture. Reliance on agriculture in many respects is a great thing. The presentation we just heard explains that, but we're very vulnerable to drought as a result. Funding, we often battle to get funding where we are, which also makes us more vulnerable. Poverty, I mean, these images were taken from South Africa, but you see these images all over sub-Saharan Africa. And then infrastructure, and poor infrastructure makes us extremely vulnerable. Yeah, you can see images of poor infrastructure in water, in transport, and in power, and these are the key areas. So this is where I stop the really, really negative part of my presentation and move on to something a bit more positive. This is really what I possibly optimistically, but I also think quite realistically see for the future of vulnerability for the sub-Saharan African continent. So first of all, I've seen, if you look at agriculture, lots of very innovative ways for people to reuse and store water. Below that, that's cropping, so that's maize cropping. One of the things South Africa is very guilty of is we're very reliant on maize. I know in Kenya, you don't hate a bit of maize here, you don't call it mealies, but it's maize. Whereas there are countries like Namibia who have very, very actively moved away from their reliance on maize. They are more reliant now on sorghum and millet and various other things that are far more not just drought resistant, but pest resistant and more nutritious. So it's a very good move, and we can learn from initiatives like this. The image below that shows co-cropping, so use land for more than just one type of agriculture. And then below that, and I think this is the most important image in this column, that's learning from local knowledge. There are areas where people have survived and thrived for generations in areas that others would call totally uninhabitable. So we need to learn about this. Then there's funding. A lot of people have spoken about microfunding. I don't need to go into that. Then there's aid, very controversial at the moment. America reducing a lot of aid. There's a lot of people who are saying Africa should not have been so reliant on aid for so long. But I think aid still plays a very important role. And then also, it's been mentioned in this conference already, funding something very valuable, not something with high returns, but something that's going to benefit your community and the world at large. And then that last image is a safety net. That's not international aid. That's a permanent safety net that we need. Basic minimum wages are good, insurance, that sort of thing. Then poverty, everyone's seen these, but they are the things that seem to work. Education, good basic health, gender equality, and focus on the youth. And then on the end there, that final column, that's showing images where infrastructure has worked. These are all from sub-Saharan Africa, where there are good road transports, good water networks, and really good power infrastructure. So now we've got these measures. What I think is a good idea is, instead of somewhat randomly implementing them, have a look at where they fit in. That first column is looking more at exposure, and exposure does, a lack of exposure does tend to reduce resilience, reduce vulnerability. This is community level exposure, reduction of exposure. So rezoning, house raising, flood proofing, that sort of thing. The middle column, that's looking again at the community scale, but this is looking at reducing vulnerability specifically. So this is early warning systems, flood education, flood readiness, etc. That third column is then looking at big engineering solutions. This is again exposure or reducing exposure, but this is looking at a national or metro level. These are things like new dams or raising dams. These are big engineering projects. And the reason these need to be used in conjunction and not in isolation is, if you look at the graphs on the right there, that one at the bottom, that shows risk reduction when a big engineering solution is implemented. These tend to work for limited return intervals, which means they either work for a 1 in 1, 1 in 2 year flood, so a small flood, or for a very, very big flood. If you add this to the graph at the top, and this is showing where you've reduced risk through flood education and other community-based vulnerability reduction, that kicks in at a 1 in 1 year flood and a 1 in 100 year flood. So really, it's worth using them together. So this is sort of a roadmap of where I'm taking you through this. The first, those little things that look on M&Ms, that is a range of different mitigation measures, as we saw a couple of slides back. Next, we've got the layers. So this is where you've taken the mitigation measures and you've put them into their brackets. It's community-based, it's something that needs to come from government, for example, and it's either looking at exposure or it's looking at community vulnerability. Then putting these together appropriately. So for example, instead of just putting them somewhat randomly and trying them, look at something like, if you do have a new dam or a raised dam, introduce an appropriate flood warning system for the community downstream of those. So put them together in a clever way. And then I think this is the area where we don't do properly. Appraise your various solutions. Have a bunch of solutions and appraise them properly. Look at cost benefit analyses, look at proper modeling, proper software with proper people who really understand what they're doing. This is where you also look at community involvement and really understand and investigate and include the community knowledge that is really so very valuable. And this can also include completely changing your philosophy. So sometimes it's worth taking a step back and saying, what are we trying to do? And is this what we really should be doing? And that's a way in which to come up with a preferred adaptation strategy that's specific to that area, that problem, those people, those physical conditions, those cultural conditions, etc. So I've got a couple of quick examples here. I realize I'm running out of time. One is a drought mitigation project I was involved in. This is part of what South Africa is calling its just energy transition. Someone mentioned that South Africa is still very, very reliant on coal. We are, but we are trying to move away from it. And in this transition to renewables, we don't want people left behind. So this is a project based on decommissioning of a power station, of a coal-fired power station, and what to do once we decommission that, how not to leave the people who've been reliant on this in the community behind, how to not leave them high and dry. So we looked at various options, which included hydroponics, some land farming in association with education around it, making more use of farm dams, and whether we needed to continue to use an intervention transfer, which was in place. The appraisal included hydrological modeling, an environmental and social impact assessment, talking to the stakeholders and trying to understand, for example, these are 5 generations of people who work for power plants. Do they even want to do agriculture? Is this in their interest? Then to the right of that, that's the resilience myth. This is a book by Soraya Chumali where she talks about resilience. It's more of a philosophy than anything else, but she's saying we need to look at resilience not as something we can do without help, but something where we don't have help, where we can't do ourselves. How do we rely on community resilience? How do we get assistance? And then at the bottom, that was just a soil assessment. I mean, the community was in fact very keen to continue with agriculture, but if they didn't have the right soils, it would have been pointless. And the outcome for this was both hydroponics, land-based farming with education, and this was two-way education, understanding the community and bringing agronomists in, and then making more use of the farm dams so that we didn't need the interbasin transfer. This is my final example. It's completely different to this. This was not a relatively vulnerable community project at all. This was a very controversial project in a big city in South Africa where there are no people living there, it's all businesses, and they lost millions and millions and millions of rands as a result of a flood. So we looked at increasing channel sizes, we looked at legal action, we looked at this as riprap, so reducing scour, and then we looked at putting in a bypass levee. The appraisal accounted for a lot of cost-benefit analyses. That windmill that's representing the Netherlands, basically they've got a kind of a philosophy or a movement called room for the river. So instead of keeping people and property here and the river here, maybe we need to make a plan whereby the river can use its original flow path, because in a really big storm event, that's where it's going to go anyway. A lot of hydrological and hydraulic modeling, again, ESIA, and very different stakeholder engagement. And what came out of this was using the riprap, increasing the channel flow, and very collective legal action was actually one of the recommendations. Very quick wrap up. Basically, we all have the hazards, we all have the exposure. Our risk is higher largely because of our vulnerability. So we need to find possible measures that have been proven to work in Africa, put these into their various categories, try them together appropriately, appraise them properly, including local knowledge, and then coming up with a preferred adaptation strategy that is appropriate for the environment we're in, the cultural environment, the physical environment, people that are there, their background, and their socio-environment. And that's me, finally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Any question for Karen? It seems all good, Karen.
And not a lot of ESG in there, I realize.
I think you made it very clear to all of them. So yeah, but yeah, feel free to talk to her during the networking break. So with that, we are going for a lunch break plus networking session. And I would say let's come back in 45 minutes. Let's target by 2:05. We all are back here for the final session of the day on conference. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so the lunch break is taking place at the reception. So you just know all presentation materials will be sent to your email a week after the event. All presentation materials will
struggling to come to work, and all that because of a flood. That's unfortunately not kind of a distorted future scenario. It's actually happening. It's happening now. It happened during the El Nino in Kenya. It's happening all across Africa. I think also, as Karen has kind of showcased, and it's a real scenario. And I think the question really is, are we ready to manage this? Are we ready to adapt to this scenario? I think we had a lot of great speeches throughout the last day and today as well. And so, as I mentioned already, I kind of want to focus more on the climate adaptation piece. But what we do as partners in transformation is really across ESG as well as broader. But I think it's easier to kind of have an example to understand a bit more what it is that we do. So what we offer in a nutshell is really technical assistance, financing, as well as grant support. We have all of these different logos that you might have seen or might not have seen, but Partners in Transformation is basically an effort by the German government to say, okay, what do we have on offer that touches the private sector, and how can we efficiently bundle it? And so that's kind of how the initiative occurred, because I think probably all of you have interacted with, one or the other government initiative, and gets really confusing and it's more a jungle than it provides clarity. So that's kind of our effort to it. Great. So I think we have seen, again, Karen had shown quite a few pictures. I've selected some headlines here, but I think really what we can see is that the climate crisis is real, it's urgent, it's now. Like, these headlines are what I've picked out over the last 2 weeks. And you can kind of see the urgency, and that not doing anything will really cost a lot. I think this is a slide that we've kind of also discussed over the last last day and today. Africa's contribution to climate change or to greenhouse gas emissions has really been minimal. Historically, as you can see here on the left-hand side, about 3% into present day. This one is from 2017, still sort of at 3%. And in fact, actually, if we're thinking about it and we're looking at it, Kenya in particular is actually a front runner compared to most high-income economies, with 90% of the share of electricity being already generated by renewables and the consumption being minimal at 0.39 tons per capita. But, and again, I think we've seen this before, most impacted, most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And you can see that here by all the kind of red and orange shaded countries, is basically says that most vulnerable and least ready for the adaptation to climate change. And this is, now I'm doing the same thing. This is, just one of the pictures of El Nino with the floods, and I think it sort of speaks for itself. The other aspect, I think, if we're looking into the future, is, so like, where are we headed, right? Like, if the business as usual scenario will essentially mean 20% of shrinkage of African economies. And that's bad already, but I think if we're thinking about what that means for human life, that's even worse. So you see, I don't know if you can see these very well, but it's, basically huge impact on nature and human lives that are most vulnerable. In a scenario where it even gets worse, we're looking for up to 80% of decline of GDP. So yet it's kind of, it's an unfair paradox, right? Not contributed much, but feeling most of the effects. What that ultimately means is that, yes, governments have to do their part, but businesses have to as well, because they are the engines of our economy. Sometimes they're the biggest emitters, so they have to be forced into greener activities. But I think they're also the greatest innovators of our economies. So really enabling them is what we want to be doing to tackle this quite hard problem. So here on the, apologies. On the left-hand side, we have a little bit of of what businesses need to do, and that's more from a regulatory perspective. So comply with emerging regulations, conduct climate risk assessments, invest in resilient infrastructure and processes, engage in sector-specific adaptation standards, etc. And on the right-hand side, we kind of have why should businesses do it? Like why they should be interested in it. So it's kind of business continuity, access to finance and insurance, right? Like most investors are now looking at greener businesses. Investor confidence and market access, operational reliability and cost avoidance. And the list kind of goes on. Okay, great, right? But if you're a business, you say, well and good, but making these changes are costly and they're often quite complex as well. So a few of the things that most businesses tend to mention the difficulty with is high upfront cost, changing to renewables, so installing renewables on your business's roofs, right, is a high upfront investment. Then there is limited access to green finance. I think it's a challenge that particularly SMEs mention. There's complex regulatory requirements and landscapes that these businesses have to adopt to now. And technology and expertise is still a challenge. So as a business, it's kind of, yeah, great, but what do we do and who's here to support us? And this is sort of where we come in. I'm going to talk more, as I said, more about the DEG and DEG Impulse bits of it. But we have other service providers as GIZ, for instance, that also have solutions. The first one, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of DEG. I've already seen and talked to quite a few existing clients and seen them on the map. So like Turkana Wind Power, CRBD. But yeah, basically DEG is Europe's largest DFI. It's the German DFI. And its focus is basically on climate impact and return. We provide loans and equity across infrastructure and energy, banking, and industries and services. And we do this with a focus on Africa, with mobilizing more financing and German businesses. And I think important to say, whilst we do have that German business focus, yeah, we definitely do local investment and mostly more so than other investment. Just to give you an understanding of the portfolio, it's 11.6 billion euros invested at the moment, and it's kind of cut quite evenly across 3 areas: Latin America, Africa, MENA, and Asia. And we provide basically customized financial instruments, which range from secured loans to subordinated loans, secured equity participation to risk participation. Our loans basically start at a minimum of 10 million and go up to a maximum of 300 million, which we would syndicate with other banks or other DFIs rather. And we provide mostly in USD, Euro, and ZAR, but in certain instances also local currencies. We can provide tenors from 4 up to 21 years. And all of basically what we would offer you as an interest rate is risk-based. So it's really on an individual and one-on-one basis. The other one probably also very important to mention is the sustainability-linked loans. So this would be a loan that is pegged to the IFC performance standards, where the client would set their own goals. If you meet the goals, the interest rate reduces. If you don't, there's a penalty. So I think that's an interesting product to be aware of. All right. The other one that we have in particular now for DEG clients is business support services. And this is a great product because it's quite simple to understand. Like your needs would come first. So if you have identified a challenge within your business, and it can literally be anything more or less. I'll give some examples in a minute. You might have your own consultants that you have spoken to about this project already, or you might want to tap into the network of consultants that we have existing. And then we basically cost share. So we go 50% for up to 200,000 euros. And these are the areas that we would focus on. So the projects can do anything from analysis, implementation, and improvement of existing operations. And it can go across climate goals, impact goals, and economic resilience. Maybe to give you an idea of what we have done within the topic of climate adaptation, we have, for instance, worked with one of our clients to revamp their CSR strategy on afforestation. We helped them develop a digital tool that basically tracks the trees in real time, and to be able to maximize then on the carbon saved there as well, and kind of give information, irrigation or improvement information. The other one I think is a good one is usually our financial clients, helping them to do an assessment of their own kind of carbon footprint of their portfolio, developing green strategies, and then also helping to raise or position themselves well for green finance. The other one, oops, skip this. The other product, and that's actually the last product that I'm going to mention, is Develop PPP. And so this is a product that a private sector company will have to apply for it, and it needs to go beyond your core business activities. And otherwise, it's pretty flexible. So some of the ideas here could be CSR initiative and activities addressing climate impacts, training measures to improve market-wide workforce qualification. If you're kind of finding, I need to do a project, but I'm not finding the right skilled workers, or piloting innovative technologies with social and environmental benefits. It's basically, again, it's kind of this cost share 50-50. We provide 100,000 euros to up to 2 million euros. So the company would come with the match funding, and we help you structure it. So I think as opaque as this can be, the nice thing is really like understanding what you as a company would need. And the other great thing is that it is open for companies that are not DG clients. The next window for this opens mid-February until the end of March. So yeah, might be an interesting one. And maybe one case study to give you a bit of a flavor. So we have done, or we're currently in the process of doing a project with ETG and Paragate. We've started this in 2023. It's running up until next year. Provided, and the full project is 2.5 million euros. We provided 50%. And in the training, basically, farmers are learning about climate smart and friendly methods of farming. So basically with ETG, we had developed what the training course should be, that it is most applicable. And obviously this has benefits for the farmer as well as for the company. So higher soybean volumes are being produced at the moment. So that directly boosts Paragate's processing and sales revenues. But also farmers have improved earnings. And then ETG is also benefiting from carbon credits through the agroforestry initiatives under this. All right. So I talked a lot. I think to remember, get in touch if you're a company in need of financing and you're able to absorb 10 million euros and more. Get in touch if you're a consultant offering ESG services and solutions so that we can put you into our database. Get in touch if you have an idea for a sustainability project relevant for the wider society and not just your company. Get in touch if you're an existing DG client and you haven't tapped into business support services, as well as a startup looking to scale your innovation. And if you're just interested, you're very welcome to get in touch. So this is my contact and then the contact of my colleague from GIZ if you have any questions on those products. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Any question for Hannah?
One of the biggest financing challenges is the fact that grants and loans are given in a foreign currency. And you say on exception, there could be local currency loan. How are you thinking about that? Because I mean, that is going to fundamentally stay a challenge the moment that there's that risk of currency fluctuations.
how is the sector thinking about lending in local currency?
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, we do offer local currency, but it's often, yeah, I mean, it's again, it kind of has to be done on a case by case basis. So we do offer them, but most of the time the companies themselves prefer to receive the loans in euro or USD. And I think the other way we think about it is, as a DFI, we're not like, we actually enable banks as well in this space, right? Like, so the idea is that on lending would be provided by the banks also that we are financing. Yeah. That's it.
Maybe a question from
Yeah.
me. So when you say you work with banks, so any preference in terms of, when you select the banks, are you working with multilaterals? Do you work with the commercial banks, or means how does that work for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the financing side expert. My colleague Wilfred from the investment side would be the best one to ask. But I mean, we have invested in banks like Equity Bank, for instance, and the way that works is basically that we provide loans to them, and they on lend them, into their portfolio, and we receive the interest. I hope that, in a
Thank
very
you.
simple way.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one last question. Most companies are not able to absorb the 10 million euros at once. So is there any other structured financing that you offer in terms of, let's say, a revolving fund?
Yeah, so I think again the grants can be more applicable for companies that are unable to absorb the larger amounts. In particular, I didn't speak about this program in great detail, just because I had the feelings there are quite a few larger companies here, but we do have the Develop PPP Ventures. It's more a startup program where we provide grants of 100,000 euros. But in general, it's actually the same answer that I'd given before. The way we are thinking about the market is basically we would be financing banks and they would on lend. So even though we can't do smaller tickets than 10 million, the flow would basically go through equity funds that we're invested in or local banks.
Thanks, thanks, Anna. Give it, please clap for her. Moving on to the next presenter, we have Rose Wamalwa from WEA. Do we have Rose in the room?
Good afternoon. Jambo. Please help me say jambo to your neighbor. Do you know what jambo means? Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Rose Wamalwa, and I work with Women's Earth Alliance as the East African Regional Director. I also wear another hat, a founder of Women in Water and Natural Resource Conservation, Women's Climate Center International. So I do a lot of stuff with women. So I'm happy to be here, and mine is just to have a one-on-one discussion reflecting on the role of women in addressing climate change. And as I start my presentation, I would request you just think of a woman that has been instrumental in your life. I know you've come a very long way in your growth trajectory. There's this woman, can be a family member, can be a beneficiary of the project that you are running, and bring her in this room. That whatever I'm going to talk about, assume that I'm referring to this woman. I want to start by a quote from Wangari Maathai. I'm very conscious of the fact that you can't do it alone. It is teamwork. When you do it alone, you run the risk that when you are no longer there, nobody else will do it. And reflect on that quote, the position that you have, the the platform that you have. Are you mentoring someone else? Do you think it is teamwork that has brought your company this far? Yeah, just reflect on that. So we want to sorry. I don't know why it's moving. Okay, so Women's Earth Alliance is a global organization with a mission to empower grassroots women leadership to protect our environment and not really end, but address the climate crisis, ensure a just and thriving world. At the heart of our programs are initiatives that nurture and a generation of women leaders across Africa, across the globe, are leaders who are spearheading community-based climate adaptation, environmental restoration, and eco-enterprises. Development, particularly in climate vulnerable areas. In Kenya, we are working with ASIL communities. We are working in Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. And these women have been given the skills and the tools and the finances, not just to wait for the government and the global world to come in, but in one way, in a very small way, to help address the issues of climate change in their respective communities. So basically, that's what we are doing. Yes, so we are at a glance, right? We are talking about empowering women's leadership to protect our environment and end the climate crisis, ensure a just and thriving world. We envision a world where women, leadership-centered communities are thriving and the earth's resources are regenerated. We have been existing since 2006, and so far we have been able to train and fund over 52,000 women leading environmental initiatives in 31 countries who have reached nearly 24 million people with life-saving climate solutions. Yeah, so what you can see who we are, women, right? We uplift women leadership by elevating their voices, and you know that climate change affects men and women differently. And so sometimes I know you have the experience working with different communities. Sometimes women do not have a voice, right? And sometimes women are left stranded, especially in times of disasters caused by climate change. Recently, we had some landslides in Kenya here in Marakwet, and you can agree with me that the people who are most affected are women and children. And so we are creating the platform and spaces for these women to take the leadership, to be on the front line, championing some of these very small initiatives, but that can bring a change in their lives. And we're also talking about the earth. Me and you rely on this mother nature. We rely on the earth, irrespective of our positions or what we are doing. I think if we don't take care of the earth, if we don't take care of the environment, it will somehow, directly or indirectly, affect what we are doing. So we are advancing conservation at grassroots level, generating agriculture, clean energy, and sustainable livelihoods. And we are creating spaces and for networks and for women to learn from one another across the globe, because we know there's power in teamwork, there's power in learning from one another, and more so to the grassroots community. Yeah, so why women? Can you please bring back that lady that woman that you brought in this room as I discussed this issue? Why women? Maybe you can ask your neighbor. Why women? Yeah, because yeah, so I think women are very key, and in every society, in every organization, in every home, in every community, I think women really play a very vital role. A home will be stable. In Kenya, we say um, uh, the man, a home belongs to the woman. And because they are primary resource managers, women are responsible for food production. It's very rare for a child to run to the father and say, I want food, I want water, daddy, I want. They will always find peace and accommodation. They're accommodated by the women. And so they take care of the household. And that's why we feel they're very important, even in this climate crisis. And then they are also custodians of knowledge, right? I was lucky to grow up in a rural setting. And many years growing up, I think we used to get a lot of information from our grandparents. I think nowadays it doesn't happen anymore. But women really carry a lot of information concerning the communities that we are interacting in. For the business people in the house, even as you come up with the innovation and the technologies, I think it's important to put in mind that as you create, as you come up with the innovative technologies, it's important for you to ask, whatever that I'm coming up with, can my mother and grandmother be able to really understand it? And can you personally explain to her what you are doing in a very basic language that she can be able to understand? If you cannot explain to her, then you have a long way to go. There are agents of resilience. Right? Let's reflect back on the COVID-19. I think we had a lot of women initiatives that were taking place, and women they took the center stage just to make sure that their families were protected. And so women-led initiatives often drive sustainable solutions in agriculture, conservation, and disaster preparedness. They are community anchors. They are caregivers. They have a role in making sure that there's central to family and community survival. A woman will think about um, everyone and anyone, that you are here, but still they are consulting you to find out if things are not working. So they are also change makers. Empowered women influence policy, mobilize communities, and innovate grassroots climate solutions. For us as Women Earth Alliance, our entry point in every community that we work in is through women groups, because we believe that they understand the challenges and the solutions they have. And then equity imperative, excluding women undermines climate justice and weakens global resilience efforts. So it's just important for us to continue creating platforms in our respective workplaces for women to have a voice. Yeah, let's magnify their platforms. So this is the work that we are doing and the nations that we are impacting. And you can see that in East Africa, we have been working, we are in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, and also Nigeria. Yeah. So let us also focus on the challenges women face, especially during climate change. They are limited and property rights. Where I come from, majority of the women really don't have access to land. Yes, the husband can be having chance of land, but for her even to be given a plot, a small space to just practice what they have learned is a challenge because they don't own land. And then there's also the economic inequality. Finances are an issue. Women mostly economically and not stable, and also they are underrepresented in leadership and cultural and social norms. The other day we were working in Maasai community, for those of you who are conversant with Kenya, culture has really been an issue in such communities because culture has given women a very less space for them to share other issues because they believe it's a taboo, right? And so those are some of the issues that are affecting our women. Then of course the education gaps. When you talk about climate change, I mean, how do you explain to that grandmother that has never stepped in class? How do you make it simpler for her to really understand that this is what I'm supposed to do? Yet you want her also to be part of the team that is addressing climate change. And then, of course, we have the floods and drought that equally affect the access to food, access to water, access to health services, and then displacement and insecurity. Many of the refugees are women and children, and so they are affected. You cannot have a say in a country that you don't belong to. Look at Southern Sudan, right? Many women we've seen and children, they have been put in a platform that they rely on well-wishers. They cannot make decisions, they can't, and that has really affected the platforms for women. Then, of course, agricultural vulnerability. I think in East Africa and across Africa, we rely on rain-fed agriculture. So that's why I'm happy that we have business investors here who can think together so that we can be able to know how best can we address this? Because when there's no food, there's no life, especially for women. And then there's increased care and burden. So climate change impacts really continue to make life really very difficult for our women. So our intersectional approach. So generative agriculture and food security, transforming local food systems and converting degraded farmlands organic, restoring soil health and growing biodiversity. Those are some of the initiatives that we are doing, working closely with the smallholder farmers, at least to give them hope and knowing that whatever resources that they have, they can still make a difference. Conservation and ecosystem stewards. We have a project on women and forest restoration in Kakamega Tropical Rainforest, in Mau Forest. In Uganda, we are working with women in Fort Portal, the western part of Uganda, and just creating a room for them to be involved in the conservation of the ecosystem and the forest, knowing that majority of our indigenous tree seedlings like the Prunus africana, they're all depleting. And then, of course, sustainable livelihoods. We've been able to initiate eco-friendly initiatives that the women can use to, yes, address the climate change, but at the same time, earn an income, clean energy access and advocacy, very key and very relevant to the discussion that we are having. And then health and well-being, responding to interconnected impacts of climate change and gender-based violence, and ensuring communities are healthy and can thrive. And of course, as I earlier mentioned, indigenous knowledge. We just realized that communities really do have a lot of indigenous knowledge that when we co-create and co-design some of these programs, we are able to transform lives. And these are the impacts, the women that we've been able to impact since 2006, and of course the trees that we've been able to plant across the globe, and women-led tree nurseries. We create a platform for them to raise tree nurseries so that when we are restoring this forest, we are able to buy from them. And so they're actively involved in the kind of work that we are doing. And of course, the number of groups supported by a revolving fund, also been giving out some small grants for the women to boost their small enterprises. So in Rwanda, we are working with CHT, Conservation Heritage Churambe. It's a women-led organization working on climate smart solutions in Musanze district, and across Rwanda, nearly in 5 rural households face food insecurity. You know, Rwanda is a very small country, and because of the issues that have affected them sometimes back, I think they're still struggling to come back to terms, and the increasing population and the small pieces of land that they have. So I think it's important for us to, you know, co-create together. These women can still benefit in the small farms that they have. In Kenya, we've been championing the energy saving cook stoves. As you can see Lynn there, she has become like a business lady now, training women on energy saving cook stoves. These are affordable energy saving cook stoves, but of course it will be nice for me also to interact with your companies and get to know how best we can improve some of these initiatives. And women like Evelyn are now changing their lives and the lives of the people at grassroots level. So in Uganda, of course, we have women that we've been working with. I mentioned the western part of Uganda and central part of Uganda. And some of them, like Farida, they have focused on building coffee seedlings and selling, just to ensure that there's a life for their children and the entire family. Yeah, so let's talk about how we can be able to create spaces and platforms for the women that we work with. It's my humble request that we amplify women's voices. I know majority of you probably don't work directly with grassroots women and communities, but there's a way you can come in a small way, you know, just making sure that their voices are heard, that they're involved in the decision-making tables, and also partnership and advocacy. You know, addressing climate change cannot be done by one entity. We have to work together, we have to join hands and scale up community-driven solutions, inclusive climate finance. I think that is the most challenging aspect. We, of course, some of these global platforms recently, we just had COP30, and many things were discussed, but the question is, do this finance and this do they trickle down to the person that really face and bear the impact of climate change? So probably it will be important for us to see how we can trickle that down to our communities and make sure that they benefit. The legal and policy reforms, of course, we work closely with governments, both local and central governments, because we know that together we are able to, you know, champion some of these issues. Yeah. And basically, these are some of the activities that we champion. You can see the women are doing riparian restoration because they really care about the water, just to make sure that the rivers are conserved and restored. You can see some women in Maasai land, they are doing the what we call vegetable gardens. And then you see Mama Mary, she has harvested honey and now packaging at a very low level and just selling to make sure that life continues. And of course, the energy saving bookstores. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to end by saying it is the little things that we do that make a difference. It may be small, maybe in someone's eyes, but if we continue doing them, I think it will bring a transformation, because when women thrive, the earth thrives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Please, if you have a question in regards to the role of women in addressing ESG, please kindly indicate by lifting up your hands. So I'll bring the mic to you. Okay, in the absence of none, thank you so much for your presentation. So we'll move on to the next presentation. Right away, we'll be having Rosalie Waru. who is from Biofood Products Limited, for her presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalie Druaru. I am from Biofoods. I am the head of sustainability, and I also man the regulatory and compliance space. I was gonna just go with the flow of the slides, but I will change my tactics so that all don't slip. And I think it's gonna make the presentation, when I skim through it, it's gonna be easier. So Biofoods is a premium dairy company. For the people who live in Kenya, it's the yogurt with the black cup. Yeah? Anyone else who has a black cup copied us. We were the first. And there's a story behind that. I'll cover it in the presentation. Our pioneer got into Swiss Airlines to go greet someone, I don't know where, and they tasted very good yogurt, and they kept wondering why we didn't have that in Kenya. So because he had money, he decided to make his here in Kenya, and that's how we were formed. But now over the years, the company has been purchased by different owners. It's currently owned by a Dutch holding company called TBL, and our biggest, we have 4 pillars, but the main ones are quality and sustainability. And one of the things we've been realizing is we can't do it by ourselves, hence the topic of my presentation, from production to partnership, because we just realized we can't do this by ourselves. We pride ourselves in being sustainable from beginning to end. So we have a saying called grass to glass, which is just a story of how we get our milk from the farm to how we make sure that it gets to your glass. Quality milk. Just gonna put it there. So transforming dairy production through sustainable sourcing and low carbon operations. Currently, from the KDB standards, Kenya Dairy Board, the smallholder farmers who have, our grandmothers with 1 cow, me who is trying to get in the dairy space with also my 1 cow, we're like 1.8 million of us. And just carbon science, a bit of information, as is the agricultural space contributes around 38, forgive my numbers, I think it's around 48 to 42% of the total methane globally. And then there's the manure management that contributes to about 10% of that. Nobody talks about rice, but that's a story for another day because it's the 3rd one in that list. So if we did everything possible in the dairy space, this would be 1.8 million people and more who would be doing best practices in terms of sustainability, and this would drastically bring our emissions down. So as Biofoods, what have we been doing? Initially, we only used to work with large farmers. What do I mean by large farmers? So someone who's producing around 500 liters of milk every day, and that's not happening for a lot of farmers. And every time we'd get into platforms and tell them what we're doing, the question would always be yes, but the people you're dealing with have money, have big pieces of land, and also are able to hire people who can do the right thing in the farm. So is this scalable to smaller farmers? And the answer is yes. So we started working with 2 cooperatives, and immediately when we started telling them what to do, I don't mean telling them like pulling them, just, hey, feed this cow this instead of this. They all had an increment of at least a liter a day with no investment. And that takes me back to what Tamara said. Oh, Tamara has left. Tamara had mentioned that you rarely move into sustainability without spending money. I want to tweak that a bit. When you're in the SME space, sustainability is not even expensive. It's actually cheaper for you, because what these people did, what these farmers in the cooperatives did, was just to change a bit of their ration in terms of their feed. And it's just like when you decide you want to go healthy, you'll realize that you don't necessarily eat more, you just change what you eat. It will not necessarily cost you more. Sometimes it's even less. So these cows were feeding on the same amount of food, the same amount of fodder, same amount of money spent on food, but then the milk that's produced is more. So that's more money in your pocket, because same amount of money that goes into your feeds, but then you're selling more milk. So it's actually cheaper. So in terms of the people in the SME space, whether it's farming, whether it's in the manufacturing space, every sustainable action that you take in the initial stages, you actually don't have to spend money on it. It's talking to your people, please shut the lights, switch off the lights when you're walking out, switch off the tap when you're going home. Just make sure you cover all these things. So you can only imagine if a liter of water is saved every day for an year, that's a lot of money, and that's money in your pocket. So in the initial stages, sustainability is the way to go. It's cheaper. So that's what we're doing. Sorry, that's point 2. That's what we're doing with the smallholder farmers. So now it's practical that it can be done with smallholder farmers. And then what that does, it increases milk yield, and then of course high productivity, and then there's money in your pocket. And then the most important thing for me as a sustainability practitioner is, by default, the intensity emissions go down, not the absolute. I'm happy someone explained what net zero and carbon neutrality looks like. So this does not reduce the absolute immediately, but it definitely reduces the intensity, because you're now producing more milk from one cow instead of increasing your herd. We also did introduce the stewardship standards, which this looks like. A summary of it is just animal welfare, human welfare, because that's a big thing. You don't want to have farmers who are employing underage kids. You also want them to pay them well, which also ends up being very good for your farm. Imagine having a farm worker who knows cows by their names, because we've gone to farms where the employees are so happy they know farms by their names. And one of our most popular sayings at Bio is, a happy cow equals a happy farmer, because it gives you more milk, it has less stress, it gets sick less. And then the other thing we've done, which the government has actually started taking up, is quality-based milk pricing. If you do not create a need for quality milk, then farmers are not gonna produce quality milk. There is no need for me to invest in more expensive fodder for me to give you milk, and then you'll pay me the same amount of money as the person who's producing not very good milk. So when we introduced the quality-based milk pricing, what happened is everyone wanted to produce more quality milk. So your butterfat is right, your aflatoxin is right. And I'm happy that this aflatoxin and antibiotic conversation has become a mainstream conversation. I've seen a lot of that on X, because eventually this will lead to health problems. You're constantly being exposed to antibiotics. So you yourselves are not taking a lot of antibiotics, but then there's antibiotics in milk. So either way, and in this case, you're probably even taking worse antibiotics because they're cow antibiotics. So I'm happy this has become a mainstream conversation. So farmers earn more, then they're able to buy more milk, and then they're able to pay their people well, and then they're also able to make more profits. So other than what we do in the farm, what we do in the production space, so that's in the factory, we also started redesigning packaging. So there's a lot of conversation on recycling. There's a lot of conversation on reduction. But if you interact with recyclers, you'll realize that not everything is recyclable. So for example, if you have packaging that have so many multiple layers, you really can't do gram for gram. So gram for gram is I would take this, melt it, and then produce another one of this. So if you have a lot of layers in it, it's not recyclable. So we started going back to the design of our packaging, and we reduced our plastic, 30% plastic of our milk bottles. And then we eventually got feedback from the recyclers that white wasn't as nice as clear bottles. So we did move to clear PET, and this was probably one of the most hectic things I have done in my entire existence, because the market was not very receptive. In 2019, it wasn't. In 2023, guys were saying we're moving because it's cheaper and all that. I have to go convincing people that scientifically this makes sense, this makes sense. But then eventually everyone did approve the clear bottles, and we've been running on clear bottles from August 2023. So the market has been receptive. Now, my goal and the company's goal, which is quite ambitious, considering there isn't a lot of regulations around this, is to move to 50% rPET. There's already a standard by KEBS, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, for recycling food grade PET. But we're hoping that people are also going to invest in machineries, because we don't want to get to a point where we are importing rPET because it does not add up. Then I'm just increasing my emissions by shipping everything in. And then waste minimization. This is usually one of my best stories to tell because it involved no money at all. When you realize that before you invest money, you have to change the culture, a lot of things, there's a mind shift when it comes to this. So this water reduction and the factory waste reduction was purely from me and two of my other colleagues sitting down with people and explaining to them what sustainability looks like in their specific area of work. So if you're working with someone who is in charge of the meters at work and all that, explain to them what sustainability looks like. Explain it in Kiswahili. Explain it in whatever language is spoken wherever you come from. Because sustainability experts and these jargons, sometimes it's just everything's it's just very hard terms, and sometimes people just don't understand. So this is a success story. This happened in between 2021 and 2022, and this was purely the people in production, and they were so happy to see this. So it was, oh, this tap is leaking, this tap is not even important here, let's remove this one, let's put it there. So very minute things. This machine usually doesn't do this thing, and maybe the lead and the plastic are not coming together very well. So let's fix this. Very small things from the people who are working there. And you will never, mark my word, you will never be as smart as the person who's working on that machine if you do not work on that machine or that space. So that's a success story for the factory people, and I'm so proud of them. Of course, there's logistics. This has partially been covered. We changed our routes, and for the areas where the roads were a bit bad, we did get bikes. So bikes consume less fuel than sending a 4-tonner truck in certain areas. So that reduced our fuel consumption a lot. Solar powered milk chillers. So during the day, depending on how much sun is out there, between 10 to around 3 to 4 p.m., we're usually running on solar 100%. And there's been significant reduction in terms of the amount of energy we are getting from the grid. And then we're also looking into exploring electric distribution trucks. We've already done a couple of experiments with a few distributors here and there. I'm hoping that works, because we can move some of our trucks into electric trucks. Finally, as I had mentioned, we do partner with a lot of people. PACPRO, we are members of PACPRO. It's an EPR. Taka Solutions, Kenya Plastic Pact. These are all the people we get information from, because again, they are better and they have better information when it comes to this. And then building partnerships. I'm so happy that there's a whole lot of conversation on partnerships. We can not do it by ourselves. We depend on our farmers. Our farmers depend on the people, and the people who are planting the fodder, the people who are planting the fodder are dependent on some agronomy somewhere. So we're trying to make this an ecosystem where everyone is welcome, from hydrologists. I had a hydrologist from South Africa, amazing, agronomists, vets, people who are doing farming, manufacturers and all that, just to make sure that this works. And one example is last year, there's a project we started. So we had a grant from USAID, and we just wanted to reach out to more farmers on certain things that can be done for them to improve their productivity. And one of the things we also did is we did plant silage in Endebess at on land 220 acres. And the dry matter of that feed was about 12 to 13% less. So that means that you get to buy the same fodder, fodder with more dry matter for the same price. Your cows eat less. So again, more milk, less money on ops. And then private sector corporations. So again, as I've said, from NGOs to government, because regulations are important and all that. And then policy engagement. This is very close to my heart because sometimes you try certain things, but the policies and regulations of your country do not allow. So a short story. We once tried to pack our cheese in starch packaging that we used to import from the UK. So it came here, tested and proven, buried it, totally degraded in maybe 8 months. But then our very amazing National Environmental Management Authority still wanted us to list that as plastic. So you see that? Yet this was costing us a bit more and all that. So what did we do? Because anyway, we're still running a business. We just back to plastic. Because if you're told it's plastic, then you just move to the actual plastic. So it's very important to talk to them about these things, because most of the times when you sit down with it, it's very easy for you to complain when you're in your organization that these people are not getting it, but sometimes they just don't know it. So it's important to interact with them and tell them this is working, this is not working, for them to slowly change the policies. And that's very evident because now there's a standard for RPET and there wasn't one before. And honestly, I've just gone through this. Finally, it's just to work around our NDCs. So this is what we've committed as a country to bring down in terms of emissions. Currently, our pledge is 32%, and I believe this is doable if we just do all the small things. Rose has concluded her presentation with it's all the small things that matters. They make a difference. So if we all did that, the small farmers did that, and the SMEs, because all those combined contribute to about maybe 40-45% of our GDP, then we would have and we will see a lot of change. And then I'm happy someone asked a topic about biodigesters. That's something some of our farmers are actually doing, yes, which is true. And then methane reducing feeds. This is just what I was saying about the food ration, the food rationale. And I don't know whether you guys know this. Cows don't produce methane. It's not their fault. It's the bacteria in their rumen. That's their fault. It's not the cows. So if you work around the food, then the bacteria doesn't have to merge the C and the 4H. Methane is CH4. They can't do that. So when you work around the food, it really reduces the enteric fermentation, which then reduces the methane produced. And then finally, I am currently trying to work around a carbon credits project to see, because our farmers are already doing so much. They're doing regenerative farming. The average production of milk in our country, as per KDB's surveys, is about 4 to 7. Our farmers are already doing 19. So that's a very, yes, please, 1 minute. They're already doing way much more than what the general population is doing. So I think that there is a case there, but we will see what that looks like. Yeah, and that's it. The future of sustainable dairy is in our hands. So anyone who has 1 cow, you can do better. If you have 500, you can do better. That is it. Thank you very much for listening to me. Cool. Oh, yeah. So let me just go around. No worries. Let me just give her mine. Then I can answer her when she's here.
Thanks, Rosalind. Nice presentation. Nice to see that you're doing something. But my question to you is on what you call the inward supply chain, farmers. Milk, you can't do your products without milk. So which means you're dealing with a lot of dairy farmers. And I'm glad to see that you have a plan on a carbon project. But I want to tell you the solution is right here. At Systema Bio, we do carbon programs for such people. In Morocco, we've partnered with Danone. And so far, we've done so many digesters with Danone, and we are doing for them a carbon project. Just allow me to introduce my colleagues. Verena, Caroline, just stand up. Please stand up. These are our carbon experts. We are working with dairy farmers, dairy farms. We are doing for them carbon programs. We have so many: Ethiopia, we are doing Morocco, we are doing Malawi, we are doing Mozambique, we are piloting in Ghana, we are piloting in Nigeria. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the solutions are right here. We need to have a conversation yesterday, not today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the sales speech. Anyone else? Oh.
Yeah, thanks for the wonderful presentation. I don't know if there's bio yogurt for us to taste at the next break. I want to find what's your specific water consumption in terms of per liter of milk produced. What's your benchmark in terms of water in per liter milk?
So before the reduction, we used to be at around 5.2, and then we realized the global standards are about 2 point something. So we're currently doing like a 4, but that's milk, yogurt, and also the condiments that we make from our sister company in the same company. So it's been going down over time. Yes.
Thanks, Rosalind. Maybe an understanding on your extended producer responsibility. How is the journey with the take-back mechanism?
Very hard. Very hard. So that's why we joined PackPro, because we've tried doing it by ourselves before. We had a partnership with Takataka Solutions, where we had take-back bins long before the EPR and the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022 was put in place. So now we're doing it with PackPro, because then they have an extensive ecosystem than we do. Yes. Does that answer your question?
The reason I was asking that, you could be doing all the good benefits on the upstream, but then on the downstream, if someone picks that, it can negate all the good you've done. Thank you.
Okay.
Very much, sir.
Okay, thanks, Rosalind. We have one more question?
Yeah, thank you.
We can
Thank
take
you
the
so
last
much.
one last question if you can take, yeah.
You make sustainability look so simple in your own ways. And I just want to understand from your perspective, what is the relationship between you and the cooperatives, and then the service providers offering AI services and sex hormones? What is your relationship between the two?
And what hormones?
Sex hormones.
Like what sex hormones?
Like most dairy farmers, to improve productivity, they do AI, artificial insemination, to target production.
Shall we take this offline?
So that when the cows conceive, they give birth to more cows instead of bulls, so that they increase on milk productivity. Yeah.
So I don't want to go to hell for lying. I honestly don't know that part of the question. However, I know Bio and the farmers are working with a partner organization called Blessed Dairies that helps the farmers around the genetics of it and the artificial insemination. So I honestly don't know that part, but I will research more so that when I present next time, I will have answers about sex hormones and AI.
Okay. Thank you. Good one, Rosalind. Our next presenter is Atharva from Lean Energy. Over to you, Atharva.
That's going to be difficult to top. Great, thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atharva. I am the director at Lean Energy Solutions. It's a pleasure to speak to you today at the ESG Climate Summit. So our conversation is going to be focused on industrial decarbonization in Africa using biomass. There's an urgent need to transition away from fossil fuels. And I'm going to talk about how Lean Energy has pioneered biomass-based thermal energy solutions that are affordable, scalable, and climate positive. So to set the stage, it's important to acknowledge the global reality. According to UNICEF and global climate data, 1 billion children are at extreme risk from climate-related activities. Children born after 2020 will face 2 to 7 times more extreme weather events than the previous generations. These events like flooding, droughts, heat waves, and rising seas, they're no longer a distant scenario. They're unfolding as we speak. So industries do have a responsibility and an opportunity to reduce emissions and build a more sustainable future. So basically in our organization, we believe in 3 books. And if you're a climate enthusiast, I strongly recommend that you read. The first is by Bill Gates, and he talks about how 51 billion tons of CO2 emissions are released into the atmosphere and how our goal is to bring that number down to 0. He talks about all different industries and what technologies they can use to bring that number down to 0. Then our pursuit is excellence. So as Jim Collins puts it, good is the enemy of great. And the backbone of our culture is Kaizen. So we strive for continuous improvement. So yes, so this is our mission, vision, and values. So we are grounded in passion, integrity, excellence, and Kaizen. So what we do is we are a biomass waste aggregator. So we manufacture these briquettes. We call them lean bricks. And we aggregate from all these farmers and we compact them and we sell briquettes to customers. But what we were the pioneers in this industry, and when we started manufacturing, we're like, these briquettes are not selling because we have to sell a boiler that we had to convince clients to sell a boiler, to buy a boiler that will use these briquettes. So we came up with this energy as a service model. So what we do is we invest on behalf of the client. So we put up the biomass-fired boiler, we run it with these briquettes, and we sell the client steam on site over a long-term contract. Then we do like boiler monitoring systems. We do energy audits, pellets, and solar as well. So far as a company, we've been able to reduce 350,000 tons of CO2 emissions. We have created 4 million man-days of employment and saved $50 million in foreign exchange for Kenya because we no longer have to import furnace oil or diesel into the country. So we're pretty proud of that. So why industrial decarbonization matters? So industry accounts for nearly 30% of Africa's energy-related emissions. So today, factories rely heavily on HFO, diesel, and LPG for any production. So come like dairy, textiles, food manufacturing, all of these, they use HFO, diesel, or LPG to generate steam in their business process. So why decarbonization matters? Because ESG reporting and requirements are increasing. The supply chains demand low carbon production, and the EU CBAM will penalize high carbon imports. So biomass provides a practical, immediate decarbonization pathway without requiring a complete redesign of your factories. So coming to biomass technology. So as I mentioned, all these factories are currently using furnace oil, diesel, IDO in their factories to generate steam, which is then used for pasteurization, for example, in the dairy industry, in sterilization for hospitals, for laundry. So all of these, there is a clear pathway of how they can decarbonize. Another really high emitter is the thermal oil heaters, where they heat for food drying and frying and roasting in all of the food industries. So that's another big polluter as well, where we can come up with biomass solutions for those. Hot air generators, so they replace diesel-fired units for drying to make detergent powders. And then you can use biomass in cogeneration with coal as well for power plant generation. So now coming to the CO2 emissions. So as you can see, HFO, diesel, and LPG, they release 63 to 78 kgs of CO2 per gigajoule of energy, whereas biomass is only 8. But biomass is a carbon neutral fuel. So fossil fuels release carbon that has been stored underground for millions of years, whereas biomass, on the other hand, uses carbon from the active carbon cycle, so carbon that already exists within the surface. So when biomass is burned, the CO2 released is the same CO2 that is absorbed by the plant, and that's why we call it carbon neutral. So when you plant, when the crops are replanted, the CO2 is absorbed. So this ensures that we do not add any new carbon into the atmosphere. So now coming to the biomass waste. So Kenya alone generates 7.4 million tons of agricultural waste. So this comes from maize cobs. We are a big maize producer over here. So a lot of once the shelling is done, you're left with the cobs. There's no real use for those cobs. So that's what we use, we aggregate, and we use in our boilers. Coffee husk. Once the coffee milling is done, we get the coffee husk and we use that in our plants to generate heat. Wood waste, bagasse. So we have a lot of agricultural waste, and that is what we use to generate heat in all of these plants. So a lot of this material is underutilized, or it's often thrown away. So we work with these smallholder farmers, rural processors, to aggregate the biomass waste into viable fuel. So this not only helps companies in ESG, but it also supports income and economic empowerment for local communities. So not all biomass is the same. We can use all sorts of biomass, but it all depends on the calorific value of the biomass. So as you can see, macadamia shells, which we do produce here, has the highest calorific value, but then they're pretty seasonal. Then you have pellets, briquettes that are available all year round, bagasse as well, which is available all year round. So the reason we pelletize or briquette them is because it's easier to transport and you get a consistent fuel, so consistent steam for the operations for some of these factories. So our model basically ensures that the transition is made very simple to the customers. So we basically invest in the whole biomass boiler. We finance, install, operate the whole solution at the client site. And then we sell you steam or hot air or whatever your heat requirement is on site. So this has been our most successful model over the years. And so we are pretty proud of that. So Why choose us? We've been basically in the industry for 16 years because we're the pioneers of producing briquettes in Kenya. We have 100+ suppliers working for us. We have more than 50 transporters and more than 400 people working for us. So again, we are basically a little story that we tell our clients is you focus on your core business, which is distributing your product, selling your product, and we focus on our core business, which is sourcing sustainable biomass, and we take care of everything from the capital investment to construction, technology selection, and we have de-risked the entire process for you. So these are some of our clients. We work with Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Unilever, Aga Khan. We recently signed Gertrude, Unga as well. So these are all of our customers that we've been serving for over 15+ years. So these are just some pictures. So yeah, we were the winners of the Africa Climate Good Practice Award by United Nations. We were the winners of the top 100 mid-sized companies. And then we won some awards like the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and CSR. So we also have a CSR program. So every time we sign a contract, we actually sponsor 2 children throughout their schooling from early age all the way up until university. So we are sponsoring 52 students, which we're also super proud of. So thank you so much, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Atharva. Any questions for him?
Thanks so much. My question to you is, when you the biomass sources, the feedstock.
Yeah.
The way I understand it, it's from different sources, and just how do you generally a challenge is it's quite difficult to gather it from different sources, and that adds quite a lot of cost. There's a lot of logistics. It would be great to understand how you overcome some of those challenges.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. It is a challenge, definitely, to aggregate all that biomass from different smallholder farmers. But what we do is we empower some of the farmers who have much larger farms, and then they partner with the small farmers, and then we can pick it up. And then we also have our supply chain team that goes out and has aggregating units that we have across the country, and then we pick it up, we bring them to our factory, or we use them directly in some of the plants. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Really interesting presentation. It's a kind of linked question, actually. I was wondering how you de-risk the kind of upstream supply of the stock. You said that you guarantee energy as a service on site for your customers. Do they also have backup generation, or have you had cases where you have had a backlog in supply, or you've taken too many contracts and not had enough suppliers upstream?
So far, so what happens is usually the clients do have a standby boiler on site, because usually most manufacturing entities, they have 2 boilers. We ask them to remove one of them, and then we place our unit over there. So they do have a backup, but it is in very rare instances do we run out of fuel, because in fact there is a huge surplus of fuel available, so we haven't had that problem. But in instances when we have to do operate and maintenance and other activities for the boilers, then we do request the client to sometimes switch on their oil-fired boiler, but that's only because they run 24/7. So companies, some like Unilever and some, they run 24/7. Aga Khan Hospital is one that, so then we do require about 4 hours every 2 weeks. So that's when they'd have to switch. But most clients who run from like Monday to Saturday, for example, then they don't have to use their oil-fired boilers.
Thank you. Really pleased to see how you've really dissected every point down. But being in the FMCG field at some point in the past, I've had the ability to convert avocado waste into briquettes. And now scaling it is where I have a question for you. Given that Lean Energy Solutions has demonstrated a scalable model for converting agri-waste into high density biomass fuel. How can this waste to biomass model be scaled across different Africa agribusiness or agro-industrial sectors in a way that ensures supply chain, resilience, sustainability, feedstock sourcing, and maximizing both climate impact and social core benefits, like, for example, employment?
Sure. So that's a great question. So we are also present in Tanzania and Uganda. So we are scaling up our technology, and you know the good thing about this is once you get a part like a client here, they usually have factories in other parts of the world as well, like especially some of the multinationals. So it's an easy access. And then on the supply chain side, so we have 15, 16 years of industry expertise. We know who the right people are to partner with for the type of fuel we're trying to source. So we do have experts in that. So we partner with like not only farmers, but agro processors, for example, and coffee house, for example. So we source it directly from them, which is what gives us an edge.
Thank you. Thanks, Atharva, for taking these questions. Our next presenter is virtual, I believe. Can you just check the availability? Yeah. We are getting our next presenter virtually now. Okay, quick update. It seems our next presenter is not ready. Somehow we are not able to connect with the next presenter. So next activity is a break. So let's take a break for 10 minutes, have a coffee and come back, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible enough?
Hi, Namsa, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can now.
Okay, great. So we're about to go into your presentation. So you just give us, let's say, minutes to get everyone together.
Okay, do I need to reshare it? Because I shared it before. So I think now it's a different screen that's sharing again. Should I
We can
reshare it?
see, we can see your slide.
You can. Oh, okay. I can't
Yes,
see it on
great.
my side. Let me see. Oh, okay. Okay, I can now. I just want to test if it can move using my buttons. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Namsa, we are set for your presentation. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I am here.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
so
So
much.
the floor is yours.
Okay, let me just reduce this. Okay, thank you.
Namsa, I
Good.
don't know if you can see the clock. So I have 15 minutes presentation.
Can't see the clock.
It's fine. So
Wait.
we are keeping 15 minutes, and then probably we'll have
Okay.
a Q&A round for 5 minutes. So that's the timeline we are following.
Okay, thank you. You'll just let me know
Over to you.
if I'm going overboard. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from your short break. My name is Nomsa Nkomo, connecting from Johannesburg in South Africa. I head sustainability and integrated reporting at SAICA, which stands for the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. In our books, we have about 67,000 members that form part of both the private and public sector. My background lies mainly in banking, insurance, telecoms, and mining, but today my presentation will focus on the latter, as it is one of the key industries in terms of South Africa's economy, but it is also a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. The rationale for decarbonization really stems from multiple pressures and opportunities. Firstly, I think, as we all know, that climate change poses a global threat. And in terms of South Africa, we have committed to reducing carbon footprint through both national and global frameworks, and also including the commitment to absolute emissions target levels. Secondly, there is the amounting pressure that comes from both investors and stakeholders in terms of demanding transparency and action on environmental, social, and governance issues. Mining companies therefore need to respond, and they have been doing so in terms of these expectations, to be able to maintain their competitiveness and access to capital. Thirdly, we have what is quite pivotal in our country, which is the socio-economic impact of mining on surrounding communities that necessitates a shift towards more sustainable practices. Decarbonization, however, does offer a pathway to improve energy reliability, reduces costs, and fosters inclusive growth. The mining sector's transition is not only about environmental responsibility, as it was previously known, but it is also about securing long-term viability and being able to secure the license to operate. Now, if we look at the several key drivers that are propelling decarbonization in this industry, one of the major concerns is, let's say two actually, it's energy costs and reliability, especially given the challenges we have in South Africa in terms of our electricity supply that comes from Eskom nationally, which is really coal dependent at about 80% of grid electricity. Mining companies are seeking alternative energy sources to ensure that there is operational continuity and cost efficiency. However, though, in recent emissions reductions national plans, the roadmap did reflect that there is a reliance still in terms of our energy security that will lie heavily on coal, which will still really continue. Other drivers, though, in terms of this area are investors and ESG demands, and as stakeholders are pushing for greater sustainability and accountability in terms of influencing corporate strategies, including the credible net zeros that we want to see that are aligned to science targets, and also in terms of alignment to sustainability reporting disclosures. Also, technological advancements have made renewable energy solutions to be more accessible and cost-effective, enabling companies to adapt to the different renewable energy sources that we see are listed, including the battery storage systems, and ensure that there is business continuity. While there are regulatory reforms locally, such as the SA's Climate Change Act, which was released in 2024, including tax and renewable energy procurement frameworks, which are shaping the operational environment and really are giving courage to low carbon investments to come across. We also have had a lot of transparency calls, especially in respect of carbon reporting, which does go hand in hand with strengthening governance and board effectiveness. In South Africa, we have King Code requirements, which are for listed companies and aim to encourage change and drive impact. These requirements we've seen being respected across the world and really being implemented. We've also witnessed a trend of growing engagements requiring Scope 3 reporting to really enhance around supply chain transparency, which later will be able to support green financing for mining exports. Together, these drivers do create a compelling case for mining companies to be able to accelerate their decarbonization efforts, aligning with both global trends and our national priorities. However, when looking with a just transition lens, decarbonization must create new industries, be able to protect jobs and livelihoods in mining communities. Now we'll look at a range of strategic approaches that mining companies have been able to adopt in order to drive this low carbon economy. With renewable energy sourcing really becoming a primary focus, we have seen increased investments there, especially in these green energy systems, to be able to power operations sustainably. Electrification of equipment has also been growing, including the use of battery and hydrogen-powered vehicles, which reduces emissions from mining transport to machinery, and another key strategy in being able to reduce these emissions. Efficiency and digitalization are also being leveraged to be able to optimize energy and you improve operational performance in mining using data analytics and smart technologies. Also, we cannot overlook policy and infrastructure support that is very essential, with companies advocating for clarity in regulation and enabling frameworks to facilitate the low carbon transitions. A just transition is very core in all of these strategies in Africa, ensuring that communities and workers that are affected by this shift are supported through reskilling, economic diversification, and inclusive planning. All in all, these approaches reflect a commitment to sustainability, balancing environmental goals with economic and social considerations. And now there has been a notable progress that has been made in terms of this journey. As of last year, which is 2024, the industry had invested approximately in about 89 IPP projects of renewable capacity in order to really enhance the power that needs to be produced using mostly solar energy, which demonstrate a strong decarbonization commitment and a transition away from fossil fuels. Leading companies have set ambitious goals to reduce emissions and increase the use of clean energy. These milestones do reflect a broader shift towards sustainability driven by both internal strategies and external pressures. Large-scale renewable projects are also being developed to power mining operations, reduce dependency on the national grid, and lower carbon footprints. These efforts are supported by technological innovation that is growing, strategic partnerships, and also with the sector positioning it as a proactive player in being able to respond to South Africa's climate issues. For example, we have seen a lot of change in terms of underground mines that have been adopting the battery-powered trackless machinery, which does not only cut emissions, but it also reduces the maintenance costs, the ventilation costs, and we've also seen that there has been a reduced number of fatalities when it comes to health and safety. However, while these challenges remain, the progress that has been achieved so far does lay a solid foundation for future advancements, especially in advancing in inclusive transition models to retrain workers and diversify our local economies. Now, as we have already mentioned, that there are challenges that the industry has met despite the many strategic initiatives that it has implemented. One of those is the continued reliance we have in South Africa in terms of the coal-dominated national grid, which really does limit the effectiveness of renewable energy integration in operations, while we do see a huge uptake in the investments and implementation of green energy sources. High capital costs associated with the renewable infrastructure and electrification technologies also does pose financial barriers, especially when we look at the junior miners. There's also the consideration of policy and regulatory complexities that can hinder investments and long-term planning as companies navigate these evolving changes, requirements, and incentives within this growing space. Technical complexities that come with implementing new systems as well and integrating them with the existing operations adds another layer of challenge, but we cannot keep quiet also in terms of the changes that are shaping up in terms of the skills gaps and the need for community transition support that further complicates the process and really requires a coordinated approach across government, industry, and civil society to find best suitable solutions. Socio-economic and technical challenges really in terms of balancing just transition for communities and integrating new technology into old mines has also been seen as another layer that complicates decarbonization. Addressing these challenges has been seen as critical to ensuring a successful and equitable transition to a low-carbon mining sector. However, as we continue, we've seen that, there's still quite a cautious, optimistic outlook in terms of the journey of the mining sector in this decarbonization. So while there is the significant progress that we have witnessed, the journey ahead, though, will still span decades and really require sustained commitment and huge investments, and also the reskilling of workers. The primary focus areas include transitioning electricity supply into renewables and the electrification of mining equipment to be able to reduce direct emissions. However, we cannot leave out the green paradox dilemma, which is the rising demand of critical minerals may increase mining, potentially offsetting emissions reductions from decarbonizations. Recently, I think about a month or 3 weeks ago, we saw an announcement that came out from one of the biggest mining companies with its plans to transition away from coal and invest in renewable energy moving into the future. Collaboration is very much welcomed and needed among stakeholders, which includes government, industry, investors, and not leave the communities behind, as it is essential in terms of overcoming the barriers and be able to accelerate the progress that is required. A just transition remains a cornerstone once again of this outlook, ensuring that the shift to sustainability does not leave any vulnerable groups behind. So we do need continued engagements, policy support, and investment in order to achieve the long-term goals. However, the sector's ability to adapt and innovate in climate action will determine its future competitiveness and contribution to national development. Now we'll briefly have a look at some of the several key takeaways that emerge from this journey. Firstly, there is the urgency and complexity in terms of this transition, which does require coordinated effort and action across all levels. Secondly, the greatest impact can be achieved by shifting electricity sources from coal, as previously mentioned, to renewables and electrifying equipment. Thirdly, a just transition is definitely not an option. It is essential. It is central to these strategies to ensure that economic and social impacts are managed responsibly. Lastly, strategic planning and stakeholder engagement remain critical to navigating challenges and being able to leverage opportunities as a collective. These takeaways underscore the importance of integrating sustainability into core business strategies and aligning with national and global climate goals. By embracing these principles, the mining sector can lead the way in building a resilient and a low-carbon future. I think just being cognizant of the time, I will skip the slide because it does talk to some of the areas that I've already touched, and then we'll just jump into our summary. So in closing, the decarbonization journey of South Africa's mining sector is both necessary and transformative and needs collective action and our heads around the table. The sector does face significant challenges, including reliance on coal, especially in South Africa, the high costs and policy shifts, the geopolitics also that we do witness that affect the trade agreements, the increased stakeholder demands, but it also does have substantial opportunities to lead climate action and in terms of opening the renewable energy space using the critical minerals. Therefore, strategic approaches such as renewable energy sourcing, electrification of equipment, in advancing with the adoption of batteries and hydrogen, energy efficiency measures supported by digital tools and smart systems are improving operational performance, including just transition planning. And all of this is paving the way for a more sustainable future, which it also talks back to the number of skill sets and professions that we need to work together during these transitions. Collaboration, therefore, still remains a cornerstone among stakeholders and alignment with both the national goals and global goals to ensure that there is success and that so that the journey is able to bear future generational successes. So what we do know, though, is that the journey will be long, but with continued commitment and innovation, the mining sector can become a model for sustainable development, as most industries do rely on the minerals that it supplies us with. In this presentation, I have highlighted the key insights, tried to summarize the drivers within South Africa that drive the mining industry, the challenges that I've experienced, some of the solutions that we have witnessed in order to define this critical transition within the mining sector. However, I think what is key is to remember that as we go forward, especially in terms of EVs or any other renewable sources, Africa does stand in a good stead in terms of supplying those critical minerals. South Africa has about 80% of some of the PGMs in the world that are required to open this industry. And as Africa as a whole, we also have quite a large amounts of the different sources of energy that we need, such as solar. So we therefore need each other in terms of shifting towards renewables and be able to enable digital technologies as well. I think from that, I can thank you, and any questions are welcomed.
Thank you very much, Namasa. Any question for her? We have one question.
Thanks very much. You mentioned stakeholder engagements as something that's very important in the South African mining industry. In my experience, and it was a while ago, this often looked like things like a new school and a soccer pitch and maybe a clinic. But that was about it. Often the stakeholder engagement was relatively tick box, and it didn't actually suit the communities who were losing their livelihoods. And often they were sixth, seventh generation mining specialists. How is this
Yeah.
changing?
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think those were rudimentary stages, and it was mostly driven by regulation. And I think we have come to see that sometimes a stick really doesn't work in terms of trying to drive action. But what is required is understanding from the different stakeholders. We've seen quite a couple of companies that are actually redeveloping, as I would call them, cities, like mining cities, bringing in, I think there was an example made, there's a presentation I joined, I think I left it in the middle, in terms of just bringing in agriculture as an option. There has been, in terms of the push of just transition, a real commitment and action in developing those communities and reskilling. I think also with people having more knowledge and the youth that has been much more involved, and having advocacy from civil society groups has really helped in terms of the mining industry to, shape all of this more differently and not just use schools or clinics or just building houses. That, I think, was a start which was done wrong from the beginning, but there has been quite a huge amounts of improvement.
Thanks. Any other question? Otherwise, we'll wrap this up. Okay, thanks. It seems no other question. Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Take care.
So our next presenter is Carolyn Ray from Arup Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just check. Yes, I can get it to work. That's great. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Caroline Ray. I am the regional director for a company called Arup, based here in Nairobi. We're a global built environment consultancy, and I lead the team that works here and across the East Africa region. We've had a very diverse group of presentations and presenters here over these past 2 days, many different professions represented and many different sectors, all of which touch on the questions of ESG and climate action. For me, I'm a professional engineer, structural and civil engineer, and I work in the built environment, which is what we mean by buildings, infrastructure, including transport systems, water, energy generation, grid transmission, etc. As a global company, 10 years ago, we made a commitment to align all of our work to the Sustainable Development Goals in one way or another. And 3 or 4 years ago, we decided to have a look at not just our own carbon footprint. We're basically a bunch of designers that sit in offices with computers most of the time. So, of course, our company has a carbon footprint, which we monitor and try and reduce our own emissions. But we also have influence over the designs that we're doing for our clients. And just looking at the building sector globally, we discovered that our global handprint, So the designs that we don't draw with pens these days. It's all on computers and things. But that handprint, the influence that we have over our clients was 350 times more than our own carbon footprint as a business of 20,000 people worldwide. So how does this relate to our work in Africa? Well, we know the statistics. Africa's population is growing rapidly. By 2050, we're going to have more than a billion more people on the continent, and we're rapidly urbanizing. That means more and more buildings and infrastructure requirements within our cities. More than 50% of the built environment and infrastructure needed to serve the population in 2050 is still not built. So if you think of what we see outside here in Nairobi, in Kampala, in Johannesburg, in all of the different cities that we come from, what you see today, with possibly the exception of South Africa, is only half of what you're going to have by the year 2050. Meanwhile, of course, we understand about the climate stress that is increasing all of the time. We talk about urban heat island effect, the extra heat that you feel within a city as a result of the emissions from the buildings and the operation of the buildings and loss of green environments. That's just going to amplify heat stress. At the same time, we have either too much rain or too little rain in many of our cities. We talk about water security. We're very conscious of the amount of flooding that is getting more and more intense every year. But we're trying to meet the needs of the people. So whether that's in education facilities, whether it's in healthcare facilities, whether it's in housing, we're trying to meet the needs of the people and at the same time balance that with the needs of the environment. And why does it really matter within the building sector? Well, I don't know how many of you know, but globally, the built environment accounts for about 39% of global carbon emissions. So we think about fossil fuels and the need to change to solar, wind, etc., perhaps biofuels for transport, etc. But the materials that we use within our buildings, the generation of those or manufacturing of those materials, the transport of those materials to build the building, the concrete, the steel, the glass, as well as the energy that we use for our lighting, air conditioning, etc., those all amount to 39% of the carbon emissions globally. And in which continent is that built environment still to be built? It's here in Africa, that 50% that doesn't yet exist. So it matters. It particularly matters to us in Africa. But what's happening in our cities today? Many areas of our cities are incredibly high density, whether that's high rise or whether that's low rise, but very, very dense with lack of basic services. I'm sure we're familiar with these sorts of pictures. They tend to be very polluted, whether that's pollution, solid waste in rivers, whether that's air pollution and air quality as a result of the emissions from transport. But at the same time, they've become quite 24/7. I don't know how many of you have driven around at one of our cities at night and the extent of just the busyness of food market areas and food distribution systems which are operating 24/7 within our cities just to get the tomatoes to the mama and boga and onward distribution into the supermarkets for us to buy in the morning. But at the same time, we've got to transition towards 24/7 working because we're more digitally connected. How many of us work across multiple time zones from our office, our co-share co-working space within our cities, even from our home office? We're working across time zones, and that's meaning heating, lighting, ventilation, cooling, whatever it is that we need. Transport for our food distribution is happening 24/7 in the city. It's not that the city goes to sleep at night. And that just means that there's no time for the atmosphere to recover from the pollution that it's incurred during the day. It's just as intense at night. So we face lots of challenges in the built environment and infrastructure. But I believe we also have some quite distinct assets within Africa to unlock these challenges. First of all, we have knowledge. So many years ago, when we started, thinking about our carbon footprints, things, even 10 years ago, when we started to align our work to the Sustainable Development Goals, the availability or the depth and availability of the climate science wasn't there, or was only just being understood by academics, by scientists, by the people who write the UN reports and things, but it wasn't available to us. Whereas now I believe that that information is available to us. We know what's going to happen to our climate in the future, and we can design accordingly. We also have our youth. And what's different about having this strong youth population? Well, they're very digitally connected. They're able to access information anywhere in the world. How many young people, even in this room, and I won't ask you to look at your phones now, but you can access information through X and all these other platforms, literally at your fingertips at any time, 24/7. Sometimes, of course, that's used for negative purposes, but it's also a wealth of information that's just available that really wasn't available. You'd have to go to a library and try and get access to read a book in the past, but now information is available, and our youth are able to connect to that so easily now compared with how it was before. But also another distinct characteristic I think that we have here in Africa is the entrepreneurial approach. How many people, even in this room, I won't ask you to raise hands, but have a side hustle, as we call it in Kenya? There are people who are just pushing for more opportunities, whether that's further education opportunities, whether it's more business opportunities. I saw quite a few smiles when I said side hustle, so I know it's true. How do we leverage these assets in order to help us with the challenges in the built environment? So just touching on each of them, knowledge. I mean, I guess we're preaching to the converted in this room. You wouldn't be here if you didn't understand something about environmental sustainability and climate action. But whether it's mitigation, whether it's adaptation, whether it's resilience, we have information at our fingertips now. It's really readily available. And those that are better at AI, and I don't mean dairy cow AI, I mean the technology. Those that are better than I am at AI can access even more information. How do we leverage our youth population? Well, I think the connectedness of the just the extent, the numbers within our youth population and the way that they are able to connect around the world as well as with each other in any community, that energy and drive that they have by working together, collaborating, even collaborating on the side hustles at the same time as studying or when they're beginning to work in a more formal environment, that energy can be leveraged for change. Which is also what I think about this entrepreneurial approach. We have to embrace change because we know our future environment isn't completely certain. We sometimes talk in management type training about VUCA environments, volatile, uncertain. Who else knows these terms? I'm trying to think what it is. Complex and some sort of changing thing. I can't remember what it stands for now, just now. But volatile, does that sound like day-to-day life for you? Complex, uncertain. Yeah, it's normal for us. And we end up by thriving in these environments more perhaps than those who are used to quite stable political systems, infrastructure systems, et cetera, So I think that ability to adapt to change is something that we need to leverage. How do we apply any of this to our work in the built environment? Well, in the built environment, there are many stages from initial planning of a project through to design, construction, operation, and maintenance. So just an example of actions that can be taken in planning. If you can imagine the city in which you live and it being twice the size in another 15 years' time. Can you really imagine that? I think many people who are working in maybe local governments, national governments, coming up with the planning policies and trying to plan for infrastructure, etc., for the future, they really can't quite imagine what the city is going to be like in the future. This is a picture of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, as it was in 2022, sorry, with the dense black areas representing higher density residential, the blue areas represent industrial areas, the pink areas representing commercial. And using digital technology and machine learning, we were able to imagine what it looks like in 2030 and in 2040 to accommodate the population growth that we expect to be there. So how do you start visualizing that change and using that technology that's available to us now, learning from satellite images of what's happened in the past to then start to predict the future so that you can plan for it? What actions can we take in design? So just two examples. One is to do with what we call bio-based construction. So where we start to use more natural materials within the built environment, in this timber for housing within Kenya. We're working with the Kenyan government, State Department of Public Works on various work streams to do with trying to lower the carbon footprint of the materials that we use within our buildings and all of the policy, regulatory, and environmental challenges that go with that, but at the same time trying to make sure that every part of the supply chain is involved in the conversation so that we make sure that what we're proposing is sustainable for the future. But also, how do we regenerate our urban centres? I know in Johannesburg, there's been a lot of work over the last perhaps 15 years or so to do with trying to reimagine how some of the old buildings in the city, old neighbourhoods are used, are still exciting places to be and safe places to be. We don't want our city centres to just become empty and therefore insecure. We're working on a project with Kenya Railways to do with urban regeneration in the centre here in Nairobi around the railway station, Nairobi Railway City. But at the same time, what about the school infrastructure that we build today? That youth population won't exist forever. So are we thinking about the way those classrooms could one day become health centres? Because as they grow, yes, today we need more classrooms. It's not right to have 100 children in one public school class. But at the same time, we're not going to have those children forever. The population profile will change. How do we plan for those buildings to be reused in the future so that we don't knock them down and then build health centres instead? And what about in implementation and sustainable management of construction waste? This project, DigiYard, was co-created in Cape Town a few years ago, whereby we had created a digital platform so that contractors who were building in the formal sector and had some construction materials that were surplus to the needs of the project could put those materials and the quantities, etc., on a digital platform that was accessible to the informal sector and to small and medium enterprises so that they could come and collect that waste, in inverted commas, and use it within their own buildings, in their own settings. And through that, we're able to minimize the actual waste that's going to landfill. Not just trying to recycle, but trying to use before it ever gets to becoming waste. And again, going back to digital tools and sometimes AI, how many people are conscious of the lack of, or the challenges that we have through lack of maintenance, operation and maintenance of our infrastructure? And I don't think this is just an Africa problem. I think this is a global problem. There's not enough investment and understanding about operation and maintenance of our infrastructure systems, whether that's water supply, sewer, our roads, etc., etc. So using digital tools to help manage and understand and budget for future urban infrastructure investments, so that for all those people that we saw in that spreading city in Dar es Salaam, we're not just thinking about building for the infrastructure for them today, but also are we able to quantify and manage the budgets that we need for that future operation and maintenance so that it's fit for purpose in the future? So in other words, I think what we need to think about when we're considering the built environment is how we shape tomorrow by rethinking what we do today. You know, we all know what business as usual looks like. We've all sat in traffic jams. We've all suffered from air quality issues. We notice the lack of green spaces in many parts of our cities. We complain when the power goes out. We notice when we have to get a Bowser full of water to fill the tank in the compound at home, or buy bottled water because we don't trust the water supply, etc., etc. We're used to business as usual, and we cope with it. That's okay. But is that the future that we want, or can we leverage technology and foresight to really rethink today's infrastructure? Planning, design, implementation, operation and maintenance to create a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So without taking much of our time, is there any question? Maybe one question. Okay, great.
Thank you for that. That was very interesting. So maybe more of a comment, but I know in South Africa, we spend 2% on maintenance, and the global recommendation is about 8% of your budget on maintenance. And the reason has largely been attributed to the fact that a standpipe, for example, will bring in more votes than fixing the pipes underneath the ground to make sure that the standpipes can still provide water. Are there similar problems? I don't expect you to know the exact percentages, but maybe specifically in Kenya, is there something similar?
I think we have a lot of challenges in Kenya, for sure. We see some maintenance happening at times, but then I think the logic behind some of what happens and when it happens and how it happens is not to do with logical engineering decisions and things like that, shall we say. There are other factors involved. So I don't know the percentage that is spent on that. But what I do know is that very, very often when we're reliant in Kenya, and I think in many of the countries in East Africa, we're very reliant on donor funding for our major infrastructure projects. And when those projects are budgeted for, it tends to be a capital cost budget, not an operation and maintenance budget. And that's something that where we're working with government and with donor organizations, trying to get that balance so that there's an understanding about the longevity of the project, the sustainability of the project from a financial perspective. Yes, of course, our revenue collection through taxes in many of our countries is not going where it should be, shall we say. But at the same time, if you haven't got transparency of the numbers and a clear path to financial sustainability for the project, should we really be building it in the first place? And I think there's there's a lot of need for governments to be clear that when they're accepting money from donors for capital construction, how are they expected? Do they have a pathway to financial sustainability that can be fed back into operation and maintenance? I don't see that being in place right now.
One question, I think one thing for us living here that we all notice around like the city of Nairobi, especially, is all these big building projects that are sort of, they've never been finished and they just wither away. And I was just wondering, I guess, firstly, is there any public sector appetite here to sort of do anything about that and refurbish that? Or is it sort of left for some private sector actors to at some point come and then, buy off the land, buy the building, tear everything down and build back up? Or do you have a view on what might happen with all these half-built, half-finished projects?
So I'm not aware of any public sector initiatives in Kenya to do with reuse of part-built buildings. I do know of some private sector initiatives, but literally 2 or 3. I think one of the challenges is, and there's really no excuse for this, but the quality of information that's produced and where is it stored and how can it then be handed on? Because in many ways it's safer to, if you don't know what this half-finished building was designed for, you might be better off to tear it down and start again, which of course from a carbon perspective is terrible, but at the same time from a safety perspective might be the only thing you can do. So I think one of the things that I would love to see, and I do know that Kenya government, State Department of Public Works is beginning to try and work on this, is a better way of digitizing building information. So whether it's structural drawings or architectural or whatever, so that they can be stored, so that then if somebody was asking the question about, well, can I buy this plot and can I reuse it, there might be some data of which they can then sort of base their plans for the future that can be trusted. But at the moment, it tends not to happen, sadly.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Please let's put our hands together for that wonderful presentation. So moving on to the next presentation, Mtenen Hamloy who is the head of ESG and sustainability with Spiro. Will be coming up for the next presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Yes. So I want to thank all the speakers for all the insightful presentation. I think with this session, you will find a lot of synergy with the Tamara session in the morning about sustainable transportation. So yeah, so let me take you through a quick look how EV can support sustainable development in Africa. So yeah, I will present Spiro. So yeah, we are two-wheeler production seller in Africa. Now we are in 6 countries operational. We have a manufacturing and assembly, and then we have the energy network, and all of that is backed by the tech. We are in Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria in the west part of the continent. And also we are starting Tanzania and Cameroon very soon. So yeah, we have 1,500 swap stations around the continent. We've been able to sell 65,000 bike until today, and like our riders perform 22 million swap. Yeah. So Africa development goal is really tied to industrialization. This is why Spiro invests heavily in local manufacturing, as I previously explained. So we build EV parks across the continent, East and West Sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, so the plan is to be able to source 80% of our bill of material locally. We still work on our supply chain. So this will be shortening the supply chain, reduce the cost, and create jobs. So all of this is essential for an inclusive growth. Yeah, so for the context of the session, I will take you through our operation in Kenya. So yeah, we have more than 250 swap stations. We created more than 1,000 employment in the assembly, in the energy network, after sales and maintenance. Yeah. So we are in 25 region out of 47, and the plan is to cover the entire country. So we're also enabling small entrepreneurs through our energy and after sales franchises. clean mobility can be a driver of inclusion. Yeah. Yes. Now, I will be try to be very brief, and I want to take you through the climate case of EV mobility. So as you all mostly know that transport is one of the largest contributors to the global emission, and we have 70%, 75% of this is coming from the road transportation. So yeah, electrification of mobility is a direct pathway to decarbonization. So when powered by renewable energy, electric mobility support climate resilience, a cleaner air, yeah, stronger energy security for the African nation. Yes, so why EV are a game changer? So 2 to 3 times EV mobility is more efficient than the fuel-based transportation. But also we want to highlight that for many riders, this shift reduces daily expenses, specifically to the Boda Boda riders. It's also improves the livelihood while supporting the national climate target. Yeah, I can take you through some numbers. So we expect that in the operation, it can be 70% lower than the petrol motorbike by kilometer. Yeah. Yeah, like most of the fellow presenter before emphasized on that Africa is standing in a very defined moment with a rapid urbanization and rising motorization. Emissions are expected to grow unless we shift to the model now. So EV transition gives Africa a triple dividend. It's a climate mitigation, it's an industrial development, and it's a social inclusion. Yeah, so if it is scaled well, the EV adoption can avoid 1.3 billion tons of CO2 by 2050. Yes. And again, for Africa, the environment is ready. I want to take you through some of the initiative of the government in Africa in terms of policy to support the EV. So I think that the government is sending a clear signal. If we take Rwanda, for example, in Kigali, there is a ban of ice bike from 2025. If we take the east part, there is an exoneration in import duty in Togo, in Benin, in Nigeria, trying to remove the fuel subsidy to support the EV transition. Yes. Yeah, I want to take you quickly through Spiro journey and our sustainability commitment. So we are trying to match the DNA of our product. We say that our product is a climate solution, and we are trying to make our operation looks like that. So that's why this charter is guiding us how to scale up our business. Yeah, so we have 4 pillars, what we name C3P. We have the climate, we have the planet, we have the people, and the product. When it comes to the climate, this strategy ensure growth support for national climate objective, but also we are trying to be more transparent. As someone from Carbon Trust presented, she talked about SBTIs. So we are setting goals. We had calculated our baseline for emission. We are planning to disclose under CDP, and we are preparing our first GRI report for 2025. For environmental performance, our environmental and social management system is aligned with IFC. We are also part of the UNGC and Global Compact in the UAE network. Yes. Yeah, so I wanted to highlight some of the impact. This is a very, I like this number. So the plan, if our sales projection will continue to grow until 2030, we'll be able to remove annually 7 million tons of CO2 in the continent, which is equivalent to the annual emission of Uganda. Also, we'll be able to save 1.8 billion USD dollar, which is coming from the fuel consumption. And the plan is to upskill more than 10,000 young under our Spiro Academy, which is one of our CSR programs that we run in collaboration with some universities. Yeah, so enough for Spiro. And then now I want to take you through why ESG and sustainability matter. I think this will be linking to some of the presentation that we had yesterday from the banking sector. So like we always try to, us as a ESG and sustainability professional, we try to emphasize that ESG is not a burden, is a structure that help company manage risk, build resilience and access to capital. Global sustainability finance surpassed 1.4 trillion last year, 2024. And the carbon market also is growing. And we expect by 2030, the carbon market to reach 4.7 trillion. So companies that align with ESG principles improve their competitiveness, reduce their cost of capital, and attract more investors. Yeah. So just to conclude, Africa can leapfrog into a low carbon inclusive mobility future. The policy momentum is there. As we explained previously, the technology are proven. The financing landscape is expanding. Climate resilience infrastructure no longer optional. It's a business continuity for our region. Yeah. So this is a collective effort. And Spiro is committed to working with government, with partners, with communities to accelerate this transition. Yeah. So you can see that we were captured in some of these, like Times, Le Monde. Yeah. And this is all. Thank you once again.
Any questions for her?
Yes, is there any question? Thank you, everyone.
Seems all good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have, yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, and perhaps just for you to shed some light, what are you doing for purposes of ensuring that there are charging stations, and especially in the rural settings? In the urban settings is okay because there are stations available everywhere. But if you look at, speaking on behalf of Kenya, the rural Kenya, it's from one gas station to another, it's quite a distance. And in the very remote areas, that's where we have a lot of two-wheelers being used. So I don't know what's your plan for such areas in future.
Thank you very much for your question. In fact, in our business model, the swap, the energy network is part of us. So when we are expanding to a new city, we come with the showrooms, the sales, the energy network, and also service and maintenance for that region. What I can also throw some light that in the region where we have like a problem for supply for electricity, we are shifting to solar. So I can share an example for in Uganda, we are planning to have a solar farm in some remote area, and also we are exploring the technology of not only a rooftop but like a standing modular for renewable energy. So we will be able to operate in all the region. So we have a plan for expansion. As I previously mentioned, we are now in 27 out of 43 city in Kenya, and we have a plan to cover the entire country. Yeah. Thank you. Any other question? We are good to go. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the next presentation is from Rosemary. She will be joining us virtually, I believe. Oops, my bad. Okay, my bad. Sorry. We have Simbogil joining us next.
Evening. Good evening, everyone. My job is very simple because most of the presenters are presented on what I'm trying to say in terms of the battery energy storage. But I'll be focusing more on what South Africa is currently doing in as far as in the backdrop of what we have achieved with the G20 and the B20 in South Africa, which was hosted last week. So in as far as the battery energy storage system, this is the layout that we have actually identified in the landscape for the African continent in terms of the landscape. I'm just gonna rush through it. At the G20, we realized that everybody's talking about the energy transition, but they are saying it's a just transition. We wanted an energy mix. And what do we mean by that? Because South Africa has a lot of coal and abundant coal. And we said to them, to the G20 leaders, that we want an energy mix. We don't just want an energy transition. And we want an energy transition that we as South Africans and we as the region, we would determine the costs and how it would look like. So we also indicated to the G20 leaders and the B20 leaders, and by B20 I'm meaning the business leaders, to say that we want it to be not just a just transition, but you want it that this just transition to talk to what the people on the ground are saying. Hence, at the G20 Social Summit, we actually indicated to the G20 leaders that we want an energy transition that is going to make sure that it encompasses everyone from businesses, industry, universities. So it becomes like a tricameral of what we want to achieve as a country and as a continent. And as you know, South Africa and the rest of the continent are very important for us as South Africa. So we wanted to look at the role of BESS in studying renewable energy and grid reliability. So that was passed. For the first time, member states agreed without any long distracted ideologies, and everybody agreed to sign. But the main issues that were actually discussed was climate financing. So in that task force, we indicated that it's important, while we still want the best renewable energy systems, we also need the money for it. So we got a lot of backing from Japan. We got a lot of backing from Indonesia. We got a lot of backing from Germany. And so we, I will share my contacts just to share what was actually mentioned in a communique in the B20. So from the, we know about these financial challenges across the African market. And then some of them are persistent global supply and chain disruptions. We're going to experience that. And we are seeing the geopolitical tensions which are affecting best costs and availability. And we are seeing a high capital expenditure, maintenance costs, and uncertainty over long-term battery degradation. And then we also see financing difficulties due to a lack of clear policies, because as Africa, sometimes we talk past each other when we should be talking with each other. And most people in the other regions like Europe, they speak with one voice. So we want a pan-African solution where we say, if we are going to have a best solution, let us have a pan-African best solution, because the minerals are coming from this continent. If the minerals are coming from the DRC, if the minerals are coming from Zimbabwe, why can't we make the determination? We do have the leverage. So, market expansion and unlocking new horizons. What are the opportunities? Right. For unlocking the sustainability best opportunities, we realized that we need best recycling and investment. And I'm saying so because I'm coming from the Department of Trade Industry, which is a ministry equivalent to a Ministry of Trade, Industry and Competition in South Africa, where we attract investment in South Africa. So we are inward looking, but also we also have other departments within the department that are also outward investment looking, that will be discussing these kind of projects from an Africa continental free trade area. So we know that there's a lack of existing infrastructure in investment in BESS. So you can take advantage in BESS recycling. We need collaborating platforms in terms of government, industry, and not only industry, but also government, industry, and our universities. And this platform couldn't have come at a better time. South Africa is currently hosting a science forum now. And we are saying in that science forum, we want to develop more science and innovative systems that are going to be based here in the African continent. So South Africa already has like 4 operating BESS systems, 19 that are on the pipeline of the within the South African market. So of which we want to share. And then of recently, I heard that Zimbabwe is also doing that. It's actually implemented a successful BESS product. So, we also looked at the issue of affordability for households. These battery storages are not cheap. We understand that there's also issues of maintenance, the importance of tariff structures, and addressing operational concerns, and promoting economics of scale and local skill and development for overall costs. So an average person needs to be able to access these battery storage because we need it for EVs. South Africa recently signed an EV policy in 2023. So we see a lot of traction from the likes of BMW, Toyota, and we've got some other companies that are saying they want to come to South Africa to invest. But we're also not saying South Africa. We are also saying there's the regional aspect to this thing. We want to determine how this best value chain would look like. So I think I've already spoken to this on the need for a common continental position on best financing. Very important, right? We want harmonizing policies, we want regulations, we want advocacy, we want tax incentives, because when an investor comes here, they always want incentives. And how about we say our companies need the incentives to actually make sure that they deploy this best technology. We are trying to strengthen public partnerships and blending public finance and private investment. And we are actually calling for creating a unified African-based strategy to communicate common financial solutions. We have done that. We see Solar MD, Pellegrin. There's quite a number of best products that we have actually launched within South Africa. We are hoping to roll on further. So we're also looking at fostering global relations and collaboration engagement. How are we going to do that? We are looking for other markets. Yes, we understand that now there's a pushback from other markets like the US and so forth. We are saying Africa must source within itself, not just for capital goods, social goods, but technology. We've got the Institute of Science and Technology in South Africa, which we have good students that are actually doing a lot of work in the battery energy space. So we can have a hub. And how about we have an African hub that will deal with BESS? Because it's us determining our role in the world market. So our strategic recommendation is as follows. We develop and adopt a pan-African BESS investment and a recycling framework and facilitate policy regulatory certainties to attract investors and promote skill development programs aligned to BESS industry needs. And then we establish collaborative platforms such as this one for financing technology exchange. So our call to action is as follows. BESS is pivotal for Africa green future economic development, as well as addressing financial, technical challenges in global action. And we call for a shared commitment for sustainable, inclusive, and affordable BESS solution across Africa. So in a nutshell, together, let's drive a meaningful ESG and climate through innovative energy solution. And you can reach, sorry. Okay, sorry, okay. You can reach me on this number. And this is my email address, smazibuga@thedtic.gov.za. And this is our website. Below there, it's where our branch is working. I'm working for this particular branch. It's investsa.org. So we look forward to actually engaging further with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibangule. Any questions for her?
Thank you. Hi, thank you for that. So I understand very much South Africa's just energy transition and we're trying to go with cleaner renewable energy. You started your talk saying, but we are very reliant on coal and will remain very reliant on coal for a while, which I completely understand. And to make this energy transition just, we have to slowly phase it out. I completely understand that. Does your department have an eye for, say, 2025? What mix are we looking at? What proportion of coal, out of the nuclear from Kuberg, wind energy, what kind of mix are we looking at ideally?
Okay, we are looking at a general mix. Okay, be it the wind part of things, and be it cleaner coal. So that is why when we actually were speaking to the members of the G20, we were saying that we don't just want a green economy or a just transition. We want a mixed energy just transition, because we won't get rid of the coal. If you have driven in South Africa, in Mpumalanga, there's a lot of coal. You go to Witbank, those who have been to South Africa, there's a lot of coal. What are we going to do with that coal? And then you go to the other side of Komati. There's so much coal. And then we've got coal stations. What are we going to do with that particular coal? Can't we make it cleaner? And then we use it, and then we still say, no, it's fine. We can use, we can have solar systems, we can have wind systems, we can have hydro. And we've been speaking about the Grand Inga for years now as a continent. Why can't we use that as well? Because we need that. Recently, people are talking about green hydrogen. And with Namibia and South Africa and Botswana and Mozambique, we are talking about the hydrogen valleys. And what does it mean to the person on the ground? Hydrogen is just from the sun straight to, I mean, it's just hydrogen. It's just from the sun. So we are just selling the sun. So that's what it means. So I don't want to get into a very academic perspective of what green hydrogen is, but to somebody who doesn't understand, what does that mean? And how would it impact them? That is why we were saying that it was very important for us and to listen to what people from the ground are saying about this transition, because these are jobs. These are things that will impact people's pockets. These are people that are impact your pocket, my pocket, industry pocket, jobs. And then we already have an unemployment problem in the continent. So we want to be heard. And for the first time, when they signed without actually arguing further, they understood. That is why we also had a number of pledges that have happened during the sidelines of the B20 and the G20. And I'll take that on the side in case you want to know how many of those, but we've got 3.3 billion that has been signed in 2 days' time. Thank you.
One last question. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we do. That's why we're talking about best recycling. And we work with the likes of eWaste Africa. So we are more than, South Africa is open for everyone to come and learn and see how we're doing it. Because we realize battery life usually about 5 to 15 years. That's not so much. And then where is it going to go? So we don't want a dumping solution. We want to create solutions for Africa in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate. So move to the next session. We have Rosemary. She's joining us virtually. Can you hear us, Rosemary?
I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. So first, thank you for the opportunity to share insights on IFRS S1 and S2. And second, my apologies. I was not able to join you due to unavoidable circumstances. But all the same, I do hope we'll have an engaging session and future collaboration as well. So our conversation today will focus on three things. First is understanding what the IFRS S1 and S2 standards are, looking at the core framework that informs the standards, and then looking at a sample implementation roadmap for companies that are starting out on implementing the standards. So the IFRS S1 and S2 standards are a global baseline for sustainability reporting. And from the conversations yesterday and today, I've seen the speakers have spoken quite a bit on reporting. And so for my session, we'll just add a little bit more information. So S1 will be your foundational standard. It will give you general requirements on what you do need to disclose when it comes to sustainability related information, while S2 is tied to your climate related disclosures and is therefore a thematic standard. So the standards were developed and released in June 2023. And they try to, or rather they give a financial lens to sustainability so that you're able to see a connection between your financial statements and your sustainability data. So that when you're looking at the annual report of an organization, you're able to see how sustainability affects your cash flow, affects your assets, your liabilities, and different other aspects of your financial statements. Why this is so important and why the standards are so timely is that there was an overwhelming demand by investors for them to receive consistent, comparable, and decision-useful information on climate and sustainability so that they're able to make better decisions based on what they are assessing businesses on, not just on their financial performance, but on the environmental and social aspects as well. So we appreciate that the standards do not operate in a vacuum. There are other guidelines, frameworks, and standards that already exist that guide how organizations should be presenting their sustainability information. And what these standards have come to do is not to replace what is already in existence, but to build on what is there, so that now we have a consolidated approach and we are able to have comparability of sustainability data across industries, across geographies, and across different appreciations of organizations. So when you compare these new standards with the TCFD framework, we'll realize that the standards focus so much on what was the 4-pillar framework of the TCFD guidelines. So the 4 pillars of governance, strategy, metrics and targets, as well as risk management, form a very key part of how the standards inform how sustainability reporting should be prepared. And we'll discuss a little bit about the 4 pillars in a little while. When you compare the standards with the SASB metrics, which are industry specific, then S1 requires that organizations prepare industry-specific disclosures, and they point to the SASB standards as a guidance for situations in which you may not have the ISSB standards as a guideline. So as I've mentioned, the first standard is a general one. It gives you general guidelines on how you should report on sustainability, while the second one is thematic. So in the situation where you've carried out your stakeholder engagement, you've done your materiality analysis, and you realize, for instance, that human capital is a material issue for your business, and you want to report on how your organization is handling human capital, you would use the ISSB standards as the foundational framework. So you'll use that to guide on how you report, but you'll realize that there's no thematic standard that guides human capital. So you'll turn to the SASB standards, which again are industry specific and tied to 77 industries. Pick, or rather find where human capital falls in there, and then be able to disclose. Where that specific issue that you have identified is not covered under SASB, then you turn to GRI to give you guidance on how to disclose. And again, in the event that GRI does not have the guideline that you need, then you can turn to your industry and look for what has been outlined in different markets to disclose on those specific issues. And finally, when we compare the ISSB with GRI, we realize that ISSB is very investor driven. It has a very financial aspect to it, whereas GRI tries to ensure that all stakeholder needs are met in how the disclosures are done in the presentation of the report. However, they are working on how to align the same and to ensure that going forward, sustainability reports are able to align not only to the investors, but to other stakeholders as well. So we'll move into what the core framework of the standards are. And as I mentioned, there are 4 pillars. And we'll start with governance, because governance sets the tone from the top. It shows how committed the board and the management are in ensuring that sustainability is not only implemented at board level, but is integrated into the whole organization from the top all the way to the bottom. So you have to offer disclosures on how governance is addressing sustainability within the organization and what role management is playing in assessing and managing not only your sustainability related risks, but also your climate related risks. The second pillar is strategy. And here I have to reinforce that when we talk about strategy, we need to appreciate that the standards depend on the ability of the organization to not only have a business strategy, as is the case in business as usual, but to have sustainability ingrained in the strategy so that you don't have a standalone sustainability strategy and a standalone business strategy, but to have the two married together and integrated. So in your reports, you'll have to disclose how your climate-related risks are affecting your business, are affecting your resilience, they're affecting your business model, your cash flows, and other financial aspects of your business. Third, we look at risk management, and you have to disclose how your organization identifies, assesses, prioritizes, and monitors your climate-related risks. Close to this, and very important, is also disclosing the opportunities that your business has appreciated in your assessment of sustainability and climate risk, and being able to quantify what that would mean for the business. And finally, the fourth pillar, the metrics and targets. And this is being able to assess and manage your risks and opportunities and being able to communicate this. So again, these 4 pillars form the basis of the standards. So even as you disclose on your sustainability matters, you disclose on your climate matters, you must speak to these 4 aspects, and there are specific areas of disclosure that you need to cover in your report. And you'll have a chance to look at that later on in the presentation. So to the topic at hand is, how do these ISSB standards then feed into your climate risk strategy? And first is how you carry out your scenario analysis and being able to move beyond qualitative risks and putting a number to the risks that your business hopes to, or rather expects to address in the future. And not just putting a number to it, but to stress test what your business strategy is so that you're able to quantify your resilience. It's not enough to say that we foresee drought in the next 4 years, but we need to be able to see how that affects your production patterns. How does that affect your revenue? And in essence, how does it affect your financial statements and the running of your business? Second is your transition plans. IFRS S2 mandates that you must disclose your transition plans. How does your business plan to attain zero? How does your business plan to reach a zero carbon economy? And what are some of the costs that are associated with this? What's the roadmap that you have in place? How have you broken this down into steps? And how are you going to measure success against those plans? Third is financial connectivity. As I mentioned, these standards are very investor driven, so they give, again, a financial lens to sustainability. So you must be able to demonstrate in your report how these climate risks are connected to your financial statements. And we need to see figures that affect your cash flow. We need to see how it affects your assets and their life and their useful life. How are you testing for impairment? And what are some of the provisions that you are making in your financial statements to account for this? And finally is value chain resilience and being able to ensure that your strategy can extend beyond operational boundaries. So if you're looking at your scope 3 emissions, what are the risks that are associated with this? And how do you ensure long-term viability of your business? And this is more than just looking at your supply chain. It's looking at your different stakeholders, be it your suppliers, be it your employees, your distributors, your customers, looking at how you're able to communicate the difference that you're going to make through your strategy. So next we look at a sample implementation roadmap and what are some of the steps that you'd want to take as you prepare for implementation of the IFRS standards. So the first step is an analysis, to do a gap analysis and to see where your current reporting measures against the IFRS standards. And in the case where you've not been preparing sustainability reports, then you can benchmark against industry players and being able to see what they have done and see what you can be able to learn from that. After this, then you can identify the data sources and systems, because out of this gap analysis, you may realize that you're not reporting on certain aspects that need to be captured in your sustainability report. Second is to go into the design phase. So you establish a governance structure and you ensure that sustainability is being measured at board level. It has a board committee that is assigned to it. There's continuous communication with the board, ideally at a quarterly basis, and that management is preparing reports that are relevant to the board and they're able to ask relevant and push back on the decisions that the management is making. You'll also need to develop data collection processes and internal controls. So here, one of the key things is to make sure that you do have a team that is responsible for sustainability reporting, because we do appreciate that the information that goes into a sustainability report does not sit in one department, it sits in different departments. So you need to have a collaborative team that is able to coordinate how the information is received, how it is assessed, and how it is stored. The third step in our proposed plan is to implement. Yeah? So you begin collecting this data, you run scenario analysis, and you try to see how your business would fare in the event of different risks, in the event of different scenarios, and then you integrate with the financial reporting teams. It's key that you work with your financial reporting teams because the standards require that your sustainability reports must align with your financial reporting cycle. So where your financial year ends in June, then your sustainability report must run from July to June, just the same as your financial statements. And where your financial statements apply to a group covering different joint ventures or different subsidiaries, then your sustainability report must also capture the information from these different organizations. Fourth is now preparing the report and disclosing on how you've done as an organization and making sure that your report is compliant with the IFRS disclosures. And at this point, then you undertake limited assurance. So the standards offer a relief for the first year where you can offer limited assurance, which means you will have a third party come in and assess the sustainability report and form an opinion on what has been disclosed, but only for specific matters, which the sustainability practitioner would have tested to make sure that these ones meet the minimum requirements. So from the second year, you will be expected to prepare a reasonable assurance report, which would then look at your sustainability report in its entirety. And finally is preparing for review and getting feedback from your stakeholders in order to be able to assess the effectiveness of your report, test whether it has met the requirements of the disclosures, and also to plan for improvements for the future. So what are some of the pitfalls that commonly affect organizations when they take up sustainability reporting, and what are some of the things that we foresee as a challenge going forward? Number one is data overload, and this would be in a situation where you prepare excessive data without a defined goal. So the way to counter this is to ensure that you carry out materiality assessment from the onset of preparing your report. That way, you are only disclosing what is material to your business and therefore you prepare information that is useful for decisions. Second is making assumptions about your stakeholder needs without engaging them at all, or even engaging them at a bare minimum, probably once a year. And the solution around this is to ensure that you have organized discussions with your stakeholders so you're able to stay atop of their priorities and how those priorities then affect the decisions that you make as a business. Third is target setting. And this comes from setting unrealistic standards, either because you didn't carry out a baseline when starting out, or because you do not have an implementation plan, or in other situations where you are competing, or rather picking what your competitor is doing or what they have stated and using that as your target. So in this case, the solution is to ensure that you start with a baseline and then you set incremental targets, which that your business can measure against over time. Fourth is greenwashing concerns. And this is a major concern, especially because the organization would want to look its best when preparing its sustainability report. But we find there are situations where organizations would exaggerate or misrepresent what they have been doing. So the way to go about this, one is to understand that your stakeholders would rather see a candid report that shows the challenges as well as the successes that you've had in sustainability. Additionally, is to have assurance measures put in place. And one of the easiest low-hanging fruits around this is to use your internal audit team to check on your sustainability performance over the year before you prepare the report, so that when coming to the report, then you have an assured version of the information you're sharing. Fifth is strategic integration. And as I mentioned, it's imperative that your sustainability strategy is ingrained into your overall business strategy so that they speak to each other and your staff and your other stakeholders are able to see how sustainability speaks not only to the business itself, but also to their day-to-day contributions to the business. And finally is overcomplication, where you'd want to look your best and therefore you invest in sophisticated tools, which may not necessarily meet the needs that you have. So we suggest that you start with the existing systems that you have and then build on the strengths that are there. So there's no problem with starting with an Excel spreadsheet to capture your sustainability report, as long as it's ensuring that you have complete information, it is accurate, and it is a true representation of your sustainability performance. So the future of sustainability reporting, we appreciate that there is a lot of change coming. There's a lot of growth in the sector. And one of the key things to note is that there will be additional IFRS standards. As I said, we have the general guideline, which is S1, and then now we have thematic standards. S2 is on climate risk and opportunities. And we are looking forward to S3, which will be tied to biodiversity, and S4, which will be tied to human capital. So these are currently being developed, and we hope to see them in the next few years to guide how organizations are going to be communicating on these specific areas. Second is increased reporting frequency. So currently, most organizations will prepare their sustainability reports annually, but we are foreseeing that in future, we may have to see quarterly reports and be able to therefore have additional analysis of sustainability performance. Third is AI integration and being able to utilize AI to analyze sustainability data, to generate instant reports, and also to map your regional standards and see what gaps are there in your prepared reports. And finally is integration with financial accounting and appreciating that sustainability data will have to be managed and verified with the same rigor that we apply to traditional financial information. So to finalize, these are additional resources for you to look at in your own free time. There's additional IFRS S1 and S2 training, which is offered by the International Financial Reporting Standards Board, and you can use this to increase your knowledge on the same. I've attached 2 sample reports so that you're able to see how these standards come alive and how organizations can therefore disclose on these specific aspects of sustainability. And finally is to look at sustainability assurance reports and see how opinions are formed and how this is communicated in sustainability reports. So with that, without much else, I'll open the floor for questions.
Thanks, Rosemary. Any questions for her?
Thank you, Rosemary. That was really interesting. It's 6 p.m. It's going to 6, so please bear with me as I consolidate my question. In the morning, we had someone speak to us. I think his name was Mr. Krishna, about SMEs and how they kind of see reporting as just another obstacle, essentially. I think he had said that. And then we also had someone from NIVAS talk about how ESG is its own department and not really like it's the challenges that come towards trying to integrate ESG within the company outside just a department that's, you know, on its own. I think my question would be, I heard ISPAC has set up the standards by, I think, 2029, that all, I think they're called public
interest entities.
That one.
Yeah.
That by 2029, all SMEs ideally should be reporting their sustainability efforts or their reports. As someone who's in the field in Kenya, what is the journey towards getting SMEs to, I guess, or even just people in general, I guess, outside SMEs, the process towards, I think, wanting to do it, not just because they have to. What does that look like from your perspective? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start by clarifying what the roadmap is for Kenya, and then I'll speak to how SMEs ideally should be approaching reporting. So, as you're right, ISPAC is the one that has given the guideline. The board left it to jurisdictions to decide how best to make it mandatory for their jurisdictions. So for Kenya, public interest entities, these are your listed companies, your financial institutions, they are expected to adopt these standards by 2027. So any report that is dated 1st January 2027 and after will have to have the standards ingrained. So after that is what they're calling large enterprises. So these are companies that are not listed, they're not financial institutions, but they do have a public interest in how they are run, and they're significantly large. So those ones have a date of 2028. And you're right, for small and medium enterprises, then it's 2029. So for SMEs, there is that challenge of appreciating not just the beauty of reporting, but having this additional burden of preparing the reports. And one of the key issues that they are going to face is, as these larger organizations prepare their scope 3 emissions, they will have to go to the smaller enterprises because you are trading with them, you are a supplier to them, you are a customer, you have an interaction with these large businesses. You will have to prepare this information. But at the heart of it is SMEs appreciating what benefits come out of the sustainability reports. And that ties into the culture of the owners, the culture of the business. So if I appreciate sustainability for what it is, and I'm able to see the opportunities that it presents, then I will be able to take up sustainability and sustainability reporting on a voluntary basis, even before it becomes mandatory for my supplier to require this from me. Yeah. So there are situations of companies in Kenya that require information from their suppliers as one of the pre-qualification aspects. And I'll give you an example of Safaricom and ABSA. So they do require that you will show not only the policy that you have in place for addressing sustainability, but you'll also prepare a summary in the year to show what you have been doing in that space. And this becomes one of the key indicators that they use when they are assessing future business with you. And this is what the future looks like. So if you want to do business with large organizations, you want to do business with the PIEs in this case, then you will have to comply and make sure that you have the standards in place. Now, ISPAC has not broken down what the ramifications are for not implementing the standards. But what I foresee is that they will come for the accountants. Yeah. So the parties who are responsible for the preparation of the financial statements are also being burdened with the preparation of sustainability reports. So in the event that we expect that your organization is to prepare sustainability reports and that has not happened, so probably they will come for your license or have that tough conversation of we will not be renewing your practicing certificate going forward. Any other question?
Hi, thank you so much for the very good presentation. I have a question. Last year in the European market, there was the whole controversy of CSRD requiring too much from the small organizations. And then, as we know, from February, they had to review that to just include the quite large organizations. I know that it trickles down from large organizations requiring their suppliers to report, but the truth is not all the SMEs and these other small companies supply to the big organizations. So I guess this is an opinion and also a question to you. Do you think we're going about this the wrong way? Because I feel like this is just bulldozing. It didn't work in Europe. They are far ahead of us, and they had to adjust the CSRD standards. So now we're telling SMEs that they need to report, and they've not even caught up with the sustainability, the entire aspect of sustainability, but now we're telling them to report. Do you think we're pushing, or this is just the right way? Make it a regulation so that everyone can do it. And then the other thing is we're also getting a lot of funding from Europe, and they all want to move to CSRD. Should we start reporting with regards to IFRS and then get our euros and then start reporting in CSRD? Quite confused. Thanks.
Okay. Those are two good, tough questions. When it comes to making something mandatory, I feel it's usually like the very last solution that you have in place. Yeah. So, and I remember a case of Malaysia where they had a CSR fund, where they expected companies to be contributed to it. So if you're within a certain income bracket, then a percentage of your profits will be going into the CSR fund. And this was going to fund development efforts within the country. So what would happen, as you would expect, is companies would make sure they don't hit that level. You're just at the you're just there, close to it, but you don't hit it. So therefore, it's not relevant to you anymore. And that's one of the challenges of making something mandatory. So you'll find SMEs where they have to, they will do the bare minimum. So you want a sustainability report, you want to know how much energy I used, here it is. I will not go beyond that aspect because that's all you need. And that's the challenge that we have. So then it has to be a conversation, like I said, of culture. Yeah. So we need to have, we need to be able to not only show the benefits, but to also have them appreciate that this is not just a nice to have. This is a must have for your business, for survival, and also just because what other plan do we have? Yeah. At this point, if you're not addressing sustainability, you will not be in business in the next 5-10 years. The upcoming employees, the upcoming customers are very conversant of what sustainability is. The younger generations will pick a job based on what is your commitment to the environment. They will choose products based on the labeling and based on what contribution you're making. So if you as an SME are not considering these matters now, in the future, you will miss out on opportunities, you will miss out on talent, you will miss out on your employees and their purchasing power. Now, when it comes to CSRD, that's a tough question. I feel like I need to ask someone else in the room to assist. But I'll say the standards as they are a foundation for you. Yeah. And again, because they offer comparability, then start with that. and then build on it and use the specific standard or rather framework that applies to that fits your business best. So if it's GRI and you're interested in looking at the different stakeholders and making sure you communicate to them, then that's perfect. If your ideal market and your key customers are based in Europe, then it makes sense for you to then prepare a report with that in mind. And again, there's no limit in the number or rather the format that you use for your report. The key thing is to ensure that your information is complete, it's accurate, it's a true representation of what you're doing, and you're able to articulate the process and the progress that you're making. So for that, I say start with the ISSP standards and then build onto the other frameworks that are there.
Okay, thanks, Rosemary. Thanks for your presentation and answering those questions. So, everyone, we will move to the last leg of the conference, which is a panel discussion on building towards sustainable net zero future. So I will be moderating this panel. So I will call my panel on the stage. Can I have Carol and Ray? Can I have Imtinan, Michelle, Rose, and Rosalind? Okay, what a diversified panel. Not in terms of gender, for sure, but but for definitely, the experience you guys bring to the table, industry you serve, and the places you operate from. So I'm glad to have you all here, and we'll try to keep it short and sharp because if you see last 2 days, I think this is what we have been discussing in some sense. We all have been contributing, we all have been giving our recommendations, we all have been discussing opportunities and challenges, how we can achieve net zero. And it's a very complex subject. We all know that. But I think I'm sure as a group, we all agree that we can achieve it. It might take some years time, but yeah, we all are here to make sure that this will be achieved at some stage during a lifetime or maybe post our lifetime. So we don't know. So what we will do is we'll start with the introduction, and I will request everyone to go for an introduction. And just to add one question, just to make it more spicy, since we all come from a ESG and sustainability background, and we all have been talking about it, I want to know one of your habit, which is super non-sustainable, which you want to get rid of, which you could not get rid of. So it could be habit, it could be thing, anything. Means I will leave it to you, but I need one answer. And I'm not here to expose you guys, but yeah, just to be clear that we all are in the real world. We cannot have sustainable solution for everything. So let's be real. So I'll ask you, Carol.
Okay, so in my Kenya life, I wish I could walk more and not drive. I drive a petrol car. Normally, it's myself on my own in the car. I'm not even carpooling or anything. And I don't feel safe walking in most places. So sadly, I end up by driving, and I wish that could be different. When I get the chance to visit in UK, I'm able to walk a lot, but I wish I could do the same here.
Brief introduction about yourself, so people are not aware of.
Oh, okay. So I introduced myself just a short time ago. But yes, Caroline Ray, I'm a civil and structural engineer by profession. I work for a built environment consultancy. We're headquartered in the UK, and I've been living and working in Africa for 19 years. I first came to Africa as part of a green buildings conversation in Southern Africa. And then I transitioned to Kenya 13 years ago, and I've been working here ever since in that sort of sustainable development of the built environment. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Wanjiru. I'm the Climate and Environment Manager of the Manufacturing Africa program. And I basically provide ESG and impact support advisory services to the manufacturing sector in Africa. I unsustainable habit is I'm not very keen when it comes to tracking how much plastic I use on my day-to-day, especially when it comes to food and water. I know people who do a really good job carrying bottles everywhere. So yeah, I'm not proud of it.
Hello, everyone. Like Carolina just introduced myself. So I'm MT Nain. I'm heading ESG and sustainability for Spiro. I will move to. So Caroline picked my car habit, but what I did, I was not able to transit electric car. I don't like it. I like cars. So, but I walk to office. I just I just live next to office. But yeah, I will go with the second habit as well. So it's about waste segregation. So in my building, there is no option of waste segregation, but in the community, there is that. But I always use the easiest way to dispose my waste in the building itself. So I didn't start the waste segregation, but I will force myself to that. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rose Lomalwa, and I work for Women Earth Alliance as the East African Regional Director. And I'm also a co-founder of Women in Water and Natural Resource Conservation. I'm an environmentalist, my profession. And yeah, just like working with grassroots communities. And I think one of the impediments that I can talk about for the very many years that I've worked with communities, it's very hard and difficult for us to transition from use of firewood because of culture and women believing that the food that is made using firewood is sweeter and better. So yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm just agreeing with what she was saying. It is true, though, for certain meals. My name is Rosalie Draru. I am the head of sustainability at Biofoods. You said the introduction is mine, not for the company, right? Oh, good. So I pride myself in just being able to break sustainability down in a very, very palatable way. I can explain it to a 5-year-old. I feel like that's my mission on earth. So that's me. My very unsustainable behavior is this. I know this hair that I put on is plastic. I've done research. I know where it comes from, but it just comes in very nice colors. And I can't keep dyeing my hair all the time because, again, my roots, my hair doesn't grow that fast. So this is it for me. The next time it will be red. The next time it will be gray. This is what I was dealt.
Okay. Okay, you're putting me on spot now. Okay. Okay. So I'm a vegetarian guy. So I don't drink. So, but one thing which I probably would want to get rid of is, since I travel a lot, I use a lot of packed food, which I do try, but I'm not a great cook. So somehow I need to rely on that. So yeah, I think that's the thing which I'm trying to get rid of, but I'm not sure it'll happen soon. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Let me. Sorry. Since we have been talking about net zero path, and as I said, it's a very complex path, and we really need to rethink, how we produce our energy, how we design and build our assets, how we work together. So everything need to be really rethink and re-implemented in some way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a sort of a theme or I need a observation or your feedback on that. So let me start with you, Carolyn, since you are sitting next to me. Uh, you know, according to you, means what would be the most effective approach and methodology to build sustainable path toward net zero in the industry you operate? I understood you operate primarily into infrastructure uh, and all the associated industries. So based on that, what's your take?
Thank you. Yeah, I think for me, three points. First of all is communication and being very clear and accurate in our communication. So I think we end up by we've come from a time when there was a lot of greenwashing. You know, what do we mean by green buildings? What do we mean by net zero? What do we mean by maybe near zero, carbon offsetting, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we've matured as an industry. And as the people in Africa, I think there's a level of maturity there where those of us that are in the know do understand the difference between all of those those bits of terminology. And I think it is important that we distinguish between things like net zero or near zero. I mean, net zero to me isn't something that I would speak to a client about, because it might mean business as usual, but let me offset. And to me, that's not good enough. We have to push the carbon down. Would it ever be zero? Well, no, realistically, it probably won't be, but can it be closer to zero than it would have been as business as usual? And then whatever we're left with, yes, we'll still offset. But I think we need to use that level of maturity in our communications amongst the professionals who are working in that space. I like what Rosalind said about being able to communicate it to the niece or the nephew or the child or whatever. I've actually had the opposite experience where a colleague's son, 9-year-old, came when we were just wrapping up a team workshop and starts running a climate change workshop with our office team, and then wanted a follow-up, implementation strategy workshop as well. So some kids are very well aware, some kids are not. But I think turning it into tangible things where whoever we're talking to, whether it's my client on a big industrial estate or special economic zone, or whether it's the nephew or the niece or the child, we need to be able to use the terminology in a way that people understand, but at the same time, amongst the professionals who are working in this space, let's be consistent, let's be clear, so that we aren't greenwashing ourselves, and we are able to provide consistent advice and messaging to the communities that we work with. So that's the first point, to do with communication. My second point, and I don't know how much this applies in other industries, but certainly in the built environment, things operate in silos. There's energy, there's manufacturing, there's construction, then there's the off-taker, the end user, very often a member of the public. And we don't necessarily talk to each other very well. And I can't help my clients do a lower carbon building construction if all the materials are coming from China, because the supply chain transport, the carbon footprint of that transport is incredibly high, never mind, even if they had a low carbon production facility in China or Turkey or wherever it comes from. And so the more we can do local manufacturing, then the more we'll lower the carbon footprint of the products that I'm then able. But I can't, it's not up to me, and it's talking to State Department of Public Works, to influence that trade and industry or import duties on high carbon or low carbon materials. So how can we join up the fiscal policies, the incentives, maybe the sticks as well in terms of disincentives, and how do we break down silos across the whole supply chain, including the end user and what they demand? I mean, your takeaway food or whatever that you're eating, why can't it at least be given to you in cardboard packaging or something instead of plastic? So we need influence across the whole supply chain, and not to think in silos, because we're never going to achieve very much that way. So breaking down silos for me is very important too. And finally, I think we have to look for the co-benefits and the opportunities, because doing the right thing for the environment doesn't necessarily mean doing the wrong thing for business. It doesn't mean the wrong thing in terms of jobs. I mean, like if we can do local manufacturing, isn't that a good thing in Africa? It can be a good thing for biodiversity gain and ecology and general health and public health issues are positively impacted through having a greener environment. So we need to look for the opportunities, look for those co-benefits, because we're not just doing the right thing because we know we have to. It's right because it's good for us as well. So those are the 3 points, I think: communication, co-benefits, and breaking down silos.
Thank you, Carolyn. This is useful. Moving to Michelle. See, I understood you guys have been running a big program here from last so many years, and you have your own success. Based on your experience working with different industries, different people across this continent, can you suggest few best practices which people can, look at when they target net zero path? So, over.
Yes, thank you. When we're thinking about infrastructure in total, and even taking a good example of Kenya's infrastructural development process, sometimes it feels quite ad hoc. And I believe that if we introduce more sequencing models in how we are constructing, then we'll be able to reduce the costs and also emissions. For example, there cannot be a huge push on industrialization when we know we don't have the sufficient energy to support those industries. So how we sequence infrastructure development is very key in reducing. And even when I talk about net zero infrastructure, I don't know whether I fully believe that, because infrastructure globally is one of the leading global emitters. So, I loved your point on saying maybe the goal would have to first focus on reducing it as well. Another area is, and which is one of the funnest, I believe, is around embedding more resilience and climate scenarios in how we're designing infrastructure, designing for the future, designing for drought or flood or all these other aspects, including that in the design process at the beginning. Another area I believe would be key is expansion of digital infrastructure as well, embedding aspects like IoT, water sensors, different types of decentralized technology that could be able to, ease the pressure of operation and construction of infrastructure as well. And when it comes to materials used in infrastructure, they're also quite a huge emitters. When I talk about steel, cement, I believe there is an innovation gap. At the same chance, there is an investment opportunities on aspects around low carbon cement to be able to advance some of these areas. Another one is around financing. When we think about a lot of the projects infrastructure-wise, a lot of them are not bankable in terms of preparation, but also taking on a very good example with Ethiopia. They have this huge GAD dam project. And first of all, they used bonds. They raised a lot of the funding from their population because they have one of the highest populations in East Africa. But also they created avenues for diaspora Ethiopians to actually finance this development project. So looking at how we could also finance more internally. And one discussion that also isn't always put in is that when it comes to sustainable infrastructure, it's not always about the mega projects. Those are important, but it's also looking at how we could strengthen value chains. So cold chain storage in agri-processing is very key. Aspects around building industrial parks so that we could have low carbon manufacturing is also an area. And, one of my personal views is that modern industrialization that enhances or increases marginalization does not deserve a net zero badge.
Very relevant points. So moving to Imtinan, since you work with the electric transport company and you have been, and energy, clean energy is one of the key lever or enabler when we talk about net zero. So what strategy you suggest and how you see this transition happening with the clean energy? So over to you.
Thank you so much. So I think that renewable energy is not only a climate solution toward net zero, it's more also of a practical development tool that should be used by our continent. So first thing that we should rely on a mix. So different sources from solar, wind, hydro, and so for me, it will be, the matter is how we combine them to make energy reliable and affordable for people, but also for industries and for mobility systems like us, like Spiro. So when renewable energy is integrated properly, two things happen. One, we will have immediate impact on the industry because the energy will become like competitive and stabilized of the price. So it will support the industry, but also it will give the people a stable and affordable supply of power. So that's why when we see real development, we will have new jobs, stronger local value chain, and healthier air in the city. But also we need to stay realistic. So I think one of the challenges is the adaptability of the availability also of the capacity of the grid when it comes to the energy production, or we will be ending up with the power that we cannot absorb. So for that, I think we need to engage more also with communities at an earlier stage. They need to understand why we are developing this project, why we are taking that land, so we don't face any resistance. So like I said, renewable energy, it's not only a simple net zero enabler for Africa, but it will be unlocking growth, strengthen resilience, and give countries more control on their energy destiny as well. So like we said, the key to build a system that are flexible, community-centered, and then design it for the reality of the ground. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So moving to Rose, I think we all agree we cannot achieve net zero path without collaboration, integration, partnership, partnering with industry leaders, governments. And to me also, I think this is the key when we talk about net zero. We cannot do it all alone. I think nobody can do it. No single industry, single government company can do this all alone. So what's your view? How important it is? And if you want to share a few elements which are really critical to achieve net zero path.
Thank you. I think all of us have been mentioning collective efforts, and probably I'll just highlight a few things. To me, a synergy of partnership is inevitable, it's indispensable, and run away from it, right? Because we cannot work in isolation. We need to have a holistic approach where we have a platform for each stakeholder. For example, if there's a government, they have a role to play when it comes to enacting policies, and not just enacting, but following up to make sure that they are implemented in the right way and be able to transform the lives and livelihoods. And to me, I look at a shared vision in partnership where we are able to share opportunities, be able to share understanding, and push together to make sure that we are achieving together as a team. There's the aspect of sharing risks, right? We cannot run away from risks. be it in the business platform, government, community, risks are there. And so if we work together as partners, we embrace the collaborative approach, I think we'll be able to manage the risks that are anticipated and the risks that are there. And finally, I think partnership also enhances a just transformation of renewable energy. And by that I mean that we are not leaving anyone behind. We are working together, running together as a team. And therefore, there's need to hold each other's hands in this race. Let's look, for example, the communities. Communities are very key in highlighting some of these issues, advocacy, and learning together. For example, if you come up with an innovation, you'll really require the community to push through and make sure that it's sustainable. For the business platform, I think we rely on them on data research. They are coming up with very innovative technologies and solutions that we can be able to implement at community level. So basically, that's what I can say, that we cannot run away from partnership, we cannot run away from collaboration. Yeah.
Thanks, Rosalind. So moving, thanks, Rose. Moving to Rosalind, as we have seen, a lot of organizations are making commitments. Some are false commitments. Some are, I need to understand from you, based on your experience, some of the practical commitments or steps rather organizations can take to achieve net zero, because it's as I said, it's a tedious path, and putting some subjective thoughts and targets is one thing. It's very important to have a practical approach to achieve that. So based on your experience, what's your take?
Let me first start by addressing something you mentioned about the false numbers that people are giving. We've been discussing this for a while. There's a time we were constantly talking about greenwashing, but that's true, but I'd also like to commend all the organizations over a period of time who started realizing how hard that is. And for some line of businesses, it's actually not possible. I like that someone said that they're not sure whether this can be done. I'm also in the same bandwagon. I'm not sure whether for certain industries this is doable, but I like that people have been taking back their commitments publicly and saying that we said that we will be net zero in 2030, when 2025, it's 5 years, and probably their absolute emissions have gone down by like 2%. You clearly will not get to net zero in 2030. So I'd like to commend them as well. Let's realize how hard that is for big multinationals to just take back their commitments. I'm not saying that it's 100% like, let's clap for them, but it is commendable that they are no longer lying. For practical steps, I always find myself going back to SMEs, because big multinationals, big companies have experts who are helping them through that. So I always put myself in the shoes of smaller companies who don't necessarily even understand the difference between carbon neutrality, SBTi standards, net zero. That's not a conversation people are having. But now that we're going to a space where we will be required to do this, one of the most practical things I can do now for those organizations and even big organizations is just to put my data in order. Anyone who's in ESG here knows that the biggest challenge that anyone has in ESG or sustainability when it comes to reporting is always data. So you're always running all over the place trying to find certain things, something you didn't even think about that you're gonna be asked. And these days we have information everywhere. We have AI, the tech one. We have AI, you can just go draft your questions there. What does this scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 looks like? So what practical things can I do? And for us, especially in Kenya, one of the greatest things you can do at the moment is to support local manufacturing. There are regulations that are coming in that are making imported things very expensive. So the better for your organization to purchase locally. And then for the rest of the manufacturer, the people you're buying from, because I know out of experience that sometimes you want to buy things in the country, but then the quality is not as good. So you sometimes want to import. I would like all the other manufacturing companies to see it as an opportunity to improve their standards. So in terms of scope 3, that's a very important thing because purchased goods really do make up a lot of scope 3. Like I can tell from my experience at Biofoods, there's so many, we're technically buying everything. So if we sort that from a local manufacturing point of view, then that drastically brings it down. In terms of scope 2, if you're Kenyan, have your way. Our energy, our emission factor for electricity is probably 0.000 something. So we can get away with that for now, but you can look into other ways. For scope 1, that looks like what everyone has been talking about. Let's try and look for other options. We've had people are working on technologies for biogas, trucks, electric trucks, which I still have a lot of questions about because of our grid capacity. And we have households that are not necessarily getting the electricity. So I'm wondering, maybe you can answer that question in terms of the capacity of our grid. But all those things are things we can do to drastically bring it down. So if you bring down your scope 1 emissions, which is usually your, so for us, we have refrigerated trucks, and refrigerants are bad. The GWP is much, much higher than the diesel we're talking about, than the industrial diesel oil, everything. Some of them go as high as 1,350. The common refrigerants in the market, R22, 4A, all those things are like their global warming potential is very, very high. So if we could find ways to bring that down, for example, having an EV which cools it drastically brings down your scope 1. Scope 2, that can be discussed. If you get solar panels and all that, then that also brings down that by like 50%. You sort purchased goods, you source from the local community, you partner with Rose. She links you up with people who are doing all this kind of farming in the rural areas. Teach them how to produce quality products as you'd like. Then that brings down again that. If you're in our line of work, we're in a very in a big emitter industry, quotes and quotes, teach farmers how to do dairy farming properly. That also brings down the emissions. And then after all that, whatever you're left with, that's residual waste. You've had a trail of impact throughout you've given people businesses here in Kenya. You've not shipped a lot of things. You're doing all the right things, but then in the long run, then you have much less residual emissions, which now you can offset, and that's how you get to net zero. So the answers are just around, in the boundaries of Kenya, local manufacturing, green energy, the vehicles, all these. We've seen Basigo. If Matatus can do it, public transport, we can also do the same. I think those are some practical ways for us to get there for those people who've said that they want to get there.
Okay, thanks. I think all very relevant points. And I always tell to my clients and customers, ESG or sustainability, it's a journey. It's not, you're not going to get overnight results. You have to invest time and effort. And as you mentioned correctly, scope 3 is the most tricky thing, because scope 1 and scope 2 is something which you have a direct control. And if you see the big industries, like I give you an example of Shell, the major oil and gas company, energy player, 90% of their emissions come from scope 3. And frankly, you do not have any direct control on these 90%. So that's why it's very important to, how you manage your scope 3 emissions. You have to work with your suppliers, vendors, and that's why, the integration is a key if you want to really get rid of, your scope 3 emissions. Okay, thanks. I think this is useful. So before we wrap up, I think thanks for your comments and recommendations. I probably will take one or two questions if somebody has anything for the panel? Don't ask me, please. Ask the panel.
Thank you so much. My name is Jane Muthoni. I work in the space of the young people. And when I look at the discussions that we have had today and yesterday, I am just asking myself, can we get the young people into this space in terms of capacity building, in terms of awareness creation? You are the expert in the field. What are the steps that you take in so that you can have this information, this knowledge that you have to a 3-year-old, to high school students, to university students, so that as they come out of the institutions of learning, they're able to take this path. They don't have to struggle the way we are doing at this point. So what are you doing at this point as the experts? How can we get you into the classrooms to teach and to impact the young souls? Thank you.
That's a very important question. On my part, I'm still learning, by the way. I will call myself an expert, but then there's a lot of learning. Someone just believed in me and they poured all the information they had in me. And I know that doesn't happen for a lot of people. So one of my friends, his name is Maina Chege. Hi, Maina, just in case he sees this, runs I don't know whether it's an organization, something called Debate Circle. So what this Debate Circle does, it brings high schoolers together and they discuss a lot of sustainability matters. Not your normal Kenyan debates like boarding school is better than day school, not those kind of things. They're laughing because they know it's true. So the kind of things that are discussed in these debates are very, I guess they are heavy for me because that's not what I was debating when I was in high school and primary, but they're discussing solid things like is our carbon projects ethical? You know, certain things like questions that we've started asking ourselves when we're adults. So what happens there is there's usually a grammar teacher, whether it's Swahili or English, and then there's someone assessing the debate skills. And then now there's an expert in sustainability because, you know, these kids are going to lie when they're debating. So you look at the skills, you look at the grammar, and then now there's someone. So I am part of the judges. I've not done this year, but last year that was being done. So what you do is you also coach kids and all that. And these kids are brilliant, for lack of a better word. They discuss taxes, carbon taxes, everything that we're discussing right now. So such forums would be good if you're in the information dissemination space, whether it's a teacher, honestly, even if it's a Sunday school teacher or whatever it is, I think these are conversations you can start having. Don't see someone and think they're too young. Ask them certain things. Like ask them whether they've heard of carbon credits. A 6-year-old asked me in January why everyone is speaking about injection of vaccines to cows. And that was a whole conversation on Twitter. So people are asking these questions, have those conversations with them. So that's what I do on my part. I also do mentor a couple of young girls. And you end up learning a lot. So you can pick up, you yourself can decide to pick 2 girls and be their mentor. And you don't have to be an again, I'm telling you, I'm still learning in my space. So I teach what it is to be, what needs to be taught. And then whatever questions they ask, I'm not ashamed. I will just say, I don't know that one. I will go research and then I'll come back. So it also becomes a learning process for you. It starts with you. You don't need to have all this information that Rose and Caroline have. It starts with you. Yes. So what will you teach them when you get out of here? That's my rebuttal question to you. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I also just want to add that I'm a board advisor to 2 boards. One is Sisters in Climate. they are actually working on this. So they are a storytelling educational platform, mostly focused to women. So looking at how they could gather resources for women, you know, teach them skills that they need to be able to attract jobs within the whole green job space. And they've also partnered with universities like Riara University to be able to bring those workshops into the school setting as well. And there's also Lasting Impact, which is another NGO as well that are looking at how to scale this at the more primary school level, and even including other aspects around sustainability in areas that are not so common, for example, sports as well. So those are also two good platforms you could look at.
Any other question? You want to add? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I'm also very available. I do a lot of work with the young girls across East Africa. And what we are doing is we creating the spaces for an intergenerational transfer of knowledge. We just realized that our girls really do not know and understand some of the things that have been happening. And for example, the food, the traditional foods, I think the young generation have no clue about that. And clearly, if you visit the urban areas and try to come up with that conversation, I think it's a challenge. And so mine is just also to encourage you. You can start a platform where you can speak to the young girls, go to schools, to the universities. And if you need our support, you'll always reach out and we'll be there to provide our support. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so big thank you to my panel for sharing these insights and recommendation. With that, we will wrap up our panel. Thank you, everyone, for listening to us.